It's just a little noisy with the walking around and stuff. Thank you. Got quiet. Okay. Now, the Atlantean conspiracy, progression of major events. We'll start with 50,000 BC. But things were going on and going wrong way before that. If you remember, we talked about yesterday 208,216 BC as we entered the evolutionary dark cycle, because that's when D12 current could no longer anchor into the planetary grids. There was so much damage to the grids. So from then, it got worse. There are periods that I think we reviewed very briefly on one chart. I think it's in this book. It was some of the more recent data, where it explains there was literally a period between, I believe, 148,000 BC and 75,000 BC, where humans literally lived in subterranean civilizations because the Anunnaki races had come in force and taken over the surface. They were literally on planet. And then there was something, I believe it was 75,000 BC, I have the exact date in the other text, where it was something called the Inner Earth Rebellion, where the races from Inner Earth opened the portals and came up, because the Anunnaki races were starting to go through, trying to break through the portals of Inner Earth to raid there too, to get the halls of Amentai. So the Guardian races literally all got together, and some of the Illuminati races that didn't like the Illuminati ones that were on the surface all got together, and they prevented them, and they kicked the Anunnaki off the planet temporarily. So there has been this long history that goes back way longer than this, and we're just talking third seeding history. Remember, we were seeded here 250 million years ago, after the fall from Terra 550 million years ago. There were huge amounts of history that have to do with seeding one, that culminated in the electric wars and total destruction of the races where they had to be reseeded. There's a huge history of seeding two. Some of that history is touched on in the Voyages Volume 2 book, so I don't try to incorporate it into this because it is somewhere else. But this is just seeding 3 history. And this is the history that'll wake up our DNA template and our tribal shield with its original D12 coding. When we start to remember this and we start to see the sequence, feel the frequency sequence, and see the sequence of events. So we'll start right now with 50,000 BC. After a whole bunch of other stuff took place, in 50,000 BC, there's something called the Lemurian Holocaust. Jehovian Anunnaki and their Anu Melchizedek Orantia Illuminati humans infiltrate Lemurian Marahavi. They allow Dracos, which are Omicron Draconian plus human hybrids, all right, to infiltrate, and it culminates in the destruction of the Maravi Pacific continent. What was really funny is the Jehovian Anunnaki, they became the primary force here in the Lemurian areas. Now the Lemurian area, what was called Lemuria, was a continent called Marahavi that was over in the Pacific. It was smaller than Atlantis, and it was called like the Crescent continent because it actually shaped like a crescent. These maps we'll see before too long where the original continents were and then where they became island nations. So this was taking place in what we now call Hawaii, technically, because Hawaii is what is left of the Lemurian continent. The Jehovian Anunnaki were taking over, and they allowed the Dracos to come in to try to help them, but then the Dracos tried to take them over. So the Jehovian Anunnaki decided they wanted to be nice, and they tried to rally with the people of Atlantis and the Grail Lines and anybody they could get to help them to use the technologies to stop the Dracos. So they managed to get most of the Dracos trapped in underground tunnels. There's underground tunnel systems all the way beneath the ocean floor, literally beneath the continent and beneath what we call the ocean there now. They used the crystal generators, which are massive crystal pylons, which are like, building-sized crystals, and most of them are selenite, not just quartz, but selenite, because they run the frequencies better. They use those through the planetary grids. It's a scalar technology, scalar pulse technology, to try to seal the Dracos in to the Lemurian caverns. But what happened instead was they miscalibrated and they blew up, literally blew up the center of the continent, its main grids, and it literally shattered some of it. It created a mess. And again, part of it went into reversal, and it went into Phantom. Now, Phantom Matrix, as we talked about yesterday, started way before any of this. The Phantom Matrix is what was created 250 million years ago during the Lyran Elohim Wars, when Stargate 12, Universal Stargate 12, was originally blown up, and part of this time matrix grid literally was put into a black hole subtime distortion system. So the Phantom Matrix this is where all these fallen angelics are coming from, and it has a huge bearing on Earth history as well. They don't talk about it. In fact, they didn't introduce the full concept of Phantom Matrix until the most recent information that was given after October of last year. So we'll integrate that in as we go. But they managed to blow up the grids in what are now the Hawaiian Islands. That was the Lemurian Holocaust. In 28,000 BC, there was something called the Atlantean Holocaust. The Circe, Jehovian, and Palladian Nibiru and Luciferian Anunnaki and their Melchizedek Illuminati humans attempted to seize inner Earth and Atlantis, culminating in cataclysm that reduced the Atlantic continent to 3 island nations, Brua, Nohasa, and Lohas. They are still visible. They're just renamed. So we have no idea. We're actually, part of Atlantis. Atlantis is right. What is left of it is sitting right in front of our faces. This one, Lohas, is England and Ireland. England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. They were all part of what was Lohas, Atlantis. Nohasa is now called the Bermuda Islands. Brua is what's left of the land around Sarasota, Florida, that went down into the Gulf of Mexico a little bit and down near where Cuba and those things are. These were all part, once, of the continent of Atlantis, and we'll show you the maps in a little bit. So, same thing happened here. This story was hysterical. Each one of these has literally a story. I mean, it could be a book unto itself of how it all happened and that kind of thing. We have some of this story done, and this gets into all sorts of fighting among the Illuminati races for who is going to dominate. It has to do with Thoth and Enoch heavily. And it's not in this book, because again, this is going to be in the Forbidden History book, the one that has all the detail on the history. So this happened in 28,000 BC, so that's where we ended up with the Atlantean continent becoming an island nation. 25,500 BC, there's the Luciferian Rebellion that we talked about. The Nibiru and Marduk Anunnaki, they're Anunnaki plus Omicron Draconian. That's what Marduk Anunnaki is. They're the Anunnaki races plus, it's a hybrid, plus Omicron Draconian races. They seized control of Nibiru and the D4 solar gate. They began Anunnaki race unity campaign. So it was, all of a sudden they were trying to bring together all of the Anunnaki races into a dominion campaign. Let's all take the hulls of them and take together, the false unity thing. All right, now, okay. They tricked a bunch of the Atlantean Melchizedek races into believing that they were doing a unity movement. Reminds you of anything happening today? They tricked them into it. And they were, spaceships were coming and going at that point. There's lots of visitation, and many, even some of the human races got tricked into the deal. They actually thought the Anunnaki were entering Emerald Covenant and it was actually going to work out. What they did was they brought in a technology that was supposed to assist in restoring the grids more quickly. Now the Founders races and the Magi Grail lines were telling the humans and the Anunnaki Leviathan races that weren't corrupted yet, don't do this. Don't let them bring these in. It would have started Star Wars if they were tried to be, if force was allowed to be used to stop them. If the Founders came in or sent some of their troops in with spaceships, they would have had Star Wars and the place would have rolled again. So that kind of intervention wasn't an option at that time. This is where humanity is living a part of its karma, because it allowed something to take place. It allowed a technology to be brought here that involved more pylon crystals, big ones that are like, you think of the Empire State Building, the size of that. Well, there were many pylon crystals that size and some of them bigger. These were massive instruments of running frequency and running scalar frequency. Well, they brought them in and they put a grid here and they put a grid in parallel Earth on coordinate locations. Where they put this grid was that there's a frequency line or a ley line that runs between Q-Site 11, that is in Ireland, and Stargate 11, that is in England. They put this right in the middle of that line so it could supposedly begin to draw energy from Stargate 11 to supposedly give them more power for their technologies. What it did was, right at that point, begin to reverse any currents that would come through Stargate 11, or through Q-Site 11. So it would make Stargate 11, once it activated in the stellar activation cycle, it would make it activate on a reverse current, which would mean all the others would begin to spiral in reverse, which means the whole thing would get, the whole planet, the Merkaba would completely reverse, and the planet would get taken down into the Phantom Matrix. This was the real reason they brought their nice technologies in and wanted to do a unity movement. So, yeah, nice people. So, these guys down here, during this period, it was a major period of setback for the Guardian races, because right here was the stellar activation cycle they were all aiming for. That was the next one. There was one around 75,000 BC when they had the Inner Earth rebellion and all that kind of stuff. Every time a Stargate cycle was due, it was war. Every time here. The ones that got passed over at least were more peaceful, where the planet actually couldn't hold a stellar bridge grounding. But the ones that had any potential of having the gates open, it was always the fallen angelics raided trying to get a hold of a mente. So I think there was I'm not sure, I'd have to do the math. I know there was one that was tried, or a stellar activation cycle was going to go down at 75,000 something or other BC, but that got all hung up in the Inner Earth rebellion, protecting the planet from, Anunnaki literally having had it at the surface for a long time. So these guys here were aiming for this time period. They were getting this grid installed. It was called the Nibiruan Dyadic Crystal Grid. It was a series of 12 major pylons. 12 were put here and 12 were put on parallel Earth. And they were, what the people here didn't know is that these were being linked frequency-wise. There was a link being made to the planet Nibiru through something called the battle star Nibiru, which was called wormwood in the Bible. All right, the battle star Nibiru isn't a planet. It's a piece of a planet that was captured in Nibiruan orbit by the technologies they have, and it was turned into, literally, a battle planet, where inside of it, it's like living quarters. It's like a little, it's like a planet, but on the inside of itself. So it's an artificially constructed thing, and it's bigger than Earth is. Nibiru is bigger than Earth is. There was this very, very elaborate setup of technology done in order to let this Nibiruan grid work. They literally had to. Nibiru was already in an elliptical orbit, and it already had the battle star. That had been done in seeding 2. That was a mess that was left over from seeding 2. What they were able to do was they were able to connect the battle star into this grid and progressively reverse part of Earth's Merkaba and make an artificial Merkaba link from the Earth's grid up through the solar gate that they had control of through reversing part of the solar Merkaba into the wormwood Battlestar Nibiru, and then into the Nibiruan matrix, the planetary matrix. Very, very sophisticated technology. And this is how they initially got full control over our planetary grids. At that point, if you block Universal Stargate 4, you can't get any information from the higher levels in, because it all goes through that distortion matrix and gets intercepted. So this became a point where it was becoming very difficult for the founders races to have direct intervention without pushing it into complete founders war again, where you'd have, ships and Merkabas flying all over the place and light balls cruising through the universe, and whoever was left when, it was over with. When those things happen, they have the potential to literally take this whole time matrix down. So that type of activity on the part of the founders, they will allow a lot of pushing to happen before they make a stand that would literally push back in that way, because they know that if there's any possible way of peaceful resolution, they will always take that way, because they know every time those kind of wars are fought that it takes a chance of literally taking the whole matrix down. So they won't, it takes dire circumstances before that kind of stand would even be made. Now, in this period of time, the Nibiruan Dyadic Crystal Grid was set up. And this was the beginning. Now, this was set up at Stonehenge, because Stonehenge, England, and this was like before the standing stones were there. All right, there were, throughout this history, this is another thing that was funny to actually look at from above or read in a book after the fact. You know how the Ark of the Covenant, everybody's running around stealing it from each other, so first it's over here, then it's over here, then it's over here? Well, Stonehenge was a funny story too, because when the first installment of these things were put in 25,500 BC, the Guardians did intervene. They pulled them out, and then the other guys put them back, and they pulled them out again. And then there was progressively, the political drama here was getting more and more Illuminati controlled. So the final thing, I think it was around 7,500 BC was the last one, where they stuck the standing stones in. The standing stones weren't just a calendar effect. What they were was you would have one stone, and a capstone. Now, they got the major pylons out of the grids here, but they were not able to get them out of parallel Earth, because parallel Earth was completely and totally under the control of various competing and fighting fallen angelic races. they could still, even though the grids were taken out here, the original Nibirian dotted crystal grid implants were taken out here, they could still transmit by changing the coding on the Nibirian battle star that was sending the instructions, like computer instructions, down. They could change the coding just a little bit on the one on parallel and still send it up through our grids, even if the pylons weren't there to intercept it. They could send it up through our grids and literally run it through our planetary shields. So the standing stone arrangements came in at the point where the founders race, or the guardian races I should say, because the founders were up there trying to orchestrate all this, but it was the guardian races in the middle dimensions that were the ones that were kind of like the labor force. They came in and they set up this natural structure whereby using these stones, this stone setup where you had 1, 2, and then a cross piece, the frequency would come through from the active grid in parallel. It would hit our grids there, because that's where the link connection was, right on that point that laid between the lines of Q site 11 and gate 11. It was the same on the other side. The frequency would come through, it would end up going up through one of the rocks, it would travel over the top bar, down through the other, and get sent back. So it wouldn't go circulating through the ley lines and the shields of the system. So then there was, of course, all these stupid little battles that took place that had to do with knocking the top bars off. So they'd knock them off, they'd just put them back on, and knock them off, put them back on. And it's another one of those things you just look at and say, this is utterly ridiculous. Just like chasing the Ark of the Covenant box around. It's like, oh, come on. It's like a bad B-movie or something. So this is where we got our beloved Stonehenge. And as we know, if we see the pictures now, there's not too many cross pieces left on it, and there's actually been more things put in it, and some of the originals were taken out. So that's not the original grid that the Guardian races had put in. Some of them are still Guardian ones. Others were put in to redirect it back into our grids. So we've been in grid wars here ever since this period of time, actually before, but it really started to heat up here. 22,326 BC. See, this apparatus was supposed to have this be the grand finale. This is where, in this stellar activation cycle, this is where the fallen angelics were very convinced they had so much control here that they were going to take the halls of Amenti. Earth would go on a pole shift, they didn't care, to get pulled down into Phantom Matrix. It would end up as a satellite of Nibiru in Phantom Matrix. Like a satellite planet, it would get caught in Nibiru's orbit, but they would get control of inner Earth as well and the halls of Amenti stargates, and then continue their quest up literally through the whole universal structure in this time matrix. But the Iani massacre was the situation where I talked about a bit yesterday, I believe, when I talked about Thoth and how Thoth had been entrusted as an Emerald Covenant representative, and he was given CDD Plate 11 to translate, and how he defected. He not only defected and translated part of CDD Plate information, which gave grid mechanics and locations, part of the Book of Maps and Keys. He gave to the corrupt Atlantean priest caste, who were the Anu, Melchizedek, Leviathan races, so they could assist the Nibirian races to finish their invasion here. Thoth went over and joined the Unity movement, and he literally led invasion teams to various parts here. The main invasion team that was led by Thoth was the one that created the Iani massacre. The Iani were the name of the Indigo races, the Magi Gray Line races that were on planet at the time. There was a whole group of them. They were a very specialized group that were literally ascended masters who would come directly in from the sound fields into bodies. They were specifically there to finish the Christos realignment mission then. It was decided that in this period it had to be done because there was so much of Earth's shields that had been pulled into the Phantom Matrix. They had accreted almost equal critical mass, which means as they continued to pull energy from the planetary shields here, there wouldn't be enough energy here to hold the rest of the shield. So literally the whole planet was going to go if they didn't complete the Christos realignment mission, which would close off the Phantom Matrix to the Earth grids. So they had come in as a specialized team. They had come in on what's called Q Site 12, which is the activation site for Stargate 12. Where's it? Stargate 12 is the gate that's in France. So the Q Site 12 was located in what was Lemuria, what's now Kauai, Hawaii. So this group of them came in and they had what's called a hidden city. It was literally put under kind of like a scramble field. You know how when they kind of make people's faces scramble in a TV program where you can't see exactly who they are? Well, it's a distortion field that makes what's ever inside of it invisible. It's a cloaking field. They had a city under there in the area of Kauai, Hawaii. The Iani races did. Thoth was trusted to come into this city and to move back and forth because he was considered a trusted representative of the Emerald Covenant from some history before that we'll talk about. He led the Nibiru and Marduk Luciferian invasion teams in, and they captured a bunch of the high-coded females. Now, all of the Iani were in gender twin pairs, which means they all came in together with their literal, like, Akkadic level twin, where they were one at the Akkadic level, and they came in, when they were in bodies, they became two, but they were literally half of each other. You couldn't hold all of their consciousness in one body. And the Anunnaki races, under the direction of Thoth, literally made a deal. Said, we'll either kill all of you, or if women, you want your men to survive at all. You don't want us to capture them and take them over to Atlantis where they're torturing people in the pyramids and stuff, because they were at that point, Atlantis was totally corrupted by them. You will come with us willingly. They wanted the women for their high gene codes, because those gene codes had the highest level of the security codes to the planetary grids. So a bunch of the women went to Nibiru with them and got trapped in all sorts of messes where they were literally chained to slabs and raped until they were pregnant, and the babies would be delivered and then they'd be put there. They would literally kill them that way. But meanwhile, they created a whole bunch of babies that were coded with the Iani gene code, but that did not have Iani souls in them. They had the fallen angelic souls in them. There was a time, and women who were a part of this cycle, literally all women, bear part of this pain in their karmic imprint, because it affected everyone, but especially indigo women, have an imprint there where there's almost a hatred toward children. It's not children here, but there were so many of us that wanted to literally kill ourselves, and we couldn't because we were chained. They knew we would try to kill ourselves. Because the children that came out of our body, it was like the Rosemary's Baby movie, and that's how we felt about it. We knew they were creating an invasion for us, and they were using our body vehicles to do it. So talking about having a hard time loving your child, the body form came from you, but the soul in it had nothing to do with your child at all. So there's this whole cycle of pain there. Meanwhile, they betrayed the women, and they went after the men anyway. And they took a bunch of them, the ones that were no use to them because they weren't the highest coded ones, they just killed them. But the ones that had the highest codes, there were certain technologies that they had in the Atlantean temples that they could use to plug you in to like a computer network. It was a little different than what we have. It was run on scalar tech. But they would plug them in, fry their circuits completely, but they would be able to download their cellular memory. So they could get records in digital form that could be then translated. So they could literally pick your cellular memory with the technologies they had. And they did this with the men that were most valuable. There was nobody left to finish the Christos realignment mission. They took out all of the Iani, and they literally had to restart the Iani race line after this period to get the indigos back on planet with the security codes in their DNA templates. And if you want to understand why I don't have much of a problem talking out about Thoth, I don't care what good he did. I see that, and you'll see some of that as we go along in the history. But whatever good he might have done does not excuse what was done here. Because what was done here set in motion a whole series of events that has gotten worse and worse and worse. And this is supposed to be the going in for the kill period. We're sitting in the middle of what they were planning. This whole thing was planned. Now the plan got more formalized as we move forward in time from here. They made a very large headway in getting control of the grids here. They got rid of the Iani for a while. But what they didn't do was they didn't fully get a hold of Amente, because the founders shut the higher gates from the higher levels, and it created a partial pole shift. They knew it would. They evacuated as many of our guys out as they could find, but they allowed pole shift to happen to shut the gates so the invasion couldn't continue. And that made it a stalemate till the next stellar activation cycle. And that's where both sides were planning how they were going to handle that stalemate. How in the next stellar activation cycle was this going to, move forth? How was it going to manifest? We're in the middle of that stellar activation cycle now, or at the beginning, moving toward the middle. So stalemate happened here. Here, 21,900 BC. Lohas, which was now Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales area, Lohas, Atlantis, the Celtic Druidic freeze-out. the Pleiadian, Nibiruan, Luciferian Anunnaki and Galactic Federation intentionally collapsed the firmament hydrosuspension fields over Lohas Atlantis. The firmament hydrosuspension fields were, again, part of the crystal-based technologies. They were good things. They were being used they were up and down at various times, but they were generated through the inner earth temples, and they would allow the planet to be under kind of like a climate control blanket, so more of the areas were livable. You could live on them. There wasn't always ice in the places where there's ice now. So what was done here, on purpose, the Pleiadian Nibiruans, the Luciferian Anunnaki, and Galactic Federation, they did manipulations with the planetary grids, and they collapsed the firmament fields, which through the weather patterns into chaos. We ended up with an ice age from this, or an ice age in this period, 21,900 BC. Okay, they did this to force the Magi Grail King lines away from Lohas Stargate 11. They literally put Gate 11 on ice, so nobody could get at it, because they wanted it. And the Magi Grail Kings were all being, they were literally running from the lower parts of the Atlantean Islands, where the other gates were, because they were getting continually wiped out. Any remaining Magi Grail Kings or angelic humans were being hunted by the Illuminati races. At this point, they had taken over Brua Atlantis and Nohasa Atlantis, and the only place to go really was up if you were going to stay by the Stargate. So all of the remaining Grail line anybody's or human lines were going up to Stargate 11 in order to see if they could start working with Gate 11, with the founders, to stop this before it got any worse. And they didn't win that round either, because when they collapsed the firmament field, they wiped out a whole bunch more of the remaining Magis. And this was after they seeded more people. More of the Eoni lines were seeded after this, and again, more of them were wiped out down here. So it was like constantly getting stepped on. People that were indigos, people that were angelic humans, were constantly getting wiped out, stepped on, persecuted, tortured, those kind of things. So Stargate 11 went under ice. So did its Q-Site 11. It culminated in the 21,900 BC to 14,000 BC glacial period that affected all of those areas up there. If you look at what scientists tell us about history, there was an ice period there, and it was about 14,000 BC when the ice started to recede, so people could actually supposedly then settle, the lands that were under the ice. They're like England and Ireland and parts of North America and that kind of stuff. So this was an artificially generated ice cycle, glacier period. Now, in 20,000 BC, there's something called the Vikerus Saxion invasion. Translates into Vikings and Saxons. They're not human race lines. Alpha Centauri, Marduk Necromaton Anunnaki, and their Vikeros, Viking, Anu Melchizedek race line, which was an Illuminati race line, and Pleiadian Nibiruan Samjaze Luciferian Anunnaki, and their Saxion, Saxon, Anu Melchizedek races, invade angelic human tribe 6 and exiled Celtic Lohas and Druidic Nohasa Atlantean Magi Grail King lines in the Caucasus Mountains of Russia. Now, Stargate 6 is in Russia. It's in these mountains in Russia. In an attempt to destroy Grail lines, begins intentional concealment of the Celtic and Druidic Atlantean Magi Grail line and human tribe 6 racial identity. The Vikerus races became known as the Vikings, and the Saxions as the Saxons. Both groups often painting themselves blue in honor. And this is like where you get into the Celtic history, and they say, oh, the Celts were blue raider races, like barbaric kind of, but then they painted themselves blue in their warrior things. This wasn't the Celts. The Celtics, the Irish people, weren't a part of that. They were the ones being raided by these guys. So the history, as you go back and look at it, what they're teaching us about, even the people that live in Ireland, okay, I'm Celtic, what does that mean? Oh, that means you were a blue raider race. You're from a line of blue raider races. They painted themselves blue and go, and attacked other people and try to take their land. This wasn't the Celtic people. But the Celtic people lost their records and their identity through what had happened, as did many of the original Russian people in the Caucasus Mountains areas, where you ended up with Saxons, coming in through Europe, and you ended up with Vikings raiding up in the area of Lohas Atlantis, and it was the Vikings that were what we call in our history now, what we blame on the Celts wasn't the Celts. They were running from them. It was these guys, the Vikings that were of the Vikeros, that had raided the Celts, that were the Grail lines that were hiding up in the area that had been Lohas Atlantis. Okay, so this whole thing begins a process of what's called transposition of race identity. We have literally had, and this is also a genetic thing that's happened, because with the grid distortions that have been done, as we'll see in a little while when we get into the Leviathan force and how they are created, there's one thing common between the human DNA and the hybrid DNA. The human DNA normally has 12 strands. The hybrid DNA had, some of them had 10, some of them had 11 strands reverse, but through a hybridization program, the animal Melchizedeks ended up with 5 strands forward because they were hybridized with the human lines to give them the ability to ascend off Earth and start higher evolution toward Christos evolution. They were supposed to get out of here and go up into Terra with 5th strand activation, begin that process. Now, if you take that, you have 2 completely different gene codes, but only one element of each being the same. If you turn off, shut off, the scalar waves that are in the template that correspond to those areas that are different, and only leave on the areas that are similar, you mutate both species into something that looks like the same species. That's what they've done here, and that's why we all look human. Our DNA reads human.
Can you please repeat that last?
Repeat that. Okay. About explaining the transposition of race identity on the genetic level. Okay. If you have 2 distinctly different DNA templates that would have different chemical DNA, you cross those by taking, let's say, the human one that had the Christos potential. If you take 5 strand imprints out of the human one and you put it over into one of the fallen angelic race lines, 1. Now they have reverse matrix DNA, anywhere from 10 strand to 11 strand. Now it's 11.5 strand. You take those 5 codes, those 5 strands, and you gift them with that template. Now, if you want to be able to make the race that has the reverse matrix look like they're the same as the angelic human race, first you have to change the angelic human race, because there's no way their template is going to be able to pull in the 12 strands. They only have 5 strand imprints, which means you have to turn off a whole bunch of the imprints on the human side, which, when you turn off the scalar templates beneath them, it turns off the chemical sequencing in the chemical DNA chains, which starts creating a different gene code in the body. The checkerboard matrix that we'll get into talking about, which is the frequency program that they ran through the grids, turned off very select pieces of each gene code and turned on very select pieces, where you literally ended up with the same things turned on. So you got common bodies that had started out completely different. But when we get our DNA straightened out and we start working with the D12 Christos current, what happens is our codes start to come back. All right, our scalar waves start to turn on in our templates, and our chemicals will start changing. Our bodies are going to start changing as we progressively evolve. This is where, as their DNA activates too, you're going to start seeing more and more of the characteristics that went with what their body forms looked like before they were amalgamated into this false thing called Homo sapien. The Homo sapien is not the original human imprint, and it's not even the original Anunnaki imprint or the original Leviathan race imprint. We'll get into that a little bit more when I get into creation of the Leviathan races. Where did these people come from? How'd they get here? We'll get into that. But I just want to go down here a little bit more and bring us up forward here. So here's where you had the literally European invasions began and transposition of race identity. And see, it would be done also. The mutations were coming through the grids because of what was shut off in the grids. The checkerboard matrix mutations running through the planetary grids affects the DNA. But there was also an aggressive outward campaign where they would send in a raider race that had more of the fallen reverse matrix gene code, and they would send them in to an angelic human tribe, and they've done this with every tribe, and they would they'd kill the men and they'd rape the women, and they would make the women have babies. So they would have progressively build up a gene line that had both and had more and more of the Leviathan force gene code. And this was brutal. I mean, this was brutal on all of the people that were involved on the being rated side of this. This was even happening when we get into contemporary history. When we look at Peru and what happened to the Incas when the Spanish came over on behalf of teaching them how to be good Christians, yeah, right? They literally obliterated the Incan gene line. And I didn't know this. It was so blatantly obvious. But when we were in Peru, the last time, we had a guide who was, I forget what the name of they call themselves, but it is half Spanish and half what used to be Inca. And she explained to us what had happened to her peoples, that in order to get rid of the Inca gene code, to take the best of it, but literally get rid of the royal line, they forced marriages. They would kill them if they wouldn't intermarry to create a new gene line. She was of that new gene line, and she knew she was. But it was so blatantly obvious. It's in the written history. But they were doing this all the way along, progressively contaminating the gene codes of the angelic human 12 tribes to the point where they were getting more and more reversed matrix codes every time a generation would be born. So these are some of the things we're clearing out of our DNA templates that we've picked up literally through our gene lines. The sins of the father be passed on and passed on and passed on, and they'd be amplified every time. Okay? So anyway, I want to get back down here. 10,500 BC, Luciferian conquest. Now, in through this period, there was still guardian intervention taking place to some degree, where they couldn't do it to the degree where there'd be massive war that would blow everything up, but they were able to counteract some of the worst things that was trying to be done by the fallen angelics. 10,500 BC, there was another uprising where the Illuminati races, because of their fallen angelic inspiration, decided to try to fulfill the Luciferian covenant again. Okay? Here, it started in the Atlantean islands of Brua and Nohasa. They fell to Palladian, Nibiru, and Luciferian, and Circe, Jehovian Anunnaki, and Anu Melchizedek, Leviathan control. The Atlantean conspiracy develops high-level organization at this point. This is where they knew next stellar activation cycle would begin in the year 2000 AD. This is where they started to plan for that, where they wanted the races to be, what level of mutation they wanted in the gene codes, and what their final organization would be, and who would be on whose side. They were starting to make those agreements. Okay, are we going to work together? Are we going to fight with each other? All right, it's interesting. The Palladian, Nibiru, and Luciferian crew are the ones that Thoth worked with. And the Circe, Jehovian Anunnaki, they usually fight with each other. This was a group where Enoch had been appointed to assist in the evolution of a bioregenesis program for Jehovian Anunnaki. He had been faithful to the Emerald Covenant for many thousands of years up to this point. At this point, under the pressure from Thoth and a whole bunch of the other Anunnaki collectives, Enoch fell to the pressure, and he led his Leviathan races into, these two took their Leviathan races, which are their hybrid races, combined them, and here's where you start to build the Knights Templar gene code. This is where you build the super race takeover, the Antichristo super race. And Enoch regretted this very much after he'd made the decision, because there was another ridiculous battle that was waged where Thoth's crew that were dominating Brua Atlantis, which was down in the Florida area, they convinced the Enoch's crew that were in Nohasa, which is the Bermuda Islands now, they convinced them to assist with this particular plan they had. The plan they had is they were trying to break through what was called the Wall in Time. The Wall in Time was a frequency fence that was erected 5.5 million years ago after the Electric Wars, the Founders' Wars, where everything was decimated because part of Earth's shields had fully fallen into Phantom Matrix. There was a frequency fence put up between those parts of the shields, so that side, the fallen side, didn't pull this side in. But it was a frequency fence that allowed the potential still of that matrix staying open so things could be healed, so it could be reintegrated. So at this point in time, these groups decided they were going to blow holes in the Wall in Time so they could begin to draw power there and make the link and try to, by the next stellar activation cycle, get Earth to completely go into the Phantom Matrix. What was funny is Thoth solicited Enoch, got his final agreement to work together, and they were leading their people into doing this nasty experiment. What the Thoth group didn't tell the Enoch group was they were planning to take out Nohasa as well, because they didn't want the Jehovian Anunnaki Leviathan races. So Enoch was tricked. And this is where the story of Noah and the Ark come from. Ark of the Covenant. Portal passage. Has an opening in the earth. It comes down in Giza. There was a story that had to do with Enoch finding out too late that these guys were betraying, and that they had already gotten the help of Enoch's Leviathan races. And Enoch knew that they had betrayed them, but it was too late to do anything because they were going to literally blow to smithereens using the crystal technologies. They were going to blow to smithereens the island nations of Nohasa. Well, they, let's see, I'm trying to remember, there's a huge amount of stuff given on this one in the other book. Enoch warned a group of his. There was a small group of his that he could get to, and he warned, and to continue their gene line, he agreed to get them from Bermuda, Nohasa, over to Egypt, where the Ark of the Covenant was, because they knew that if these things went the way they were planning and the way that the Toti and Anunnaki were directing them, that there would be at least some type of, if not pole shift, at least local cataclysmic response to the scalar pulses that were being sent. So Enoch got this group of the Jehovian Leviathan races out, and he got them to Egypt, where he got them into the Ark of the Covenant, so they could go into a secured area in inner Earth, where their race line could be continued again after the fact. Now, after this led to a few more things. So this group he started to bring them into the Ark of the Covenant here. This fully came into, see, there's two levels to the story of the Noah's Ark story. This is where the twist began, and Enoch started getting people into inner Earth to preserve the race strain. By the time Thoth's agreement, the Luciferian covenant, had come into fruition, which culminated in the Big Flood, the 9558 BC orchestrated Big Flood. That was when the people were brought over from Nohasa into Egypt, into the Ark of the Covenant. All right, so there are two layers to this. There were the arrangements for what came later were being set here. I'm trying to get it straight from what I was, from the long text in the book. So here you had this interesting thing happening between Thoth and Enoch. Enoch fell from grace here, but he came back later because of what had happened. And that's where, after this period, he became a CDD plate speaker, where he had been entrusted. But again, in 10 AD, he decided to go in the other direction, and until 1983 AD. So there's the people that are channeling and bringing through information and talking to these people, these are who they're talking to. All right, I'm going to put the next one up, please. Yeah, it's just, I was amazed when I started to get the history coming off the plates of, oh my God. Like, oh no, I have to tell people that? Do I really have to expose that? They like Enoch and Thoth, All right, the progression continues. 9560 BC, Luciferian covenant. Now there wasn't a major pole shift after that. It was a slight pole shift, and there was another small glacial period after that 10,500 BC thing. And if you look back into some science theory, they're telling us that certain parts, there seemed to be a quick freeze during that period of time, about 10,000 years ago or so. They're not exactly sure when it happened. So these fit in with what some of the geological information that our scientists are finding. All right, 9560 BC, Luciferian covenant, Pleiadian Nibiruans, Samjaji, Luciferian Anunnaki, the blondes. Okay, if you have anything to do with the UFO movement down in the States, people talk about the blondes or the Nordics a lot. They're the pretty ones. They look like humans and they're very blonde. That's these guys. All right, they're the ones that raided Procyon to get those pretty blonde bodies. Sirius B, Marduk Anunnaki, which are the Anunnaki Omicron dragon moth ones, Enlil Odedicron, which are Anunnaki reptile avian, Thoth Enki Zephelium, which are Anunnaki Zeta, and Marduk Necromaton Luciferian, which are Anunnaki Alpha Omega Centauri Blue Centaurs. All right, but see all these forms? They've hybridized all over the place to create more of their races. All right, all of these guys got together, and the Galactic Federation, and the Nohasa Atlantis Jehovian or Antia, which were like from seeding one Illuminati race lines that had been living in inner Earth, and they were starting to filter back up. All right, they all, and their respective Anu-Melchizedek races, which are the ones, the Anu-Melchizedeks are the hybrids that became the Leviathan races that started in Atlantis. Okay, they entered a full alliance under a one-world order anti-Christos agenda, formally mandated through the Luciferian covenant. It was called the Luciferian covenant. It was an agreement that they made that, okay, though we don't like each other very much, we're going to get this done. If we team up, even though we don't like each other, and decide before the fact who's going to get what once we grab it, at least we'll get it. And they knew, too, that it was getting to the point where the founders were very serious. They might have had a stalemate last time. The founders were not going to fail. to get the Christos realignment mission done this time. They were not, the Illuminati races knew that. The fallen angelics knew that. So they were going to give it their all to make sure the Christos realignment didn't happen. So this was a coalition that they made that even though we don't like each other, we'll be friendly enemies so we get the job done. So they stopped the founders from doing the Christos realignment mission, which would close the fallen angelic matrix from this time matrix. Okay, 9,000, okay. So they agreed to have this one world order agenda together. Now, at the same time that these guys were getting together, the Omicron Draconian and Odedicron reptilian races of Orion, they form a second competing Orion Draconian one world order agenda. They didn't like these guys, so they were going to form their own coalition. Then, at the same time, the main Cirrus A Jehovian Anunnaki, which are bipedal dolphin people Anunnaki, that race, they formed a third competing Jehovian one world order agenda. So you had three competing world dominion agendas that were set in motion during this period in reaction really to the Luciferian covenant. They'd always had their dominion agendas, but they got very serious about them. When this coalition formed, these other two, the Draconian agenda ones and the pure strain Jehovian Anunnaki ones that didn't like the other Anunnaki races, they all got very serious about their one world order dominion agendas. 9558 BC, Atlantean flood. Luciferian Anunnaki and portions of Galactic Federation orchestrate the Atlantean flood in an attempt to take over Giza, Egypt, Great Pyramid, teleport station, because it had still been being used as a teleport station, and it is where the Ark of the Covenant was located, and its true Ark of the Covenant Andromeda portal passage. They were trying to get the Andromeda passage, Ark of the Covenant passage. The Toth Enki Anu Melchizedek Illuminati humans that took over Brua Atlantis that followed the initiatives of the Samjazi Luciferian Anunnaki Larsa Kings, the Atlantean Larsa Kings. And if you go back into history, they talk about the Sumerian Larsa Kings and the Larsa Kings lists. Enoch's name appeared on the Larsa Kings lists. And they, with the people who believe they're listing like generations upon generations of names of people that had been kings. And it went back further than what Sumerian history was supposed to be. So there's like pieces of physical evidence that correspond with this as well. So the Toth Enki groups, the Toth Enki Leviathans, followed the initiatives of the Samjazi Luciferian Larsa Kings that took over Lohas. These are the guys that ended up getting control of Lohas, which was England, England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales area, sending an EM pulse from the Brua generator, which was the Florida area, crystal to Giza, causing major by a final collapse of the firmament hydrosuspension field over Nohasa and Brua Atlantis. So they created a major flood in the Atlantic by whatever was left of the hydrosuspension field from the last time they messed with it. They crashed the rest of the grids. And that was the biblical flood. That was there were several different types of floods because they were messing with firmaments for, all the time, but, to try to cause localized cataclysms. But this is when they created a bigger one. It wasn't a planetary flood. The whole planet wasn't covered with water. That 40 days and 40 nights stuff is nonsense. That was a story that was put in there to cover this, but to carry elements of it through. This is where the thing with Enoch took place, where the areas he had secured in 10,500 BC, where he could get some people through the Ark of the Covenant, this is where that was being used, where he was literally getting certain members of the Nahasa Leviathan races, which were Jehovian Anunnaki races, into the Ark of the Covenant so they wouldn't be wiped out by the floods that were coming. They also knew the floods wouldn't be permanent. The waters would recede. It was just enough to get rid of everybody. Right? Okay, now, so they collapsed the firmament hydrosuspension field over Nohasa and Brua Atlantis. Only portions of the Atlantean islands sank. Major parts of Brua, Nohasa, and Lohas Atlantis still remain above the water. In 9540 BC, the Cirrus B Maharaji Blue Human Emerald Covenant races give the rod and the staff Stargate tools in the Ark of the Covenant gold box to the Magi Grail King lines of Earth to keep open contact with the inner Earth races via the Earth's portal system. So that they gave them the ability, even though they had to close the portals at this point, because they had this flood, when this flood was orchestrated, the inner Earth portals had to be sealed again, and it was again an advancement of the Illuminati agenda. So it was not safe after this point to keep the inner Earth portals open, because inner Earth would be raided, and if inner Earth gets raided completely and taken over, that's where those crystal pylon temples are still working and activating. And if they get taken, this time matrix is going into phantom. The whole thing will go into subtime distortion system. So we're in a big game. All right, let's see. Okay. Luciferian, Jehovah's, Anunnaki quest for possessing arc tools begins. All right, this is where just the arc tool, the quest for the arc tools in the big gold box starts here. 8,900 BC, Sumerian invasion, Luciferian and Jehovah's Anunnaki and Draconian races and their Melchizedek legions all raid angelic human tribe 10 settlements of Sumerian Ur. Now that's down, these areas, the tribe 10s were down in the areas of Iraq and Iran, because you have Q-Site 10 in, I think it's Iran. Q-Site 10, no, I think Q-Site 10 is Iraq, and Stargate 10 is in Iran. They're like right next to each other, literally. So these tribes were progressively raided in the Sumerian invasions. This is where you get all those god stories coming out about Marduk, the creator god, and Marduk, Enki, Enlil, all this stuff. And they had been there before because there were other periods of time. These were the family names of different competing Anunnaki races. All right. So this time, the Draconian races and the Jehovahans and the Luciferians, they all raided the 12 tribes in Sumerian Ur and surrounding territories in the quest for Stargate 10 control and the Ark of the Covenant gold box tools. The Samjazi Luciferian Anunnaki lines as the Sumerian Larsa kings, the Jehovah's Anunnaki lines as the Hassa kings and Midianite Hyksos kings. If you look back in recorded history, the Hyksos kings were known to have invaded Egypt at a certain point. They knew they were Midianites, but they weren't sure who the heck they were. They didn't know what tribe of Israel type person. They think they were Hebrew. They don't know what they were. But there's a history that involves the Hyksos invading Egypt and then getting supposedly annihilated, where they seem to disappear off the face of the earth. They didn't. They did the Exodus, but the story came down as the Hebrews doing the Exodus. But before all that, this is where these guys formed. This is where more raids, more invasions were taking place on Tribe 10. So you're combining Tribe 10 gene code with all these other Leviathan gene codes. And you also ended up with the Marduk, Anunnaki, and Draconians as the Babylonian and Akkadian dragon kings. The Toth, Enki, Anunnaki became the Snake Brotherhood kings, the Brotherhood of the Snake. You know the medical sign, what is that called, the caduceus or something? Guess who that's affiliated with? Brotherhood of the Snake. That goes back to the affiliation of the serpent gene codes that come through the Zeta line, the Toth, Enki, Zeta line. That was always Toth symbol, was the symbol of the snake, symbol of the serpent. And it takes you back to the stories about the Garden of Eden and the serpent. Well, if you start to put the names on who these people were, it becomes really funny. Adam and Eve weren't where any of us started, but they were where certain hybridization programs of Leviathan started. And the Adam and Eve story had to do with various competing, different ones, Jehovah's Anunnaki versus the Tothian Anunnaki, which were Seraphim Anunnaki, which means they were mixed with part of the fallen Seraphim races. So the story, when you look at what the Bible was really about, it becomes mind-blowing. What's interesting is in the information that was given just for Voyagers 2 2nd edition, they decode a lot of revelations. And there's too much to even cover in this workshop. It's just too much. But the 7 seals, the horsemen of the apocalypse, all of that stuff, you would not believe what this stuff was really about. The Bible's encoded. Their stories were encoded. And only people who had the secret knowledge from the secret societies would be able to know what they meant and what cues were in them. So they're starting to give us the decoding thanks to Enoch. Because Enoch helped to code those things when he was working on the other side. And part of his redemption contract that started in 1983 was to begin to allow us, he would access their matrices because he had the coding in his own template in DNA where he could draw information from their record storage facilities. So in Voyagers 2 there is the beginning of the story of what Revelations was about, and it's very much worth reading because it has everything to do with the trade centers going down. And it has to do with frequencies and things called planetary seals opening. It has to do with the whole mission that's going down here that's either going to literally make or break this planet in this particular cell activation cycle. So anyway, after Sumeria, they hit Egypt. 8,400 BC Egyptian invasions. Toth, Enki, Nephilim, Anunnaki, and their brew Atlantis and Melchizedeks raid Egypt from Sumeria, overthrowing the Saras Egyptians, pre-dynastic Grail kings, as the Osiris king line. So these guys, the Toth groups, became the Osiris king line. The Enlil Odedikron Anunnaki combined with the Osiris-King line, creating the Osiris-Isis-Horus-King line. The Samjazi, Luciferian, Anunnaki, Sumerian Larsa kings combined with those, creating the Egyptian Scarab king line that dominated dynastic Egyptian history in competition with the Marduk, Anunnaki, Draconian agenda, Set king lines. So if you look at Egyptian history, the Set kings, the Osiris kings, the Horus kings, all of this stuff, this is the story of Anunnaki history. Anunnaki history on Earth, as they were decimating our races and our memory and our planet. Okay? Let's see.
How does that affect the life?
Well, it affects the DNA and it affects the chemicals in the DNA, so it will affect the composition of the blood as well. I know there's a translation, and this would probably get me killed if it was given to me right now, to be honest with you. There is a translation as far as blood types and being able to connect them to each of the primary Leviathan race strains or human race strains. But to have that knowledge on planet right now would create absolute chaos. I wouldn't want to deliver it, because people go hunting people down by their blood types in order to get rid of Grail line races. I do know the AB negative blood type is very classic of an indigo bloodline, but it's not the only one. It's a relatively rare AB negative. But anyway. And Druidic Magi Grail line king races that returned to Lohas Atlantis territories, which were England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales area, in 13,000 BC from the Caucasus Mountains, Russia, where they had been in exile when the Ice Age thing happened up there. They forced interbreeding between Nibiruan, Thoth Enki, Palladian Nibiruan, Samjazi Luciferian, Alpha Omega Centauri, Marduk Necromaton Luciferian, and Melchizedek human lines, and the Magi Grail lines to get the amped up coding of all of those together, and then put that together with the Grail line coding. So again, they went through the rape and pillage thing where they were creating gene lines, killing the males and using the females as breeders in order to create, to bring together all of these race lines, because they were creating a super Antichristos Leviathan race that would have as many codes in the DNA as possible that corresponded to the planetary grids. So when the time came, they could run reverse round tables and seal the deal. You know the grid work that's being taught out there in the New Age movement by people who aren't running D12 frequency because they're not activating their Maharic seal? That's the teams. The people are being used as part of those teams to run the reverse matrix codes into the DNA. It's a very painstaking effort to build up through hybridization, through rape and pillage, and creating new gene lines and combining those to get as many codes as you could of the angelic human codes mixed with as many codes as you could of the fallen angelic Leviathan codes, because you create a super Leviathan that had a chance of accessing the planetary grids more fully, because they could run more of the Stargate codes. They would have some of the security seals. They would have some of the templates. And this is why it took quite a while, too. Good thing they had all that time between the last stellar activation cycle and this one, because you couldn't have done this fast. This was a progressive, systematic, calculated, one step after another procedure. We are supposed to be the stopping point of that procedure.
Is that the
Yes.
work with...
Oops. Two people were at the same time. Go ahead.
Is that the work, like, I know of Norma Milanovich, that she's gone to a lot of places and done a lot of good work.
I'm not going to name names on video. What I would say, no, you don't need, no, in fact, I don't need to name names. I'm giving you enough information, and the Guardians are giving us enough information that if you look at what anybody else is teaching, if they are not teaching you to activate a Maharic seal before doing any kind of grid work, if they are not acknowledging D12 frequency, if they are teaching 7 chakra systems, if they are teaching 11 center Kathara grids, which are called Tree of Life grids, or 10 center grids, all of these are clues to their distortions of the original 12 teachings. If you look at the teachings of people like that and see what they're lining people up for, you will inevitably find what is called a ruby order signature. Ruby order.
Do they know these people on a conscious level that they're doing that?
Usually the people around the center don't. But usually, by the time there's a large group around the center, the center has some idea, because the center is usually not the person who was in that body to begin with. So I don't know in the case of the person you mentioned, but I mean, I know it's ruby order, but I don't know what status they are in, and I'm going to leave it at that, because it's going to turn into a literal name thing. But there is a section in the 51 pages that are coming that breaks it basically down into who's who in the United Resistance, what agendas they're running, and some of their basic affiliations. So I think you may be able to find enough of an answer in that material that you'll be able to place that and answer that question. Yes?
Just a quick question. What was going on in the Far East?
In the Far East? Oh, all sorts of stuff. You had Mongolian raider races coming up and attacking the Yu Grail lines that were from the Yu descent Grail line races that were Chinese and Tibetan. They were raided and infiltrated. But at the same time, the Guardian races were trying to keep pockets of their race strains alive. The Indigos, but they were like literally underground as far as social contact. They weren't awake, they weren't given, only a few of them would be given information to try to bring it through. They were just keeping the gene code alive on the planet. So there were pockets of the Grail lines protected all the way through, but whenever they'd be found out, these raidings had happened. It happened all through, up in China and over into Japan, down through Tibet. It happened all through the Middle East. It happened through Afghanistan, because there was a Grail line there. I mean, they're going back for the territory at this point. It happened in the Mayan cultures. It happened in the Toltec cultures, and created the Aztecs, which were never intended to be created here. They weren't human, the Aztec descent, but they had been. The tribe that had been raided was a Toltec tribe that was a Grail line tribe.
Did I identify the shift in priorities with the Mayans as well, from serpent worshiping and blood race?
Yeah, it's fit in there. I mean, I don't know how much detail we have on that, but when the time period, when we get up a little further, I think it's right in through here. We just mention it here. There's more information. There's a whole, I think, even in the book, even in your book, I think there's a little bit more on each of these. I'm not sure if it's in that book or the one that's coming out. But anyway, during this period, if you look at who worshipped what, there's a point that in the book that's coming out, the Forbidden Book, we get into some of that symbolism, where if you were worshiping crocodiles and dragons back in Sumeria, it meant this. If you were if you were using the sign of the serpent or the brotherhood of the snake or any of that, it meant the Thoth group. The sign of the cross meant something. The crucifixion cross. Well, that was crucifixion, all right. Our planet was crucified. But so all of these things do have a direct affiliation. You can tell by the artwork if you know what groups are connected to what fallen angelic groups that had what forms, because they would usually use the form of reptile worship if they had a reptile gene code or an affiliation with a reptile gene code. All of those things. Avian, some of them worshipped not hawks, but what are they called? Falcons, those kind of things. So all of these were tied into what the race line gene code was in the higher dimensional fields, and who was controlling what down here. Anyway, we had the Mayan raids, Luciferian Anunnaki, Thoth personally, raided the Mayan angelic human 12 tribes in the Yucatan and progressively infiltrated select 12 tribe settlements throughout South, North, and Central America, and eventually they moved up into the Inuit populations in Canada, which had been people who would come over from Lemuria when Lemuria went down. So progressive, step by step, every place we put a human group, they would raid them. And the human 12 tribes were kind of like sitting ducks, because every time there was a wipeout and a reseeding had to be done, there were only 24 places that seeding would take place simultaneously. It would start with 144,000 people, 12 tribes of 12,000, 6,000 of each would be put on their corresponding Stargate and Q-site point. So if you look at the Stargate and Q-site maps, you know exactly where, repeatedly, the human races have been seeded over and over again. If it went bad this time, that's where they put them back again, because they are the guardians of those gates and the grid lines that go with them. Okay? And basically it's hard to hide them when everybody knows where they're going to be put. And that, so... All right, then we talked about before the 3,000, or what Az had read about, the 3,470 BC Babylon Massacre, Galactic Federation, Luciferian, Palladian, and Nibiru and Anunnaki races, Steel Ark of the Covenant gold box, and Stargate tools. They attempt world dominion, beginning in Marduk Anunnaki Draconian-held Babylon. So Galactic Federation and these guys, the Thoth guys, go after the Draconian Anunnaki, the Marduk crew, that are holding Babylon. They create temporary planetary magnetic grid collapse. They used arc tools at Babylon and Nibiru dotted crystal grid at Stonehenge, England, to create a reverse fire letter sequence distortions, further ones, in the planetary grids, which caused major mutations in the function of the angelic human DNA template, erases race memory, because what was really getting on their nerves was the Marduk Anunnaki group, who's in competition with them. They have a draconian agenda. They had Babylon. They were progressively getting control of more grids, and it looked like they were going to get control of Stargate and QSite 10. And that could be a real problem. If you're going after Gate 11, you're going to have an issue happening. So they more than just wanting to neutralize the angelic humans, they wanted to erase the memory matrix and make it very difficult for the Leviathan races to communicate with each other, because they wanted to break up this little stronghold that was happening here. So they purposely contrived a way to use the checkerboard matrix mathematicals to create very specific mutations that would reverse part of the DNA, leave part of it normal. Reverse part, leave part normal. Which would mean half of your language signals would be backwards. Right now, our languages, we were talking about this last night, our languages, if you look at our alphabet in English, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? If you took it and went like A, B, C, and then D, E, A, B, C, D, I think it's on threes. A, B, C would be straight, let's say. Then you'd have E, F, G, you'd actually reverse them. F, E, G, you'd have to reverse every set of them to actually get the actual language that was there. We had to be given new languages to be able to speak again and to communicate again. And this is where Toth likes to, and Galactic Federation like to say, oh, we came in and gave you languages. Yes, after you took them away, you know. Because the DNA and how it's sequenced determines what kind of sound frequencies we can process into cognition. And when they scrambled the DNA to the level that they did here, the old languages that we knew from Atlantis, we couldn't read them, we couldn't understand them, we couldn't make the sounds anymore. And this is part of the healing that will progressively take place. That's why when we use the Mua language translations to the clearest that they can be translated right now, those translations are progressively helping us to restore the original data banks on language that belong to this race. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Okay, they use the art tools, so they're trying to go after these guys to neutralize them and take care of the human races while they're at it. So they literally erased the memory records as well, where we'd have partial memory, and then the other part would be Nibiruan memory, where they literally plugged their memory grids. They started running holographic inserts, which are kind of like virtual reality pictures, down through the Nibiruan dotted crystal grid, down into the planetary radial body, which is like a projection screen. So for us to have memory, we are directly tapped into our personal radio bodies, which tap into the planetary radio body. So we started, the parts of our codes that were the normal, that weren't reversed, would hold the actual human memory. Then the other parts that were reversed would start to download Nibiruan memory, where we would progressively begin to build up the Nibiruan memory imprint, progressively reversing more of our DNA. Eventually we'll be talking totally backwards, compared to what we used to. And this has been the process by which, right now, we sit here, we don't remember who we are. We can't remember our other time vectors. And when we try to start remembering, we try to start pulling incarnational data, you can find all sorts of wacky stuff in there, stuff that doesn't quite sequence the right way. Because there's stuff spliced in between the natural sequence that wasn't meant to be there, and parts of the natural sequence were literally edited out of the memory banks on a planetary level. What we're doing with the Vecca codes, we're working with them, the Vecca codes put back the divine blueprint frequencies and the primal light and sound frequencies back into the planetary radio body and into our own, which means it's allowing the field to form again, the sound light field, that will allow the natural sequencing of our memory records on a planetary and a personal level to start coming back. Okay, let's see. Okay, all right, now when they did this, erase the memory, it blocks the natural kundalini flow in the body. This mutation that they did through the grids, it not only did all those things and erased the memory, but it blocks the natural kundalini flow in the body, causing pineal, thalamus, hypothalamus, and thyroid gland malfunctions that shorten human lifespan and block interdimensional perception in all but implanted Anu Melchizedek chosen ones, and it scrambles the natural language patterns. This was recorded as a Tower of Babel event. Now here, these body things that have taken place in our bodies since this time, because these glands, pineal is like sitting there dormant, and our scientists tell us it's like, atrophied because it doesn't do anything anymore. They have no idea what it did, right? It helped us ascend. That's what it did. These organs have been progressively malfunctioning, and the malfunction gets worse a little bit worse with each generation, because each generation amplifies whatever coding it has. Now, these things create the chemicals that are created in the body, the biochemicals that are created in the body and in the brain because of these malfunctions, literally progressively poison the body to the point where it shortens its lifespan hugely. Where even before these mutations, at least I think we lived about 800 years, 800 to 1,000 years then. Before that, we were immortal. And they took that away by the first level of by first cutting off the D12 frequency. Then after that, they amplified that, and we were able to live shorter periods when they did the 25,500 BC Nibiru data crystal grid. Then they amplified it again and took us from at least having an 800 to 1,000 year lifespan down to having 75 to 100 year lifespan. And that's what we have now. I mean, this stuff is nasty. It just amazes me what kind of mentality could actually do that and live with itself. A very sick one, obviously. What's scary is it's not just a person. It's not just a mass murderer who you see in an interview and you see that there's no, like, literally soulless being that has no remorse or anything. These are races. These are whole races of beings that function with that kind of mentality. Okay. Now, 2668 BC, Joshua invasion. Galactic Federation, Luciferian and Jehovian Anunnaki infiltrates Saqqara, Egypt with Pharaoh Joshua. Guess who that was? That was Enoch. They don't tell you that in the books. Well, they used to say it in the books, but they were kind of edited and destroyed right after they were written. Enoch was Joshua, and he wasn't working Emerald Covenant yet. He hadn't crossed back over when he fell in 10,500 BC. He had not crossed back over yet in the Joshua period. He actually led an invasion. Well, kind of like it wasn't a hard invasion. He came in to, it wasn't a pharaoh, there was a Grail king who Saqqara had actually belonged to. His name was Imhotep. And Imhotep was the actual king. And he was a Grail king, and he was running the Emerald Covenant agenda. And he was trying in the Saqqara area it was like a place where they were hiding bunches of Grail lines to keep them safe from the things that were starting to become the Pharaonic dynasties, which were the Illuminati dynasties. Enoch came in, had found out, had located what was going on there, where there was a hotbed right there of the ones they want to wipe out, and he made a deal. He made a deal with Imhotep. You let me come in, be peaceful, you can be my visor, you can, hang out with me and stick around. We don't have to be nasty about this. And he literally, Imhotep said, fine, what am I going to do? Because the thing was, if he did not agree, if Imhotep did not agree to peacefully step down and let Joshua, Enoch, as Joshua, come in and start the infiltration into Egypt again. Because he had the Jehovian Anunnaki at this point were trying to infiltrate Egypt, where the Thothians had been running around there for a long time, and you had a bunch of Draconians running around in the Pharaonic dynasties. So this was the Jehovians trying to get in on the deal again. So it was a peaceful takeover. Imhotep, in the stories, I guess, ends up as like possibly the builder of Saqqara. I think they have him. Do they have him listed as that? Yeah. Well, he was a builder, but he was the architect, let's say, not the person who put the stones there. But he was not originally the Pharaoh Joshua's kind of like, second-hand man. He was originally the guy who the pyramid belonged to him. It was peaceful because if Imhotep had said no to allowing Enoch to come in and allowing this transfer to go peacefully and to helping the Indigos and the Grail lines to accept this transfer, Enoch had told him he would go and tell the Pharaonic ones that were looking for the Grail lines where they were. So Enoch wouldn't dirty his hands hurting them, but they would tip off the Pharaonic dynasty people that would come in and do genocide on the Grail lines. And because Imhotep was very protective of the Grail lines, as we always had been, any of us had been in those days, all the way through from Atlantis, he let it be peaceful, because at least it kept the gene code alive still on the planet, because it was getting less and less again through the rating. So that was the story of Zoshar. Let's see, they deposed, wait a minute. Okay, so, all right, here we go. Galactic Federation was they infiltrated Saqqara, Egypt with Pharaoh Joshua, and with Joshua came, now with Enoch, Joshua, came the Luciferian Knights Templar super race, all right, and the Midianite races of Israel and Samaria. Now, Enoch led them in to begin an invasion of Egypt. Enoch still had affiliations, because part of what he had, when he had made agreements with Toth to work on the same side, they had started a hybrid line combining the Jehovian Leviathans with the Toth Leviathans and the Samjazi Leviathans to get all those codes together. This is what built up to become the Knights Templar, which then, you remember when they raided the Celtic and Druidics to get those codings, then they progressively they continued raiding, and they were becoming a super race, and then they raided some more of the Tribe 10 people, and they became the Midianite races, which became the Hyksos races. The Midianite Hyksos races are what most of the stories in the Bible are about, as far as, you know, Exodus and all that stuff, the family lines, you know, Abraham, all these guys, they all fit into that line. Okay, now, they deposed the Saras Egyptian Grail king Pharaoh Imhotep in a peaceful surrender. Imhotep remains with Joshua Regimen as lesser of the apparent evils compared to the Marduk Anunnaki draconian agenda invasions progressively advancing from Babylonia. So it was like the lesser of the evils to just, you know, stay there and try to protect the Grail Land people that he had been, Imhotep had originally been protecting. Okay, click on this one left, please.
The Galactic Confederation is named as Galactic Federation.
Mm-hmm.
You have Galactic Federation, but there's also a Galactic Confederation. Is it one and the same?
They're all related. It's probably a branch of GF that is ticked off at some other branch of GF, so they make themselves
They're
distinct.
just more, it sounds like confederation.
Yeah, Confederation, right? Yeah. Hey, the Confederation. Well,
Good time to take a look.
it would be a good time to... Okay, how far? Let's get through. I wanted to get through just this part. Okay, so let me see. How much?
The new monarchs can come.
Okay. I just want... I want to get through 2024 BC, Dead Sea Conquest, Galactic Federation, again, and Luciferian Anunnaki race a Steel Ark of the Covenant box and tools again. They launched World Dominion campaign again in Babylonia, extending into the Dead Sea area between Israel and Jordan. They destroy Sumerian cities once located in the Dead Sea region, recorded as destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible. Magi Grail King races retrieve Ark of the Covenant gold box and tools, preventing the spread of the Anunnaki World Dominion. They would have taken over right there and got rid of all of us if the Grail Kings hadn't stolen the box back with the Ark of the Covenant, with the rod and the staff. So you can imagine this game, how this evolved over the thousands of years between then and now. With, I got it, no, I got it, no, I got it, no, I got it, I got it, I'm going to blow up the world. Oh, I don't have it anymore. Oh, they took it. You're not going to blow up the world. This is what has been going on. It's been absolutely bizarre. And we've been missing it all. That's what's the bummer. I mean, it's like right under our noses, in front of our faces, and we have no idea that it's been going on, and it still is, right? 1670 to 1550 BC, Hyksos invasion. The Midianite Hyksos king line, the Jehovian Anunnaki Melchizedeks, crossed with the Luciferian Knights Templar Anu Melchizedeks from Saqqara, Egypt, the Joshua lineage that was, as they were progressively building up, you know, the Enoch one they had crossed previously with Toth. They're amplifying more by bringing more of their races in. They infiltrate Egypt from 2668 BC, and they finally take over. All right, this is where Joshua came in. They infiltrate here at Joshua, and then finally take over Egyptian dynasties as the Hyksos kings in 1670 BC. 1550 BC, draconian agenda Pharaoh Amos deposes last Hyksos king Pharaoh Chamos, leading to 1476 BC Hyksos exodus under draconian agenda Pharaoh Tutmosis III. Under Galactic Federation direction, Hyksos intend to invade and destroy angelic human Hebrew Tribe 2 in Israel. So it wasn't that the Hebrews were being persecuted by the Egyptians and God helped them to, you know, cross the Red Sea so they could go and have their new home, promised land, over in Israel. What was happening was the Hyksos that had come in through Joshua, infiltrated the Egyptian dynasties that were already corrupted, got control for a while. Then the Egyptian dynasties, the draconian agenda ones, got control again, started persecuting the Hyksos. The Hyksos wanted out. Galactic Federation helped them to get out. It doesn't take much to part the Red Sea when you've got the rod. All right? The rod tool is like consider a very powerful laser beam. It's a sonic frequency. There's some details in the new book that's coming out on more about how these technologies work, and particularly in that instance, how, you know, it like parted the Red Sea. So that whole story was about the Hyksos Illuminati running away from the Egyptian Illuminati that they had taken over, and then took them out, you know, took them over back. And these are the names of the pharaohs. And if you can look up those time periods where those pharaohs are, you know, registered in those time periods. So The Hyksos, they didn't just want to leave to be safe. They left under Tutmosis III. That's where this whole story of Moses and all of that fits all into here. Galactic Federation is the one that gave Moses the rod tool that had been stolen out of the box. That's what was used to do the Red Sea trick. But what they were supposed to do was get the rest of the box, which they had for a while. They were supposed to bring it into Israel, and this is where like the Temple of Solomon and all this stuff starts to come into, and they were supposed to use it to annihilate and obliterate Hebrew Tribe 2 that were in Israel. They were the guardians of Vortex 2 that connects to Stargate 2 in Brua or Florida. There was a direct connection, so Israel is very significant if you wanted to get to Stargate 2, which was the control gate for the rest of the gates on the planet. So that's what this was all about. So the Hyksos intended to invade and destroy the angelic human Hebrew Tribe 2 in Israel, but they weren't able to. In 1459 BC, the Israel Crusade started. The Hyksos from the Exodus, instructed by Galactic Federation, they arranged this whole thing, and the Luciferian Anunnaki to use stolen Ark of the Covenant, gold box, Stargate rod, and staff tools to destroy Hebrew angelic human tribe 2. They intend to claim Israel as their promised land, because of Vortis 2, as beginning of intended global dominion pole shift Luciferian covenant agenda. They were going to just create some grid cleaning and get rid of anything else but themselves, so by the time the Stargate cycle happened, it'd only be them on the planet. Right. They intended to claim their promised land at the beginning of the global dominion agenda. The Saras Egyptian Magi Grail kings that had been exiled in the desert retrieved the Ark of the Covenant gold box. They raided when these guys stole it, they stole it back from them. Okay? And they prevented the Hyksos from destroying Hebrew Tribe 2. This is why they never got to get their promised land. They didn't get to get in there because what they were going to use to wipe out the races that were guarding it was taken away from them, right out from under them by the Grail lines. And it was put here in 1458 BC. This started. Okay, these are connected. The Saras Egyptian Magi Grail line Pharaoh Queen Hatshepsut of Egypt receives the Ark of the Covenant gold box during these periods here, and the tools from the desert Magi Grail kings after they stopped the Hyksos Israel invasion. Her part draconian half-brother, Tutmosis III, invades Hatshepsut's temple and steals the Ark box. So Hatshepsut gets it, it's in the good guys' hands. Then it goes flying back over to the draconian hands. And now these guys up here, the Israel people, are still upset because they wanted it in their hands. It's ridiculous what's been going on here. All right, 1353, fall of Akhenaten. Or however you want to pronounce it, I pronounce it Akhenaten. That's, you know, did you ever see the books coming out about the hero Pharaoh, Pharaoh Akhenaten, that he went into he did Tel El Amarna and completely changed or tried to transpose his single god worship over the multiple god Egyptian worship of the other Leviathan races. Well, he was supposed to be part of a bioregenesis experiment. Part of the Emerald Covenant, he was an Anunnaki that was supposed to come in and try to help to create a race line that would allow these distorted race lines to begin to move through. And he failed miserably. He ended up on the other side. And now, he's being glorified by channels and all sorts of stuff. Guess who they're talking to? All right. So they attempt to enter Hyksos Egyptian king line into the Saras Egyptian Magi Grail line for Galactic Federation Hyksos Emerald Covenant entry. So here Galactic Federation decides maybe it'll try this, right? They decide they'll be nice and yeah, okay, we want to do Emerald Covenant. Okay, and the Hyksos, all right, so they are going to do a Hyksos genetic bioregenesis program. Pharaoh Akhenaten fails in his intended Emerald Covenant mission in favor of Anunnaki Luciferian agenda. That's like the Thoth, Samjazi, Palladian, and all those guys. And is killed by competing Draconian agenda uncle. Galactic Federation defects from Emerald Covenant. All they really wanted to do was get the gene line going anyway. There's a huge history of, okay, we'll be nice now, we're really, really sorry. Yes, we'll do that to make it up, but we want to be in Emerald Covenant now. And as soon as they get in and start getting a little bit trusted, they take you and stab you in the back with it. So this has been going on the whole time. You think the founders would say, all right, already, we just don't believe you anymore. But that would be judging instead of loving and not allowing the opportunity for healing to take place. So they have put up with this for eons. Then, 906 BC, fall of Solomon's temple. I wanted to get to this point. This one just cracks me up. King Solomon, who was a Hyksos Anu Melchizedek plus Saras Egyptian Magi Grail line. All right, so Solomon was another attempt to do this. All right, where you took a mother that was the Magi Grail line, combining it with a father that was Hyksos. King David was Hyksos. Solomon was the product of David, and I believe, what was her name? forget what her name was. It's in the other book. Who was she? Bathsheba. I believe it was Bathsheba. But anyway, we have the King Solomon, son of Hyksos, King David, is guided by Galactic Federation to use, again, stolen Ark of the Covenant gold box tools to destroy the Hebrew, angelic, human tribe 2 races of Israel, to claim the Promised Land. So, King Solomon's getting messed with, even though he was supposed to be part of the bioregenesis program, failed again, and he had, at least he got the codes in there, though. It was passed down through his line. The Grail codes were built back up and allowed an opportunity for Anunnaki and Draconian races of Leviathan descent. There is actually a gene line that they can evolve through on the planet. It's considered a secondary Grail line, which it's for the Anunnaki, or it's for the non-human souls on the planet. And it started, the most recent version started with Solomon. But King Solomon, son of the Hyksos King David, is guided by Galactic Federation again to use the stolen Ark of the Covenant gold box tools to again try to destroy the Hebrew, angelic, tribe 2 races in Israel, to claim the Promised Land and the Vortex number 2, to advance the global dominion agenda. This is funny. The Palladian, Ceres, Emerald Covenant race of Alcyone intervenes directly with a beam ship. Right? They brought a ship in for this one, intending to teleport the Ark box and tools out of Solomon's temple. Because there was a place in there, I forget exactly where it is, but it's where did they say? Oh shoot, I forget the name of the location. That is revealed in the other book. The original Solomon's temple was an actual physical temple. It was built, and they had stolen the Ark box again, and they had it in Solomon's temple. So these guys, the Palladian, Ceres, Emerald Covenant races, came in and they were going to try to use a beam ship, because with a beam ship they're very interesting. If you can find a particular mathematical coordinate anywhere, and you can aim your particle beams in that direction, and you have the ability to, have a certain particle beams can manifest and then demanifest and then remanifest something. You can simply beam in, latch onto it, it disappears, pops up in your spaceship, and that's what they were going to try to do with the Ark box to get it. We're out of the line of fire, so the Hyksos couldn't take over the Hebrews. Right? Okay. So they were going to return it to the Magi Grail King protection to prevent Solomon's assault on the Hebrews and the advancement of the pole shift agenda. This is a funny part. Galactic Federation attempts to teleport the box. They see what the good guys are doing, right? Uh-oh, they got a ship in there. We have to go in and get it out from under them. So Galactic Federation attempts to teleport the Ark box to their Palladian ship. They send a Palladian ship in to try to beam it up before our guys could latch onto it. But they miscalculated. They destroyed Solomon's temple completely with a photoradionic wave beam. The Palladian Ceres retrieved the Ark box and prevent the pole shift agenda. They were able to get the box out in time, the good guys this time. But meanwhile, the Palladians actually flattened their own temple because they miscalculated their mathematics, because they were in a hurry to try to, grab it before the Guardians got it. So this is some of the history that we are living here. When we get back, we're going to take just a 15-minute break, because I really want to get this information to you, and I hope I'm not exhausting you yet. Just a 15-minute break. There's some food there. Then we'll get back into who are these Leviathan people. We'll finish this series here, which we're almost done with. Then we'll get who are the Leviathan. So we have that missing piece filled in. Or not, or the reservoir.
It's called Ristorante Ioni.
I don't even know if we're allowed to. Are we allowed to even legally?
Don't worry about things like that.
Would anybody come and arrest us? Or? No? Okay. Okay. We're healing the water. If any cops or anything come by, we're just healing the water. We're doing a prayer meditation dance, which we are. Okay. All right, 159. We're coming.
I wonder if we can get them quiet with the songs.
Okay, I think they'll probably be fine once I can start talking, and I can't start talking until I get finished. Can we do this after? Does that have to be done right now? Because I really need to put the 59. Most of these I'm not going to go through heavily, because we already went through them in the reading that Az did. Most of these were, spoken about in that period, because they're the more contemporary ones. But we didn't touch. We left off from the fall of Solomon's temple, and when the Palladians blew up their own temple trying to get the Ark of the Covenant. And we go up to 26 BC, which is the Roman invasion. So this one we haven't talked about yet. So the Roman invasion. Now this actually started way before, literally in the foundations of Rome, like going back 700 BC, that type period. There's a lot more history that shows infiltration and invasion. But the areas of Italy and Greece were very special because they were another area where the Magi Grail lines and the Magi Grail kings from Atlantis were going into exile. It was called Ionia. And bunches of them were like literally going down there and trying to, figure out how to solve the problem and keep the race lines alive long enough for the stellar activation to come. So it was another area that was raided very early on, where the original Italic people, who were the original Italian people, were a Grail line group, or I think they were a human group, and they had a Grail line, Ionian Grail line with them. They were progressively invaded by various different fallen angelic forces through the Leviathan hybrid races. Now, 26 BC is when that all kind of started to come to a head, between 46 BC and 26 BC. And then by 26 BC, the Roman invasion was where Omicron Draconian legions, before this, from like 700 BC forward, you had Anunnaki trying to invade here, and they were pretty much the dominant force. You had Thoth going over into here. He was, I can never pronounce that name, Hermes Trismegistus, that's it, that's the one, Hermes Trismegistus. So that's where Thoth, after raiding Mayan, I can't remember when that happened. I have the dates in the other book, because the real detail on the history is in the book that's coming out, hopefully by the end of the year. But they were already raided by Anunnaki. When you look at the legends of Greek mythology and Roman mythology, these were all about the gods of the Roman Empire. That was an Anunnaki establishment. That was about the gods of Nibiru, Olympus, those kind of things. All of that had to do with Anunnaki history and competing parts of Anunnaki history. That's why you ended up with a Greek version and a Roman version that were a little bit different. They talked about the same people, but sometimes their names were a little bit different, and sometimes the stories were a little bit different. Well, it was at this point, Rome was an Anunnaki stronghold, and the human races and the Grail line races were under subjugation of primarily Anunnaki, but some factions of Draconian and Omicron Draconian and Odedicron reptilian races. So you had them all there, but the Anunnaki were the strong ones. Now, from 26 BC, the Roman invasion, you had Omicron Draconian legions of Orion move their Nephidim and Melchizedek Illuminati races into political power within the Ionian Empire of Italy, deposing angelic human tribe 5 of Italy completely, and of Italy and Ionia, and the exiled Celtic, Druidic, and Seminole Atlantean Magi Grail kings. So these were all the guys that were in exile down in the Italy area. You had the angelic human tribe 5 that belonged there, because Stargate 5 is, guess where? It's in Rome. Guess where? You got it. Yeah, that's just, oh my God. So they deposed angelic human tribe 5, which was pretty much on its way out, or being put into a suppression already, because from the beginning they'd been raided. But they had up there the Ionian exile. They were exiled to Ionia, which is what Italy and Greece and those areas were called in the old days. The Celtic, Druidic, and Seminole Magi Grail lines had, as they were literally being chased from one place to another, trying to keep their gene lines alive. So this was the final come in and totally raid all of the Grail lines and the Tribe 5 people to get control of the territories where Stargate 5 was, so when the stellar activation cycle happened, they would be able to run their nasty stuff through the grids with no interference. Gives a whole new definition to the word mass. Okay, where's my little pointer? Yeah. At this point, my uncle would probably try to crucify me. He's a priest, bless him. Oh, my father's brother. So it's like, now I know why my grandmother passed on, I think it was 3 years ago, before she ever had to find out what I was actually teaching. Okay. So, bless her, it wouldn't have been easy for her. All right, so anyway, these guys, they created the Omicron Draconian legions through their Nephidim and Melchizedek Illuminati races. Began to create a stronghold in the Roman Empire, and began to dominate the Roman Empire. They progressively infiltrate and transpose their race identity. Again, that's a genetic thing, but it's also coming into a culture and killing anybody that doesn't cooperate forcing your belief system on them. And if you don't, if they don't teach that to their children teach it to their children, they literally exterminate them. So this is a process of forcing one's will on another civilization. If that civilization has any desire to stay alive, which the angelic humans needed to, and they knew they did. They had to, they couldn't be exterminated in the stellar activation cycle, or there'd be nobody to run the rounds the right way. So they would allow themselves to be persecuted. They would teach their children the lies, so at least their children could live to carry on and have more children. This is where you got a whole bunch of stuff of birth control not being allowed, because they needed as many little bodies with reverse coding as possible to run enough frequency to try to access the grids. This is why the Church of Rome still will not allow birth control. Why is this echoing? Yeah, why am I getting feedback on this? Anybody help? You don't know. Okay.
I'm the camera guy.
Okay.
You're talking about the Church of Rome.
Just wait, it gets better. All right, how's that? That better? Can you hear me? Okay.
Can you turn it a little bit this way? Up.
Well, then you get a little more echo as well.
Oh dear, that didn't sound good.
It's okay.
So it's not going to fall on your head, is it? Yeah. I figure in situations or in classes like this where you're learning this kind of material, any precaution you need to take as far as anything falling or flying or tripping over is a good idea to just pay attention. Don't give them any excuses or any ins. Right? Really? Check the things on the lamps, right? What's nice is because we've been running the D12 frequency and higher frequencies a lot, we have a protection field around us because of that. Each one of us does personally, and the group does collectively. So that's why, I mean, if we didn't, we probably all would have been like, running for cover at this point. But we are not personally harmed at all. What's it?
You're better before than you are now as far as sound.
All right, so it's too low? Like, you can't hear back there? Okay. All right, how's that? Is that happy medium? Okay, there we go, thank you. What?
Down a hair.
Is feeding back again?
Just a hair.
It's not as bad as it was. Okay, how's that? That's good. Oh, okay. Alrighty. So, you have the transposition of race identity taking place in the regions of Ionia, Italy, and Greece, and those areas. And it began the corruption of the Ionian Grail Kings line and their CDD plate spiritual teachings, because they had some of the teachings still in written form from the ancient translations of the CDD plates. So guess where some of these are still stored? Yes, you got it. This is the stuff that they'll blow it up before they let anybody find it, literally. Okay, so these distorted teachings were the foundations for the Church of Rome. The Catholic religious control dogma political machine began. 23 AD, Essene Divide. This was Galactic Federation again. Galactic Federation unites groups of Luciferian Hyksos King and Jehovian Hassa King, Anu Melchizedek's, to raid Emerald Covenant mission of the Magi Grail King Essenes, Jeshua, John the Baptist, and Miriam in Tel El Amarna, Egypt. This is where this was taking place. Tel El Amarna is where Akhenaten's place used to be. Where Pharaoh Akhenaten had his place, where he had moved the capital to Amarna. Now, Amarna is a portal link. It has portals that link to the inner earth portals, and you can make it very quick. This is how they got the Ark of the Covenant up to the box, up to Ireland in the Jeshua period, because they were able to take it through the Amarna gates in the inner earth and take it back up through another gate portal that led up into Ireland. I mean, it would have been an awful long walk, if they tried to. So this was, they got it there by portals. So this area, again, was always an area that the Guardians kind of hung out in, because it was connected to, to the inner earth portal, one of the portals that you were allowed to open and close with the rod and the staff, or they would open or close on the other side for you. It was still functionally, you could use it. It was just it wasn't a Stargate, which are the vertical ones. It was just a portal, which can move between, like on a horizontal axis. And there were some of those that had remained open, through this period. So, The Essene Divide took place as a galactic federation. They just had their fingers in everything. These guys, I feel bad for the person who's channeling them. I really do. I mean, they have their books out and all that kind of stuff with their, they're teaching you the 12 chakra system, and they're teaching you that you have 12 DNA strands that are single heli, which, comes out to be 6 double heli strands, because they're telling you you're activating 12, but you're really only activating 6 in reverse. The person who channels these and writes the books, he doesn't know this. He has no idea that this, that this is what's going on. He doesn't know who these people are. He never asked for a resume. He was just told he was one of them. And because that's one of the seduction elements that's used here. All of a sudden you feel special because somebody out there through there likes you and says you're important and says you're part of their team. And that's how there's manipulation done, continually here, even if you don't have the memory banks. I went through a period when probably between my teens and early 20s, where I wouldn't even talk to the guardians sometimes. Because I go, well, how do I know I can trust you? You're telling me this stuff. And they said, think about it. You don't have to talk to us if you don't want to, but just think about it. And I did, and it was the memory that did it for me. Because I remembered so many things from the time I came in. I had the movies running in my head. And nothing they had said counteracted any of that. And I knew that was me. I could feel it, like I could feel my soul, my oversoul, the whole bit. There was a knowing that was beyond belief. And that's where I learned to trust, because even at that point in my teens, with the contact that I had with the guardians, and then what the Zeta races and those guys were trying to do to make sure I didn't grow up to become a speaker, you get like, well, who do you trust? And it was through the process of having the memory, and I knew it was mine. Every ounce of me resonated with it, and the memory of ascension, where I had the memory of what it took and what technologies we used and what it felt like to go back home all the way out of density and to come back in again. It was because I had that memory to play the contact off of that I was able to begin to trust the guardians. And then the integrity of the information they were bringing through, it began to progressively get more intense and more intense. Never ever contradicted itself. I did not read anything. I have a 10th grade education, right, in like American school systems. Yeah, I didn't even finish high school. I got a GED later, and then I went for about a year on a non-matriculating basis to junior college. That's the only education I have. I never had history education. I never had any kind of heavy-duty science education or anything. It became obvious that somebody knew something, because the more information that was brought through. I hadn't read a bunch of channeling books. I didn't study any Ruby Order teachings. I didn't study Run Below. I didn't know any of those things. So the stuff was coming through, and then they'd say, go to a bookstore and look for this. And then I'd find something that said pieces of the big amount that they give me. There'd be a book or two that had something to do with what they talked about when they talked about the word amente. And it's like, okay, it resonates. I feel that from somewhere. What was that? I know it's important. And I get the information from the plates on it. And then I say, okay, this is what we're saying. And I used to think, oh, Lord, and I have to bring this out to the world, how it's like a fiction novel that somebody wrote compared to the mainstream. Like, how are they even going to believe me? And they'd make me feel better by saying, go to a bookstore, look. And they'd tell me what bookstore to go to, and like some part or even sometimes the whole title of what to look for. And they'd say, there, it's already partially out there. So I'd get the book and I'd read parts of it just that had to do with the information I was given. And I was amazed at how much more detail we were given than the books that were already published. So there's a progressive growing of a trust relationship. And now, you look at the cohesiveness of the teachings, everything from the healing to the universal structure, down to the political dramas, to the history. They cover all the bases. And I know my experience is valid. So it's like there's been so much manipulation that's gone down. It's hard for anybody to tell the difference right away with what you're dealing with. But I just wanted you to know that in my personal experience, I didn't just buy into the usual thing that a lot of channels trip into. I'm important now, somebody's talking to me, oh goody, I don't care who it is, where they think it's a good person, they think it's an angel, they think it's something, they believe the words they're told without having a memory reference directly and without having any larger context to play that information off of. I didn't do that, and I just wanted you to know that, because I went through my own ringer with will I trust or won't I trust? Will I accept these, the teachings as they're coming through? Will I accept my life experience as it's coming through? I didn't have much option as far as, okay, I can reject it all and pretend I don't know any of it. I can pretend I don't remember all sorts of things that sometimes I wish I didn't as far as my other lives. But that would be self-denial. That would have been denying my whole existence and my whole experience of God being with me and my soul. So it was a process. I just wanted you to know that. All right, back to the Essene Divide. Anyway, okay. Due to the Essene Divide raids, Jeshua's Grail King Essenes were unable to fulfill the intended mission. Their mission was to disengage the Nibiru-Indadic crystal grid at Stonehenge, to disengage that program, to free Solar Stargate 4 and Earth Stargate 11, to prepare for the 2020-17 SAC. So that's what the mission really was there, aside from just bringing CDD plate translations through. The CDD plates were around because they were given back, to us at that time, because they needed to be used for some of the recoding that was going to be done. We were going to disengage the Nibiru-Indadic crystal grid so it couldn't run its reverse program anymore, which means break the link between that grid and the the transmission. You can look at it as like a current of energy between the Nibiruan thing that was anchored in Stonehenge and Battlestar Wormwood. It was like we were going to sever that current. That would at least get that thing out of the way. It was probably going to create some type of geographical instabilities, but it wouldn't have been pole shift or anything. We were supposed to get these areas secured, but because of Galactic Federation motivating these groups to rebel against the Emerald Covenant when they had agreed to participate in the Emerald Covenant, we weren't able to finish it. Let's see. The Magi Essenes had fulfilled part of the mission, part of it, by reclaiming the Rod Stargate tool and its Ark of the Covenant gold box from Galactic Federation's Noah, Abraham, Moses, Hyksos, Anu, Melchizedek Illuminati line. Okay? See those names? Those biblical names. That is their history. That is their race line names. The Noah line came out of Nohasa, Atlantis. They progressively moved up where Abraham, there's a story of Abraham Abraham and Moses is in the new book that's coming out, has like a lot more historical detail. But they were all the progression from the Atlantean Illuminati king lines all the way up through. And these were the ones that were like the affiliated with the Knights Templar. They had all of that coding in their DNA template. They were a super race where they were the ones that would be able to access the grids. Okay, so because of Galactic Federation, we weren't able to finish the whole mission, but we finished part of it because at least we got back the rod from these guys, and we got the gold box back. We'd had the staff. This is where there's part of the detail. I don't remember all of it, but it had to do with the rod is what Moses had been given to part the Red Sea thingy and to do the tablets and those kind of things, the commandment tablets, which is another story. They were the law tablets. The commandments were actually the 12 tonal sequences that were supposed to be uttered to release the security seal on the Ark of the Covenant box. And Enoch had originally done them, and then he had given the information when he went over. He had given the information to the Anunnaki so they could open the box. So the Ten Commandments is another story. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you just, after a while you just shake your head and go, oh my God. These guys should get like whatever their highest award for fiction writing. They really deserve an award for that. All right, okay, but we couldn't recover the staff. We got the rod back, we got the box back, but we didn't get the staff back. And you needed the rod and the staff tool together to work with the plates and the signet shields. So it was still, well, got almost all of them, but don't have all the elements together to get the job done. All right. Following the failure of the intended planetary security mission, Jeshua, John, and Miriam and several Magi Grail King Essenes hid the Ark of the Covenant gold box and its rod tool in the Vale of Pusey, England, via the Tel El Amarna Inner Earth Portal Passage. So we got those things up into secure position in, what's called England, in the Vale of Pusey, England. And as we progressed up, when we get to the Arthur period, that's where we got the box, and we got Excalibur back, which means we got the staff back. And Excalibur was the sword that you would hold it. It literally was an encasement, so it didn't burn you because it was radioactive. And I mean, these tools are radioactive tools. They're higher technologies than we have here. I remember working with the Arthur period, and I have a self there, and I was in training. This is why we wear the Excalibur. This isn't a cross, this is an Excalibur. Because the frequencies that were transmitted by the staff tool when it was held within the metal casing of the sword, you could draw in, I mean, once you got to be able to handle it where it didn't knock you on your bottom, you could literally draw in lightning bolts and literally let them energize you, and it would temporarily set your frequencies back, open your DNA temporarily, so you could get more information, so you could open your vision, and you have a bit more power too. You could also use it to do stuff. You could cut rock with it, you could levitate things with it, you could kill people with it if you were of that sort, but we weren't. You know, so we have a personal affiliation with Excalibur, and we played with it a bit. All right, so anyway. 225 AD, we went through that earlier, the Council of Nicaea nonsense, where they pulled everything together, ripped books apart, put them back together again, invented a few stories in between, and made what was called the canonized Bible as the control dogma, political religion that would allow Rome to progressively spread its influence, because Rome and the people who were running it wanted to take over the planet. They wanted the Templar, and they were planning to get it. Out of this whole thing, you end up with Knights Templar, Knights Malta. In the contemporary version, you have part of those as the KKK, Knights, you know, those, the Ku Klux Klan Knights people. All of these Knights. That's a clue. The people that call themselves the Knights. They're all plugged in to one of the main groups. And it's like they do all sorts of wonderful things. They do hospitals, they help people, they collect money for orphans, they help countries where people are starving. They're just really lovely people. And most of the people working for them are. The people in the outer circles do not know what their high honchos know. They're not told that information. That's how the Freemasons work too. By the time you get to be like, I think it's a 33rd degree Freemason, you might know something. And what you know most of all is how to manipulate everybody else around you, especially the little people you consider cronies, because that's what they do. Little foot soldiers that you only tell them this much. This has been going on in all of these groups. I feel really badly for the people who have gotten themselves involved. Some of them are human, some of them are Illuminati. They don't know the difference, and they're being suckered into this. They're being conned, and they think they're going to get power or knowledge or at least some maybe social status or some social help in this world, because they all help each other. You know, it's like they'll give each other jobs, they'll give each other contracts over somebody that's not one of them. This game has been going on since Atlantis, literally. Yes.
How do you feel about the information given by David Icke?
I don't want to go there right now. Not on film. I have a great fondness in my heart for David Icke, let's say, on a soul level. Let's just say he could have been on the right track if he didn't take a long vacation somewhere else and doesn't want to hear about it. I have had, we've attempted to communicate, and that hasn't worked out really well, and that's okay. I respect him as a being, and I leave it at that. And no, as far as some of the information, the usual thing associated with David Icke is like the Queen Mother. Is she really a reptile that eats infants at satanic ceremonies? No, she isn't. I wouldn't say she's a guardian either, but the stuff he gets involved with, some of it has to do with wild goose chases. If that happens, somebody who could have really been assisting to bring out very good information can get sidetracked where they think they've got the whole picture when actually they don't. And that is kind of like the hardly any relationship that I've ever had with that person with that name, as far as just communications, through like the website, I believe it was, and then one or two phone conversations that were useless. We tried to point out certain things as far as, yes, you're on the right track, but there's this bigger picture. Didn't want to hear about the bigger picture.
He's what they call a useful idiot.
Oh. Oh. I would never, ever, I really wouldn't call anybody that. That 608 AD, Arthurian Grail quest. We went through that about the the Knights of the Round Table and all that, and Excalibur. And let's see, where are we? We're coming up to creation of Leviathan, and that is something that absolutely needs to be covered. Not yet. This was just the other part of the Arthur period. Okay. Now, 1244 AD, the Albigensian Crusade, Church of Rome, Nephidim, Anunnaki, Anu Melchizedek Illuminati, on behalf of the Omicron Draconian One World Order agenda. All right, Nephidim, Anu Melchizedek's working the Omicron Draconian agenda, launched a genocide campaign against the Magi Grail line Cathari. There's Cathari that were coming up from the Anunnaki line, but also ones that were the original ones, which were the Cathari. And they were our Grail lines, that they were descended directly from Jeshua, from the Jeshua line. Okay, so they launched a genocide campaign against them, and against the Cathari, and the Tribe 12 people. Now, Tribe 12 would go with Stargate 12. Stargate 12 is in southern France, in the Montségur area of southern France. So they were the guardians of that gate. The campaign was initiated to stop the Cathari from using the round table knowledge, because they still had parts of it, to disengage the Nibiru and Datic crystal grid. So they were trying to get this grid down because it had failed in the other period, so they were still trying. Okay. Knowledge gained from CDD plate, they had, to disengage Nibiru and Datic crystal. They'd also got after them because, wait a minute, there's something to do with, I'm remembering something from the other thing, and I want to see how it fits in here, from the other book. Okay, they also had CDD plate 12. The Cathari had CDD plate 12 in their possession, and they were being, translating it to get the round table knowledge so they could go and finish the mission. CDD plate 12, the Catholic Church people, the Dracs, found out about it, that it was on planet, and they went after them because they wanted to get it. It was considered an Atlantean relic that they were hunting down. It's a relic, all right. All right, okay. And it was in possession of the Cathari at the time. The Cathari's last stand was at Montségur in southern France, an event historically recorded as the Albigensian Crusades, in which the Cathari were cornered and burned alive at the order of the Church of Rome, and accomplices in the government of France. So there were direct, government infiltration in France also. A small group of Cathari escaped with CDD plate 12 and with numerous volumes of pure Jeshua Essene records, which were hidden in France and remain to this day, to eventually provide witness to the realities of the Atlantean conspiracy. So they are there. The records are still there, and they are under very high security. I have no idea where there, but when the time comes, they will bear witness to the things that are being taught now and to what has gone on here. That time may be around 2017. I don't know. That may be a time when things have changed an awful lot on this planet. Okay, 1500, I'm sorry.
Does that have anything to do with the Dead Sea Scrolls being uncovered and rewriting the Bible?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are a riot because you don't know which group did them, because everybody was making up stories to counteract other stories and to hide true stories. So parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls, I think most of them are coming from the Hyksos line, the Anunnaki lines, but some of them are coming from Drac lines, so they're not all by the same people. And none of them, from what I've been told, have any of the information of the original Essene teachings. These were when the Essene divide happened, when the Hyksos and all those guys who had part Essene coding from the earlier biogenesis things that they were doing through, like Solomon and those guys, when they divided again, they weren't in the Emerald Covenant, the Essene groups, or Anunnaki Essenes, went in one direction, and they're part of the ones that were involved with Dead Sea Scrolls. Their lineage would be involved with Dead Sea Scrolls. So you're not going to find a whole lot of anything coherent that puts pieces together there, but it will help to weave their story. You watch. They'll be, as these things get found and they'll get translated, they will be used in order to try to justify the biblical history story, which was part of the plan all along on their side. Yeah, but so far they have not told me that any of them belong to us, and it's either that none of them do, or that there's some there that, if that was known right now, something bad would happen to them, or they're not found yet, or something would happen to us or something because we knew about it. So it's either on security clearance, and there might be some connection to, our stuff, or it's completely, none of it is our stuff. So that's like one of those, well, we'll wait and see. If I'm given any information on Dead Sea Scrolls that belong to us, it will eventually go in the books. Okay. All right. 1500 AD, Amica Crusade. The quest for the Holy Grail continues as the Hyksos Knights Templar Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races and the Omicron Draconian Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races advance their One World Order agenda in pursuit of the Holy Grual, the Grual Point. which is Stargate 2, the central control point for Earth's Templar, and both competing groups intended to hold dominion over the lands of the Gruau Point when the stellar activation cycle arrived. The Protestant and Catholic invasion of Native American tribes began. The divisions that happened here, they both began to use the same books, all right, the same records of the falsified canonized Bible, and they used that because it had been spread and, you know, pushed around so much. It was now a very powerful political control mechanism. So the Anunnaki races went into doing Protestant translations in rebellion against the Catholic translations, which were the Draconian translations. So here again, in the Protestant and Catholic division, you are seeing Anunnaki agenda and Draconian agenda. And you're seeing various fragments of each of those also happening. It's been progressively all through our known history. And both of them came over to invade the American tribes. We talked about that because there was attempts being made to bring back the CDD plate teachings in oral tradition. So they went after the tribes that were in North America and the Inuit tribes that were in Canada that were being given the information, and then they went down and they raided the tribes that were also in South America. Okay, let's see. Okay. The name America came from the name of one of the Emerald Covenant Magi Grail lines known as the Amika, who were protectors of the Gruau Point. The Gruau Point was known to exist in the lands of the North American continent, a territory once held by Atlantis. Guided through mystical secret societies set up by their respective fallen angelic kin, competing groups of Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races launched a progressive infiltration and takeover of the North American continent, each intended to destroy the exiled Lemurian and Native Seminole and Amika Native American Magi Grail Line tribes and the Inuit tribes from up here. They didn't talk about anything about Canada until we got here, which is very characteristic sometimes. We go to a place and that's when the memory of the grids is given to us. Okay, let's see. So they wanted to literally destroy the race lines there to stop them from preparing people through oral tradition to know what to do when the Great Cleansing came. And that's where a lot of the Hopi prophecies and all those things were coming through. Okay, because the tribes were being taught to run the round table, so they would be ready. They were being taught. This is where, you know how you picture like a lot of the indigenous groups, they'd do their dances around the fireplaces and stuff. Yeah, this was not random dancing. And before it got corrupted, it wasn't trance dancing or any weird stuff. They originally were running rounds, as were the people in Hawaii, the original people in Hawaii who were doing hula dances. They were doing Merkaba when they originally started. They were using the sariyas with the hands, and they were using the hips to move the Merkaba. All of these things have the tradition that goes, like these traditions go right back into what was once the sacred knowledge of the Templar. Okay, let's see. Okay, so America was founded by the Luciferian Hyksos Knights Templar, Anu Melchizedek Illuminati, who now go by the name of Freemasons, on behalf of Galactic Federation and the Palladian, Nibiru, and Anunnaki races of the 9560 BC Luciferian Covenant. Competing Illuminati groups and their stellar co-conspirators intended to use the North American Gruau Point and their holdings of Stargate 11 in Europe, Stargate 4 Egypt, and Stargate 10 in the Middle East to gain full control of Templar, of Earth's Templar, on behalf of their stellar contacts. They were going to do this during the stellar activation cycle we're in the middle of right now. It was anticipated by all that the final conflict drama in the Battle of Armageddon would take place as the competing Draconian and Anunnaki descendant Anu Melchizedek human Illuminati legions began to battle it out for control of Earth's Templar during the long-awaited stellar activation cycle. Neither side anticipated that there would be enough surviving angelic human tribes and Magi races left with knowledge to run the round tables to prevent the Illuminati, known as the Leviathan Force, which the Illuminati collectively is called the Leviathan Force. They didn't think there'd be enough of us left to stop them from succeeding in their one world order agenda. So they figured they just had to fight with each other because they'd already gotten rid of us by then. You know, the true human gene codes and the indigo gene codes. And even if they didn't get rid of all of us, they would have had us under total brainwashing where we wouldn't have any information about the rounds or any of it. So we would just actually help them to fulfill their agendas. Okay? All right, wait a minute. Okay, included in this One World Order agenda was the reinitiation of contact with the fallen angelic ET legions as the SAC drew closer. The fallen angelics intended to slowly make their presence known, then come in to stake their claim as the stellar activation cycle approached 2012 AD. The first contact was done through channeling. It started, I believe, in about sometime in the 1700s when Galactic Federation started to actually make contact, but they didn't call themselves that then. So literally, we have been set up. The New Age movement was a setup, and it was run under lip service to Christ consciousness and to a false unity consciousness. It was just meant to literally create a group of lemmings they could lead right off, the cliff into Phantom Matrix. Okay. The fallen angelics intended to slowly make their presence known and stake their claim once the stellar activation cycle came. And originally it was around 2012 that they were planning to stake their claim, to let themselves be known that they were here as ETs. The Draconian, Reptilian, Centaurian descent and Melchizedek Illuminati races attempted but failed to claim world dominion over their Anunnaki adversaries via their representative, Hitler, in World War II. Both Illuminati forces have been competing for political world dominion. This is where we end up in America, at least, with the bipartisan system where you have Democrats and Republicans, you have Anunnaki and you have Dracs. And they don't know that. The people who are part of these parties don't know that. They're caught up in the political machine. They don't think there's anything bigger or greater. So they focus all their energy into the manipulation of the outer level of the machine, where all their energies and their attentions are totally drained, and now they're all being channeled into TV time, where we're all learning to live in the virtual reality hologram within our heads. It's just projected out into the little screen, where nothing is real to people anymore except TV and politics and paying taxes and the job. Talk about a brainwash job. They did a good job of it. Okay. Yeah, the Democrat has historically been the Anunnaki Illuminati, and Republican has historically, at least in this country, it may have been a little different the way those parties work in Europe, but Republican was Drac here. They're all Drac agenda races. And then literally, we had this even in the Civil War period in the United States, where the Southern Dracs were fighting the Northern Yankee Anunnakis, so the Rebel Dracs and the Yankee Anunnakis. And the people that get caught up in this on the outside have no idea. They identify with the words that were put on these things, never having any idea what it's connected to behind that. Most people don't even know that Dracs and Anunnaki exist. Okay, let's see. Don't worry, I know this is depressing, but by the end of it all, we'll feel good again, because it's not that hard to solve, but it's helpful to understand what you're trying to solve. Okay. Both Illuminati forces have been competing for world dominion. They have been the predominant hidden source of war, race hatreds, and territorial, financial, and religious competition behind and within world governments until the September 12, 2000 United Resistance Alliance. So they've been fighting with each other through, literally for centuries, who's going to control what. But September 12th, 2000 is when the United Intruder Resistance was formed. When you had Anunnaki races that didn't like the Dracs, Dracs didn't like the Anunnakis, and you had the Andromi races, the Necromaton and Andromi in between. They have a bunch of hybrids. One of them is a Nephilim hybrid. This particular group of the Andromi, Necromaton, which are the beetle people, hybrids are Nephilim beetle people hybrids. They're the Archangel Michael Matrix people. All right, that's who Archangel Michael is. You're sent holograms of angelic contact through the Nibiru and Diodic crystal grid system that they access. And this is the grid system that we've learned about since we've been up here, because there's a huge control matrix for it running right across Canada, and it can be healed. And when it's healed, the people who have been plugged into this mind control matrix will begin to be able to start pulling some of their own Christos frequency in. They'll still have a battle on their hands because they're implanted. These are implants in the DNA templates. Once you begin to work with these frequencies and you allow them into your body, they stay. And there's ways to clear them. The D12 frequency can break them up. It doesn't happen overnight. But the people who decide that they, absolutely hate our work and can't stand us because we said something that wasn't nice about Archangel Michael and his agendas, they have a chance of coming around. It won't be immediately, but in the next year or so, you may find some of the same people that'll be upset with you and not like you anymore, or try to make you believe the other way because now you believe something different. You might find in a year or a year and a half, they may start to shift, because they'll start to get clearer frequencies coming in. And the frequencies are going to have coming in are going to be more D12 frequencies, because the same grids that are being used to broadcast the holograms right now and the implanting can be used to broadcast the divine blueprint. And that's part of what we're going to do with our roundtable. Okay, so anyway, let's see. Okay, so this takes us up to the United Resistance. This is 1750 is when the Nibiruans did their reacquaintance, where Galactic Federation began remote channeling. That's when their chosen ones were being activated, the implants in their DNA templates. In 1916, the Zeta races, actually between 1903 and 1916, the Zeta races on behalf of the Draconian agenda started to come in. And this gets into another section of the new material that has been, that we've put in, that has been given since this time. There's a whole bunch more interesting things that happen through this period that have to do with wormholes. Wormholes. Remember I talked about 10,500 BC, the Luciferian conquest, when there were attempts made to poke holes in that wall in time from 5.5 million years ago to open the matrix, to open Earth's shields to the phantom Earth's shields, because there's a place called Phantom Earth. It's the part of Earth's grids that got sucked in the phantom matrix in 5.5 million years ago during the electric wars. And that wall in time was there to protect it from bringing the rest of the grids in, giving us time, giving the sounders time, so we could correct the divine blueprint enough to bring that back out of the matrix. That has been why this wasn't solved earlier. We were trying to get the part of Earth's grids and a few other planets up there that had been sucked into the matrix, part of them sucked in, trying to bring them back over and restore their divine blueprint so the matrix could be healed, so the matrix itself could be healed, which means the races who lived in it could be healed. The Anunnakis and the Dracs and all those guys who were doing really nasty things. There was, for ages and ages, a real desire and belief that they could be healed. There still is. But right now, the healing mission has to change. It's going to be assigned to another matrix, and they're not going to be allowed to come back into this one when this is over. Because if that matrix is allowed to stay open in here, it's reached such a critical mass level, it's going to take our matrix into it. So this is now considered a time matrix in crisis, where it's actually going to get frequencies, like stabilizing frequencies from a stronger time matrix that is like a future evolution of this time matrix where things went well, where it's running on its divine blueprint, while the phantom matrix is going to get hosted into another time matrix that is much more rigid as far as the rules are not as liberal. Free will is still there, but it operates the way they've been operating, where basically the ones who are doing dominion are going to find themselves in a hierarchical structure. And if that's what they want to play, if they want to be hierarchical to others, they will find themselves living in that structure. So maybe they can learn and evolve to the point where they don't want to do that anymore. And then there will be attempts to bring them through another rescue team, thank God it's not ours, into, wholeness through that matrix. So that's what's going down here. They're not sealing them off and, sentencing them to destruction. They're simply saying they cannot be allowed to compromise this time matrix anymore, or it's going to take everybody down, including the healers that were sent in to try to help them. So that can't be allowed to happen. So there's a whole bunch of information that I would rather cover this when we get into the new material that was just brought in, because it gives much more detail. I can recap it really quick. Between 1903 and 1916, the Zetas came in because in 10,500 BC there were two wormholes that were made into the Phantom Matrix. They were made in Atlantis, and these two wormholes were capped. A frequency cap was put on. They couldn't be fully repaired, but they were capped, so they were not open again by the Guardian races. Between 1903 and 1916, the Zetas came in from Phantom Earth, and they finally figured out a way to blow the caps off one of the wormholes. It was their wormhole, the one that they had made back in the Atlantean period in 10,500 BC, and it was called the Falcon wormhole. The Falcon wormhole was only one. There was another one that had been made in that period too. It was called the Phoenix wormhole, and that was the Anunnakis wormhole. That was connected to Nibiru, where the other one was connected to Phantom Earth. These two wormholes, eventually when we get into the new material, there are maps. We'll show you where they are. And these hold the secrets of what was going on with the Philadelphia experiment in 1943, the Montauk Project in 1983, and a whole bunch of other things that has culminated in the Trade Center trigger event. That is saying that event meant this field is now in motion. It meant game's on. We were told game was on in our Labor Day workshop, and it came through as a surprise. It wasn't anything written. It was given like directly where Ma is kind of like hanging over my shoulder saying, okay, it's this, okay, and I'm literally telling people what I'm being told. We were told on September 3rd that the game was on and that the Illuminati were taking a big step forward. They didn't say exactly what it was, but they said it's time that we start to prepare ourselves. That's when they started giving us the VECA codes, where we could begin working with the VECAs, because they could bring in more frequency and clear our radio bodies very fast, because we were all going to be in danger. They also said that there were events that were going to be happening in the political arena that were going to progressively move the agenda forward, with the One World Order agenda forward. That agenda, now that the United Resistance has formed, which is, the ones competing are now ganging up together to try to take control, their ideal is to create World War III, to get rid of certain amounts of the populations and to clear some of the real estate in certain areas, and then to progressively move us toward, at some point, if they have their way, there would be a landing. You'd probably find the Vatican telling us that God created ETs too, and then it would go through the governments. This would be later. This would be closer to 2008. There was about 5 different dates when they were planning to do that little one, and because of the grid work the Guardians have been doing, it's hung up their thing. Because of the information we've been releasing, it's put little niches in their original plans. So anywhere really between 2003 and 2008, there may be some very interesting revelations in the skies. But right now it works to their advantage to keep undercover, to make it look like ETs aren't here. Then it's all, nobody pays attention to any of this. What they were going to bring it to the point was they were going to make their presence known. Hi, we're your creator gods. Come and help us. They were going to teach us the secrets of the Templar and how to do round tables in reverse, but they weren't going to tell you that. And once we opened the grids for them, once we dropped the code so they could beam stuff directly into the core template, they knew just by doing it with the frequencies that they were using, it would make the place roll, get rid of us. They were just going to use the humans. These people that are following these matrices, Archangel Michael and all those guys, they don't realize it. They're the lemmings. It's not just the human races. They are literally being used as a vessel, as a tool, through which certain frequencies can be dropped here, and after that they are considered expendable. And it's really, really sad, because they're told, oh, beloveds, we love you so much. We've missed you. We're your galactic family. We're so glad you'll be coming home. Oy, that stuff. Just, it makes you want to cry and scream at the same time. Like, how could anybody be so nasty to do that when they know what they're doing here. They're doing it of free will choice, and they don't care. I hope that the people that are caught up in those traps start to wake up. And if we are successful in the progressive series of grid work that we're doing, because this isn't the last stop by any means, this is going to go on until 2011. If we're successful, all right, if the Guardians aren't successful by the end of 2003 with certain things that we'll talk about like later this afternoon, there would be a switch to Plan B, which would be teaching people how to get their DNA activated really fast, how to work with their Merkabas, how to make contact with the Iani, so you can start to, I think one of the first things they would do would begin to show you, like reveal, activate in your DNA, your soul records, so you'd start to be able to remember your own history. And they would train evac teams, and that would be the Regent Consulate program that they asked us to introduce recently. It was supposed to be introduced in 2006, but because of things that are happening now, the Regent Consulates would be the ones that were the first ones asked, invited to come in. They'd be taught how. They'd have an escort through gates, and they would be taught in Inner Earth what to do to help get groups of people out, and if it went that bad. Now, we're planning on it not going that bad. All right? That would be unfortunate. It doesn't have to do that. If we're successful in the work that we do, it'll not only heal the planetary grids and stop them from putting it into pole shift, it'll also begin the healing of the races, because the frequencies will be able to come through what has been blocking them. It's been like a frequency fence in their DNA, in everybody's DNA. But it will progressively help them to clear the implants that have been kept, they've been used like puppets. So we have a bright future, and it's still not decided. We still don't know. You can't tell by the vibration of where this moment point is which probable future we're going to line up with. But we know which one we're aiming for. The peaceful one, the solution one.
Soul records. Okay, soul records. Instead of name with soul contracts. Because I know some people work with soul contracts.
We all have soul contracts.
Yeah, those soul contracts.
We have soul contracts, we have oversoul contracts, we have avatar contracts, we have rishi contracts, and we have ascended master contracts.
You harm by changing the soul contracts, going there and renegotiating the contract and stuff?
You can at any moment, once you become aware of one, renegotiate it if you're working a Christos template. It's not like you're signed, sealed, delivered, you've got to do that even if you don't want to anymore. It works the other way with the Anunnaki and Draconian spiritual teachings. If you've got a contract, they're going to hold you to it whether you want to be in it or not. And you were probably tricked into it in the first place. So soul contract stuff, that's very real. And we all have it. But the thing is, our soul contracts are stored right in our DNA. All right, they're literally in our templates, they're in our Cathara grids. So as we begin to activate our own systems, run more Maharata frequency, we'll progressively be bringing that knowledge more and more to our awareness. We'll start to get memory with it in pieces, and it comes in pieces at first. It doesn't always come in movies. It takes a while to sequence those codes to get the linear format. But you will open your own soul contracts. You don't need somebody to give them to you. But what can help is have somebody transmit frequency that knows exactly which parts of your template are holding the information that you most need to know right now, and they can help you by transmitting that. The Iani will do that. They've done that with me since I was small, so I could begin to sequence all the pieces I had floating around of memory. So there's a lot on soul contracts. We could do like a whole workshop on soul contracts. So it's kind of like out of the realm of where I can go right now without having to do another day of this workshop. But we do have them. Everybody has them. And some of them are good, where they're Christos. Others are ones we got ourselves into during this messy history that we've had just to keep ourselves alive on planet to help keep the gene code alive. And they're the ones that we're at the point where everybody has a choice. If we have contracts that are encoded in their DNA as well, that were with some of the fallen angelic matrices that were made under times of duress, when it was either make them or literally a whole collective is going to go down with you. Many of the guardians had both the Iani groups, the indigos, and the humans made these kind of deals. At this point, this is the time when the information's being brought back. We're being offered a free will choice. We can choose which path we want to be on, and if we have any soul contracts from the other sides, we relinquish them. We literally say, I stand against this now. I do not want to fill this contract, and I will no longer. And you do it with the Song of Lyra. All right? Now, the Song of Lyra just activates that frequency. But when you put an intention behind that, like I no longer want this soul contract or any implants or anything in my DNA that has to do with it, if it's a negative one, and you make that command, you command that intention, and then run your Song of Lyra, your D12 frequency, get yourself with a burst of your D12 in the body, it will start to literally break the connections to whatever matrix has a connection to you. So the Song of Lyra has many, many uses.
You do a blank and clear then, right? You do a blank and clear of all stuff?
Yeah, but there's a lot of levels to it because the stuff keeps coming up. Every little pieces of code you activate in your DNA template has another little piece of twist to it. So it's a progressive. It's like having to wash your car every 10 minutes. It's a pain in the neck in manual terms. Like, oh no, I don't have to do that again. I just cleaned that. It's like you take a shower and you smell 5 minutes later. It's like, come on. But it won't always be that way. The more D12 frequency is running through the planetary grids, the more the planet itself will help you to do that. The more we get our Merkaba spinning in the right direction, the more it will set that in the planetary field, and the more roundtables we do between us running our Merkabas personally in the right direction and running roundtables in the right direction, they pack huge amounts of power. Eventually, we'll get the Merkaba back to its natural spin. At that point, a transmutation process will start working on its own using the Akasha code, which is a Vecca code that was introduced in the Cathara workshop. It's also, in the information, in case people weren't at the Cathara workshop, it's in the 51 pages too, some of the stuff that was given new. That will begin setting in, if you use that for a while, the Akasha technique, it will begin to set in motion an auto-clearing cycle, where there'll be enough frequency that stays active in the DNA template, where you don't have to, like check your Cathara grid every 5 minutes, like, oh no, another black spot, bleh, get rid of that, where's my Mahart frequency? It'll begin to set in an auto-clear cycle, but not only in us, in the planetary grids as well. Okay, so, anyway, all right, what time is it? Okay, less than 2 hours to dinner break. Wait a minute, let me see my watch. 4. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to go in. I'm going to save these guys because there's much more detail on them that is pertinent to what we need to know for what we're going to do tonight. I'm going to save these for when we go into more of the, the more sophisticated material, the newer material. Now, Yeah, no, which is,
I think it's still in your stuff.
no, there's still, this is one of the new pages that, these were run up for people too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. No.
Do what? Okay. Illuminati race origins, creation of the Leviathan force. Now that we know some of the things these beings have been up to, where the heck did they come from? We know, I've mentioned enough times that they were bioregenesis redemption contracts for fallen angelic races, where they were given the privilege to have their template combined with certain elements of the human template in order that they could begin to evolve something that had 12 subharmonics in each strand, so they could evolve eventually a full 12-strand pattern to get the Christos imprint back. Now, this is where and when and how that happened here. These hybridization programs have been going on since the Lyr and Elohim Wars 250 billion years ago, where anything that was from the Phantom Matrix that fell, that wanted to come back over, that wanted to enter the Emerald Covenant and be peaceful, and go back into the Joy imprint, into the Law of One, they would be assisted in getting their templates fixed, because they couldn't get out of the Phantom Matrix once their templates had full reversals. They had to literally progressively reverse the reversals back to the divine blueprint. So that's what the bioregenesis technologies were doing for them, the template restructuring or reordering, regenerating, new beginning for the template. That's why it's a regenesis. Okay? Now, the Illuminati human races are human hybrids inhabited by fallen angelic identities, identities whom originally entered the Christos Emerald Covenant on bioregenesis redemption contracts to regain their 12-strand DNA Christos potentials, then defected from the Emerald Covenant in favor of fallen angelic anti-Christic agendas. Some of the Illuminati races are actually ones that didn't personally defect. They were tricked into defection, and then they ended up under possession by the fallen angelic collectives they were trying to escape from. And what's interesting, and what's really sad, it's the Illuminati races that have been doing the dirty work of the fallen angelics on this planet. The fallen angelic collectives, just for those guys to have been in form, to get in a human form, meant they had to make a stand against their fallen angelic collective and agree to do the Emerald Covenant. That's how they got in these body forms. Because of that, their fallen angelic matrices don't forgive and forget. They have used them and abused them, and eventually, once they're done with them, they don't want them back. They consider them completely expendable. They want to walk them through gates that they're not prepared to walk through, so they literally fragment their templates and go back to space dust. So the Illuminati that think they're serving something higher that's going to give them power or recognition or safety or anything, they are being tricked because they are despised, because once upon a time they made a choice to enter the Emerald Covenant, and that wasn't forgotten by those who stand against the Emerald Covenant. So they're actually more vulnerable than the indigo or the human races, because there's a vendetta against them by their fallen angelic matrices. They'll trick them into anything, but they're going to show them. They're going to show them, you're going to betray me? That's the attitudes most of them have. So anyway, here's where it all started the last time around on Earth for seeding 3 of the angelic humans. We've been on the planet for quite a while. Seeding 3 started in, 798,000 BC. There's a lot of stuff that took place before this time, wars, those kind of things. Now, 250,000 BC, Locus Neanderthal. You know what we call Neanderthal man? Those bones and things that they found. They were called the Locus. At this point in time, the Anunnaki races of Nibiru were raiding the planet. They were raiding the planet for gold, because they use elemental gold to create a certain condition in their atmosphere that allows them to artificially sustain for long periods, like close to an immortal body. And their atmosphere depletes of this substance that requires elemental gold in order to keep replenishing it. So there was a period of time where they were doing major raids on the planet to mine gold, literally. They were mining gold, and they were particularly in the regions of like Africa, and down in those regions, Africa, up through Egypt, all, what was Samaria, all those areas. And this was way before like Sumerian civilization or any of those things, or at least the third seeding Sumerian civilization. Now, the Nibiruan aquatic ape, these are aquatic ape Nibiruans. When I say Nibiruans, they are a type of Anunnaki that are Anu Seraphim. You have 2 basic types of Anunnaki. Anu Elohim, which are the Jehovians. They are the bipedal dolphin people. They were the original Anunnaki strains. Then you have some of them that combined with the fallen seraphim, draconian, or reptilian matrices, and they created an Anu-Seraphim Anunnaki race line. The Nibiruans are Anu-Seraphim. Now, the Anu-Seraphim race lines, one of their strains is an aquatic ape hominid form. That was their original form. And this is where Darwinian theory picks up and gets twisted into human reality. The Nibiruan aquatic ape form, which was the Nibiruan imprint. You had the Enki family line from Nibiru, of Anunnaki from Nibiru. You had the Enlil family line of Anunnaki from Nibiru. You had the Marduk family line of Anunnaki from Nibiru. You had, each of those were a different hybrid type of Anu-Seraphim, but they all lived together on Nibiru and various other areas. Well, they all came in together. This is where your Sumerian god stories come from, with Enki, Enlil, Marduk, and all those dudes. All right, this is their family names, this tonal resonance of their family names. These guys came in to harvest gold from Earth and to begin speculating as to getting control of the grids again, because they never gave up the quest. They were on planet for quite some time in this period, and they're progressively moving into like down from, they came in like in Egypt and in they also came in simultaneously in South America, like the Yucatan and down through South America. So they actually came in both areas, and different groups of them came in, like Enki group would be here and then the Enlil group would be there. There started to be this war situation happening among them, because the one group, and I believe it was the Toth Enki group, and that we say Toth Enki because that is the family line the Toth is out of. They are the Enki Zephelium, as Zephelium is like the original race strain that the Zeta races came out of. So we had wars going on between them. They were starting to get mad at each other because the Enki group the Toth Enki group had to do all the mining, and they didn't like mining. They were doing the physical labor. These were guys who considered themselves gods. They didn't like to do that. The Enlil groups were doing more of the like management type things, and this was not going over well with the Enki groups. So they had this whole period where they started to fight with each other, and they solved that fight by deciding they'd create a slave race, something that would do their bidding and could do the hard work. What they did was they took their own aquatic ape, Nibiruan Anunnaki imprint, and they combined it with certain elements of certain Earth primates. It wasn't even apes, it was certain types of monkey that were on Earth, and they combined those templates. The primate hominid was created. This was created by the Enki, Enlil, and Marduk. They all decided, okay, we'll put our templates into this and create this thing we can use in order to do our hard labor. This is where it started. This was not Emerald Covenant. This was not a biogenesis program. This was let's create something to exploit because we don't like to do our own housekeeping stuff. Okay? So they created a slave race. It was a primate hominid. That's what we're calling Neanderthal here. They were called the Locust. Okay, down in around the same period, 246,000 BC, not too much, not too much, too far away from that. The Toth Enki collective and Enoch's Jehovian Anunnaki collective, they entered the Emerald Covenant for an Anunnaki bioregenesis hybridization program redemption contract. So you had these two things happening, and there was like that's a good place to start. It's got Anunnaki coding. We can take it from there. It's already on Earth. So certain members of this race, the Locust Neanderthal, were entered into the bioregenesis program. This is where they entered the Emerald Covenant, and this is where Toth and Enoch both entered Emerald Covenant. Toth was appointed the guardian or custodian of the races that would be of the Anu-Seraphim souls that were in them, the ones that what this new race line would become. The Toth ones would have the Nibiruan souls, and the ones that were Anu-Seraphim, Anunnaki souls, and some of the Draconian souls and Reptilian souls were under Toth's charge. Enoch's group were the pure strain Jehovian Anunnaki souls, because they tended not to like each other. So they're okay, each go in your own evolutionary path, and we can get you both out of here. You don't have to keep fighting with each other. So here's where Toth and Enoch and Toth enter into the picture. In this period, they had entered first, literally through some hierarchical structures here on Nibiru, and Enoch, he actually had ascended once, and he had come back down through the Anunnaki matrix in order to do this job, and then he got hung up with it once he came back down. Toth hadn't ascended. He was a more evolved Anunnaki in the sense where he was starting to consider that maybe how they were running their race was wrong. Maybe he was starting to question the Anu Elohim and whether they were right or not. So there was a whole story that how these guys themselves, as individuals, got involved with being appointed as the overseers of races. They went through bioregenesis. Thoth went through bioregenesis to get to the point where he had nearly a cleared DNA strand template, and he got it all reversed again. Enoch literally had been ascended through whatever his life frame had been in another time matrix. He saw what was going on here and chose to come back. I mean, his avatar chose to come back in as the being called Enoch, who would take charge of the Anunnaki, Jehovian Anunnaki evolution, so they could get out of the phantom matrix. And it was all part of the Christos realignment mission. The more of them you can get out, the better. Because each one of the fallen ones were originally a part of this matrix. And each place that doesn't, each person that gets lost and fragmented leaves a hole in frequency in the divine fiber of our time matrix. So they will always make efforts to get them back in. So Thoth and Enoch got involved with it at this level. Now, this is where the decisions were made here, and this is where Thoth and Enoch began the process of getting into their body. Well, he was already in his body, but getting themselves to the point where they went through enough bioregenesis of their own templates that they could plug into both the Christos frequencies and the anti-Christos frequencies to be able to hold them so they could then be a host matrix for the fallen angelic ones, where the fallen angelic ones could literally end up with their DNA plugged into the templates of these two beings, and then because these two beings could hold the frequency also of almost a full Christos template, they would be able to pull them back through. It was a host matrix bioregenesis program. It started into manifestation 155,000 BC. These guys are still roaming around being abused on the planet by the other guys. All right, 155,000 BC, stage one began. The locusts were taken, and they became the Luhari, which was Cro-Magnon 1. They took the Hibernian Anunnaki gene code. The Hibernian Anunnaki were born of seeding 2 raids. They were not originally supposed to be there either, but from human seeding 2, when the Anunnaki were raiding, there was a race line created called the Hibernians. And the Hibernians were, some of them had entered Emerald Covenant. So they took the Hibernian gene code that already had a bit of human from seed 2 and Anunnaki in it. They took that and they combined it with human, wait a minute, I'm going to go here. Do I have the Hibernian Anunnaki plus human hybrid from, plus human hybrid from seeding 2. Okay, plus locus. All right, so this here, they took the Hibernian imprint from seeding 2, and that was like the hybrid human. So they took the hybrid template from seeding 2 from the ones who had entered Emerald Covenant during something called the 1,000 Years' War, which ended with the Treaty of El Anu, where some of them came into the Emerald Covenant. They combined the human imprint with the locus Neanderthal. This way, this imprint gained human strand, DNA strand template 1. All right, so that's where they had their template there. Strand 1 human, third seeding human, was imbued into their strand. So they literally have a set of double strands. They have one running in a reverse matrix, and they have the other running, the human strand, running in the forward right sequence. And the process is, because the human strand can run more frequency because it's not distorted and it has 12 codes instead of 11 or 10, eventually through activation and through evolution, through the time cycles, the human strand will progressively have more frequency, so it will overpower the reversal, bringing it back to the right mathematical sequence. So they're literally evolving the DNA, through an evolutionary cycle. All right, so we went from stage 1 was locus to Luhari. That's where we went from Neanderthal to Cro-Magnon, and they gained DNA strand template 1. 152,000 BC, stage 2. The Luhari to what's called the Iluli Levi, the Iluli tribe of Levi. Go back to the Bible again. Okay, this was Cro-Magnon 2. They combined the Luhari with what's called the Urantrian, Urtite cloister human. That's one of the human races in the third seeding. Okay, plus the Luhari, they gained DNA strand template 2 here, so they have 1 and 2 now. These were the first that were capable of natural procreation with humans, with the humans of seeding 3. The others could not carry, you couldn't combine them, but for natural procreation, if you were going to create a race line with them or a baby with them, you'd have to do it in a petri dish, and even that usually didn't work, because there were too many differences between the reversals in, the saturation of reversals in their gene code compared to what a human's forward, mathematical sequences were. So here, they began to pick up enough forward coding where they could procreate. This created chaos. They knew it was a risk, but I think they underestimated it, because that meant that if somebody could get a hold of these that wasn't nice, and combine them, like they could literally make them rape an angelic human woman. They could impregnate that woman with their code, which meant they could have they could create a baby in an angelic human woman, which normally would only be able to be accessed. The fetal pattern could only be integrated by an angelic human soul or an indigo soul. But when you had those reversals combined in the fetal pattern DNA template, it left windows where, if you moved quick and you were from a fallen angelic matrix, you could bounce out the natural line of a soul trying to integrate, and you could literally start getting fallen angelic souls into highly coded hybrid bodies. And that's what started to happen. It started to happen immediately, but it got progressively worse and worse and worse. But it was like in the middle of it, and it was almost like once you start it, you had to get through to the next level, because that might hold the ability to fix what went behind it. So it became a fiasco very quickly. There were wars and things that took place between various races. So like one would start to phase out, where the souls wouldn't incarnate into that form anymore, and the last remaining ones would kind of like die off, and they would give them a chance to come in to the next level of the hybridization. Like what used to be the souls were in here would be given the opportunity to incarnate into the next evolutionary cycle, so they could progress as well. Okay, now 152,000 BC, this is where the Luhari Levi started. These were first the Anu Seraphim Anunnaki souls that were under Thoth's custodianship. So they started coming in 152,000 BC. That was stage 2. They came in when strand 2, human strand 2, was integrated into the template. 151,000 BC, stage 3. They were called the Eluli. They went from Eluli Levi to Eluli Judah, the tribes of Judah. Cro-Magnon 3, or Homo sapien almost 1. Yeah, it was like, a stage kind of in between them. All right. These were a combination of the Eluli Levi from the stage before with what was called the Brenoa Urtite Cloister human race. They picked up strand 3 here. The Anu Seraphim, Draconian, Reptilian, and Zeta souls would enter this form under Thoth's custodianship still. Enoch's coming into the picture soon, and this is where it went absolutely crazy. 148,000 BC, stage 4. The Eluli Judah were upgraded to Eluli Nephi, Homo sapien 2, or Homo sapien almost 2, because we're still working on that. Well, if we consider this Homo sapien, they weren't there yet. They were still more, more primate. And they had different shapes. I mean, different chromosome contents, all that stuff would be different with these changing in the DNA strand templates. So the tribes of Nephi, this became an absolute fiasco. The tribes of Nephi were created in 148,000 BC. They started, took Eluli Judah, and combined it with the template for the Hibiru, Urtite Cloister human race. They picked up from the Hibiru strand 4. Now Hibiru and Hebrew are not the same thing. A Hebrew is actually a mixed cloister race. It's highly coded. It had, highly coded with Christos frequencies when it's running in the right order. A Hebrew person is a person who has a gene code. It is a gene strain. It has Hibiru plus what's called Melchizedek as seen. All right, so the Melchizedek cloister plus Hibiru cloister equals Hebrew, which was a cloister Grail line race originally when it was created. It was actually created in seeding 2 before it had to be reseeded again and all of that. So anyway, here they got the Hibiru strand 4. The Jehovian Anunnaki souls under Enoch's custodianship were to enter these, as well as some of these, but most of them were Jehovian Anunnaki, which were the ones that were descendant from the Cirrus A bipedal dolphin people, the original Anu Elohim Anunnaki. They considered themselves the pure strain ones and didn't like the others, those guys. All right. So Enoch was supposed to evolve this bunch of arrogant people. The specimens are very arrogant. There's a huge arrogance vibe that runs, a patriarchal arrogance vibe that runs through that whole Anu Elohim matrix. Now, here's where it got crazy. Not only were they getting raided, because all of these from that Eluli Levi, all of these were capable of crossbreeding directly. You could, create baby lines by raping a female human. and making her carry a child. So that was the end. That's where they could literally start really raiding and messing with the gene codes directly if they knew what they were doing, who they were combining. So Enoch was, he was doing his best to take care of these guys, the Nephi, the tribes of Nephi. Here's where problems started. There was a whole group. There was an exception made, and that was another founder's mistake, and they know it well. There was an exception made here where usually, to get into this form, you had to have evolved through the other ones. All right? There was no, you weren't going to be able to get in at stage 4 if you didn't do the stages before it. There were certain collectives of Jehovah and Anunnaki consciousness and some Nephilim consciousness, which were the Andromi, they were like half Andromi, half Anunnaki, and the Nephilim from seeding 2. Well, there was a bunch of them that already had some of the coding from seeding 2 because they had rated the human imprint, so they did have some human template more than the others. Why do we have to go through the first 3 stages? We can just enter here because we have our DNA all, enough of it to do that. That was a big mistake because what happened, this whole collective of Nephilim races and Necromaton Andromi Nephilim races from seeding 2 that had taken over here. They were the ones in the Bible, that the Bible even still has a little reference to they created how is it worded, a breed of giants or something that were not intended by God because the angels came down and interbred with the daughters of men and created a race line called the Nephilim that was not supposed to be here. These guys, Nephilim, were created in seeding 2, and they had been behaving for a while, and they had expressed interest in wanting to do bioregenesis and wanting to do the Emerald Covenant, and they were allowed to enter at stage 4 into the Eluli Nephi, some of the Eluli Nephi tribes. These guys are the Archangel Michael Matrix guys. Now, when they were in the bioregenesis program, that was fine, but very soon after they got in, and this was why they got in the first place, they ran a con on the founders. The founders knew that part of them would probably do that, but they also knew the other part might not, so it was worth the risk, because at least some of them might be able to actually stay in the program. It was a calculated risk, and it should have been calculated better. Because what they did here was once they got into the Eluli Nephi bodies, a huge portion of this collective of Nephilim, particularly the Necromaton and Andromi Nephilim, which are the Archangel Michael Matrix people. They have them in the Andromeda star system, in Alpha Omega Centauri star systems. These guys had a history of being very nasty, just ruthless, really. They would do what they wanted, whenever they wanted, no matter whom it hurt or what it destroyed. And there had been seemingly some improvement in their evolution. Well, they were allowed in. Enoch was supposed to watch over these guys and make sure they, towed the line. Well, they didn't, and a huge bunch of them went over, broke the Emerald Covenant, and already bunches of them were in human body forms, in the Nephi form. What they did was the collectives, the Elohim collectives that had arranged all of this to happen. The Archangel Michael is part of the Elohim collective. What they did was they came in with spaceships and they picked up a whole bunch of them and took them up into Sirius A. A lot of them went into Alpha and Omega Centauri. A bunch of them went, and some of them they put in the Orion system. They took them there to upgrade their fallen angelic coding. Now that they had them in a human body, they combined more of the fallen angelic templates so they could get embodied oversouls and dark avatars into those bodies. These guys became what are called the Nephites. So if you ever hear anybody say, celebrate the return of the Nephites, I'd think twice before having that party. Because these are those. And Enoch was originally trying to help all of them evolve, and get out of the mess. The Michael Matrix was the primary group. There was actually a division in this group where one group stayed in the Emerald Covenant and followed through the bioregenesis program. And I forget what they called themselves. What was that name? Remember the division? Michael was one. And there was another translation of Michael. It's in that detailed book that we were pulling from the plates. It's not out yet. Remember, you liked the name. Michaelu. Yeah, the Michaelu Matrix. Two different. They were once this whole Nephilim collective. The Michaelus stayed. in the Emerald Covenant to finish the bioregenesis. The ones that became Michael are the ones that, decided they were going to take over the planet. And this is where they got into the game, and they started hybridizing with everything they could get their hands on. They started raiding tribes everywhere. And this is even before the Atlantean stuff started, the Atlantean drama started. This was only at stage 4 of the bioregenesis program. But you take these stage 4s and then hybridize them with stage 5s, and you get even more powerful body codes to have nasty dark things living in. Okay? Now, another name for the Nephites, for the Archangel Michael Collective, has been Baal, B-A-A-L. That's the same collective as the Archangel Michael Collective. And that's also another word for the devil. In like spiritual texts, it has come down through as another word for the devil. What's funny is people get Lucifer, Baal, the devil, and Satan all mixed up as if they were one person. They're not. None of them are persons alone. They are collectives, and they are each different collectives running out of the fallen angelic matrices. Okay. When Az was reading before, he talked about the Lulatan family line that was used. It's a family line out of the Toth-Enki lineage that was used to create what became the Luciferian races. Then there was another group out of the Marduk. I think it was the Marduk-Draman line, wasn't it? The Marduk-Draman line. No, they're Anunnaki, Marduk-Draman, but they're Anunnaki crossed with Draconians. They had a family line called the Satan line. There's where we got Satan. We got Lucifer over here. Here's where we got Baal and Archangel Michael. That was the Nephilim collective. This is where you're getting your Alpha Omega order Melchizedeks. Alpha and Omega Centauri. They are the star systems, along with Andromeda, that they populate in the higher densities, in the Phantom Matrix. Okay, 68,000 BC, stage 5. And there was wars and all sorts of messes that happened between here and here because of this. All right, so we had Nephites come out of that. The tribe of Nephi, Eluli Levi tribe of Nephi, came out of that. And some of them stayed pure, where they stayed in the Emerald Covenant so they could come into the next level. Others from these guys just raided the next level, and they would literally, when one of the Nephi consciousness was trying to come into one of these bodies at fetal integration, one of these guys they'd be tracking them. They'd find out where the fetus bodies were, and they'd literally bounce them out on the current. So they'd displace the one that was trying to come in and literally possess from fetal integration the baby body patterns. 68,000 BC, stage 5, Eluli Nephi and Eluli Judah. They took the Nephi and the Judah ones, because the Judah ones were the ones connected to the Anu Seraphim, the Totes group, and these were the ones connected to the Enoch group, which were the Jehovian Anunnaki. There are two versions of these made. They became what are called the Anu Melchizedeks, and there's a whole story about the Anu Melchizedeks in Voyages Volume 2 in the original edition, and it's in the second one as well. These were what you'd call Homo sapiens sapien, human hybrid. That was the closest to human that they were able to get, because they were only supposed to have 5 stages. It was from here that they were supposed to evolve enough, activate enough DNA, where they could go through Stargates 4 and 5 and get into the Terran time cycles of Earth, where they could begin to work on the next levels of their template from there. So they were supposed to ascend and get out of here by activation of Strand 5 when the gates were still open, but it didn't work that way. All right. Now, these were seeded into the Atlantean Egyptian human family line. Egyptian is a smaller family line of the Atlantean root race. Okay? So they were seeded. This particular combination of templates was seeded into this family line in Atlantis. And it came up with Eluli Judah plus Melchizedek Cloister human. That was the Melchizedek Cloister strand templates were used to give them the 5th strand template. And then that all was combined and seeded through the Atlantean Egyptian human form. So they picked up the Atlantean Egyptian coding. The Eluli Judahs plus Melchizedek Cloister became what were called the Lilibim. Anu Melchizedeks. Lilibim were the ones. Now they're still on bioregenesis, right? Under Thoth's custodianship. They digressed into Illuminati when Thoth defected from Emerald Covenant in 22,340 BC. They became known as the Sons of Belil of Brua Atlantis. And the sons the sons of Belial. There's been a lot somewhere. Somebody has stuff out on them, and I'm not sure who. There's references to that in various like metaphysical texts and occult texts where they're considered bad guys. You know, look out for the sons of Belial. Well, these are them. And what these guys became, what's neat in the book that's coming out, hopefully by the end of the year, that has all the exhaustive history in it, it shows where these guys come down through Atlantis. We have Atlas kings coming out of Atlantis. We have Atlan kings coming out of Atlantis. And from various different king lines in Atlantis, like Antichristos king lines, that's where we end up with Larsa kings and all sorts of things that came up in through the Sumerian and Egyptian dynasties and Chinese dynasties and all sorts of them, because they invaded all of them. But there's literally a progression all the way through. There's not a break in these history lines. It shows the progression from 250,000 BC, when this mess all started, to where they progressively infiltrated, and all of the little pieces of history that are scattered around, and a few words left here and a few words left there. Kodazim, Anu Melchizedek's, under Enoch's custodianship. They digressed into Illuminati when Enoch defected from the Emerald Covenant in 10,500 BC, becoming the Illuminati Sons of Zadok of Nohasa, Atlantis. Anybody that's familiar with any of Enoch's teachings, there's a great heralding of the coming of the Nephites and the Sons of Zadok that is being taught in contemporary times. This is where that fits. So it's that Anu Melchizedek human hybrid races were progressively raided by Draconian, Reptilian, and competing Jehovian, Palladian, and Nibiruan Anunnaki fallen angelic collectives since Lemurian Atlantean times, evolving into numerous competing Illuminati races that progressively infiltrated and forced hybridization with human 12-tribe cultures, culminating in transposition of race identity of literally the whole human 12 tribes, races, transposition of race identity and world cultural dominion. That is how it got from its beginnings to here. It was progressive, stage by stage by stage. And this is why they've gone out, the fallen angelics have gone out of their way to hide the Atlantean records. Because if they were remembered, we'd know. We know the game. We know about the Templar quest. We know about the whole game. We know about the hybrids. Right now we're walking around as a bunch of people who think we might have come out of apes, and we're not really sure. We all think we're human. Half of us don't even know if we have a soul. We are very primed to be used and manipulated. But this is why the founders are determined, whatever it takes, they are bringing this information back. And that's why we're determined, Az and I are determined. We feel so grateful to have been trusted with, the first wave of bringing the information back, that even if we have to make ourselves unpopular in certain audiences, we will. Because I know it's the truth. He knows that's the truth. And I hope you guys can feel the truth that resonates in it. Once you know this truth, there is no turning back. There's no ever again being able to go back to light, love, and clueless. And it can be sad. It's almost like you want to have a funeral for your light, love, and clueless self. Because when I started to see the big picture and the detail that they've been giving it, I felt like I lost a part of my innocence. And I realized that at a certain level, the desire and quest for knowledge and wisdom has a burden that goes along with it. I felt for quite a while that I'd lost my innocence because I couldn't walk down the street in light, love, and clueless space and just openly love everybody and not worry about my biofield and think everybody would love me as much as I love them. Or just because I'm a nice person and wouldn't hurt an ant, that everybody else is like that too. It was a big wake-up call. And we're all moving into this. This is the easy part of the wake-up call, because there's going to be more things, I think, that take place in the next number of years on this planet that are going to bring that home to the people who are in denial. I wanted to be in denial. I spent about 6 months crying frequently and not wanting to be a speaker, not wanting to talk about it, not wanting to know, but realizing once you do, there's no going back. You cannot pretend you don't, or then you just con yourself. And then you have a choice, like keep conning yourself and then find something to just string yourself out on so you don't feel yourself anymore, but that's useless. Don't do that. So the other thing is dealing with it, facing it, and realizing there's a higher level up above that, where even though it looks this bad, and right now it's not great, that there is a truth and a power and a love to divine right order that can fix anything. And once we go to that space, that's where all of this depressing stuff, we start to find that we can make a direct difference, each one of us, in the healing of this. If we look at it as if we were defeated, or if it's hopeless, the picture's so big we can't do anything, we're going to feel miserable. We don't need to feel miserable. If we know how to run D12 frequency, we know how to progressively get our DNA mutations cleared, we will progressively be able to make a difference in this mess, not only for the human races, not only for the indigo races, but for any of the descendants of the Leviathan races that want out, because many of them got trapped too. They didn't mean to get caught up in what they got caught up in. They didn't mean to get possessed by D11 dark avatars. They didn't know how to protect themselves, because the knowledge of how to protect themselves was taken off the planet, so they couldn't. So the Illuminati races, it's really interesting. There's several things happening in the big drama right now. One of them is there is a huge influx of Illuminati races from the higher levels making redemption contracts, which means a lot of people who are doing nasty stuff for a while on this planet are going to start to decide it's time to do their atonement thing. And they're going to start being guided by their own higher parts into assisting the Emerald Covenant races in whatever little way or big way they can. So they're going to be assisting rather than resisting. There's a huge amount that are going to resist, that are still puppets of the fallen angelic forces. But there's a whole bunch that are trying to get out. What we're going to find are lots of people that get stuck in between the two things. They don't know which path to follow. It helps to understand what the paths are. There's the path of Aramatana, which is the path of the D12 divine blueprint of this time matrix and of this planet. There's something called the path of Arimathea. That is a path in the phantom matrix. There's whole collectives that are going to be taken into this path of evolution. It has one good thing to say for it. At least it has the potential to evolve out of it after a very, very long time in phantom matrix under the dominion creator gods of the Anunnaki regions. This is where you have the Ruby Order people, the people who defected from the Emerald Covenant, who were supposed to work with the guardian groups in this time period. The path of Arimathea is a path that's very reminiscent of a lot of what we call the Ruby Order Anunnaki teachings. They have very self-important ascended masters telling you how it's going to be, and only this way, and that's the only way you'll get through, and you got to do this and you got to do that. And they tend to have a very attitude. I could name a few. Even a few of them are nice because they mean well, but boy, they could really just lighten up a little. There's people like El Moyer. All right, he's one of the ascended masters to D5 persons that he means well. He's working the path of Arimathea. He's taking people into that path. But the people that he's trying to take into that path are not human souls. They're not indigo souls. What they are souls that are still twisted from the Anunnaki matrices, that they know they couldn't let them loose in a Christed time matrix because they do the whole thing all over again. They're not mature enough or developed enough to actually be taken and entrusted with what it means to have the power and knowledge back in a safe system where they could cause harm to others. People that are Illuminati here that are still heck bent on causing harm, even if they're shown teachings and shown a way to do it better, and they still don't want to because they still get a bloodthirst out of it or a rush out of it. Some of them still do. They will be the ones that are guided into that path. But unfortunately, there's still a bunch of humans that are getting tricked because they don't understand the different paths. They're getting tricked into going into that matrix. They don't need to. The easy path is to stay in the light. And the light is the light of the D12 Christos template. There's another path that's going into the Phantom Matrix, and that path is worse than the path of Arimathea. That's the path, the Draconian path. It's the path of Phantom Earth. They're the ones that it's going to be very, very difficult to ever evolve them back out of there before their templates fragment. All right, so that's like the path of hell. All right, Hades and hell, the Phantom Matrix is what that place was called. That's what those words came from. They were referring to that. There are several different paths in this time matrix. Some people will be able to make big jumps. Indigo children will probably have an option to literally get out of density and go back up to like pre-matter liquid light, or they might want to take a stop on Gaia and density 3, or Terra and density 2, or any of the star systems there. They'll have an opportunity for what's called the path of full ascension. Then, for the majority of the people on the planet, that if they can get through enough where they're running at least a little bit D12 frequency in their templates where they can activate holophase Merkaba, a part of it, and they can get at minimum a 4.5 strand DNA strand activation. There's the bridge zone probability where they actually will have a time where we can evolve. The planet's actually going to go into this space-time where the planet itself is going to go into the same time, let's say, flashline sequence as that of inner Earth. What it's going to be experienced as is the portals of inner Earth are going to open, where they're going to start to learn that we have not been alone here at all. That's going to allow this planet time. It's going to allow it, I believe, about a 2,000-year cycle to complete what it needs to do before it can make its own ascension into merger with Terra. So there's a bridge zone path over here for the people who can't fully get through up into density 2 or higher gates, and then for the people who can and choose to, who want to just get out of the whole Earth drama completely, will be able to go up, to at least out of density 1. So there are these various paths that are being created because of the dramas that are here. The only thing that's sad is the people that are right now being directed into the other paths that are taking them in the phantom are not being told the options. The Ruby Orders are not teaching theirs that there is any option but the one they're offering. The founders are simply trying to show you what the big game is, so one thing is honored, your free will choice. The others are not honoring free will choice. For the people who can and choose to, who want to just get out of the whole Earth drama completely, will be able to go up, to at least out of density 1. So there are these various paths that are being created because of the dramas that are here. The only thing that's sad is the people that are right now being directed into the other paths that are taking them in the phantom are not being told the options. The Ruby Orders are not teaching theirs that there is any option but the one they're offering. The founders are simply trying to show you what the big game is, so one thing is honored, your free will choice. The others are not honoring free will choice. So we're going to watch what looks like a division begin to happen. It's already happening, but it's going to happen more. Now, if things go well, we get enough D12 frequency on the planet, more and more of the side that would have gone into phantom will be able to shift over to the bridge zone. They probably won't make it into the full ascension path because of their DNA issues with the reverse coding, but they will be able to make it into the bridge zone path. That's a good thing. But in the meantime, there is going to be a separating effect. You're going to see it happening, a polarization. You're going to see it happening more and more between countries, between groups of people, within the New Age movement, within the UFO movement, within the churches, between the governments. It's going to start doing this. But in one sense it's sad, but in another sense it isn't. And here's where, understanding on a really high level and realizing a little bit about how avatars understand and how Source thinks, if they were all be able to come into the inner earth, the souls that are still here, raping, doing pillage, doing anything they can to cause harm because they think they have a right to or they think they should, would the Taliban do well in being entrusted, taken into inner earth? Would they be a threat to other civilizations there? People that think with those kind of mentalities, not just the Taliban, they're just an example. There are lots of souls on this planet that are still very young, let's say, in their spiritual maturity and remembering. Those souls, many of them will respond better to the learning that will take place through the path of Arimathea. That's why I wish that Archangel Michael Matrix would lay off already and stop trying to mess with me and the people that work with me, because we're not saying that path is all bad. It's not a good one. They're connected to the path of Arimathea too. That's what Michaels are trying to feed you into. Some of them are going to take you actually into the other one, the worst one. But there is a good thing to this. It is allowing something that for 250 billion years has not been allowed here, where the peaceful people could live peacefully and the ones who wanted to do war could live warfully. Sometimes the only way to learn to be peaceful is to create so much war you can't stand it anymore. But when you're creating that war with people who want to be peaceful, after a while the balances get thrown off. And because Phantom Matrix at this point has so much energy in it, running on reverse, that it could pull this whole matrix in, that has to be stopped. But there's a divine justice in this. Not an angry God or a wrathful God, not a punishment. Simply saying this group of beings needs these lessons before they're going to be capable of evolving peacefully. They've created for themselves a reverse matrix. If we can at least help a little part of that to have a potential where eventually if they run around and show themselves for a while that it's not going to work that way. They can't keep taking advantage of nice people anymore because there's none left. the ones that could hold the frequencies of love, that could hold the frequencies of even partial Christ consciousness, would end up on this side of the matrix, not in the phantom. It's only the ones with the real issues to work out that would end up there. If they were separated, it would be like a quarantine that they created for themselves. God, they have the opportunity. They can take a redemption contract we've been asking for eons. You know, they've always been invited back. And they still are. But not through this particular matrix anymore, because this is now a matrix that needs healing because it's been so harmed by them. So it's not a mean path that we're on. We're not saying you guys are bad guys, so you have to go there. They're making that choice themselves by positioning themselves against us. We're bringing in the Christos blueprint and saying, come home. Come home, be with us. I don't care if you were Archangel Michael for the last billion years. You don't have to keep doing that. You know, aim higher. Doesn't that get old after a while? Try being nice. You might like it. You know? That's the attitude the founders have, and that's the attitude we represent. We bring them love, even though very often what we get thrown back at us is hatred. Hatred is just a symptom of a disease. And if we can understand that, we won't take it personally. And it will also allow us to stay strong enough where we can do what needs to be done here. When we do round tables, we're simply resetting the divine blueprint piece by piece. That's what humans were created to do. You're going to have round tables that are being run by the others, and grid work that's being run by the others. We have probably from now until 2011, when certain events are going to take place that are a little too complicated to explain, but they're in Voyagers Volume 2. There's like a whole bunch more pages of information. But there's going to be this power struggle happening. Back and forth, back and forth. We'll do grid work, they'll try to counter it. We'll do other grid work, they'll try to counter that. Tit for tat, tit for tat. They're following us around, basically. Right now, what's being done with certain grids up here in Canada has to do directly with the fact that they tried to do something nasty that involves merging wormholes to make them bigger. That we did a round table in Peru and sent the frequencies to the Gruol, and it blocked them from doing that. So they're not too happy about it. So now they're going to try to do something with the grids up here to get enough power in order to keep furthering their agenda. So we're going to talk about that like more specifically, but I want to get to first a bit on the Nibiru and Datic crystal grid. There is two. You can look at these pages quickly on your own if you want to, because I don't need to go through them. I already went through them in more detail. 163 in your books shows the creation of the Leviathan force and related history. It's a larger context of what you just saw with the breakdown on the Leviathan races. It shows the bigger context that was taking place within, just a rough rundown on it. And the other one is like a recap all on one sheet of the progression of the Atlantean conspiracy. So it just shows you the date line, basically, to give you, I find them a lot easier. You can at least see, and just looking at the progression of this, this is just a small amount of it. These are the bigger events. There are millions of little events in between all of these that led to where we are right now. Okay, where am I? Where is the stuff on? I'd like to do the stuff on the Nibiru and crystal grid. Oh, the Atlantean maps. I want to show those first. Yeah. Are they in there, love? The Atlantean maps? Page 165 and 166 in the books. Are they in there? Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. This one is the Atlantic and Pacific continents, 50,000 BC to 28,000 BC. Okay? Now, this is where the tribal or native legends of the world being created on the back of a turtle came from. There are certain tribes that have carried that story. It was the sea turtle. That was kind of what it was called. It was, that particular continent was often referred to as the sea turtle because it kind of looked like, head up here, tail down here, and a little sea flipper coming out there. All right, it was known historically since Atlantis, the times of Atlantis, as the sea turtle. All right, this one over here, this is where the Lemurian continent was. And there are different areas of it. Idiani was up here, the upper portion. I can't even pronounce this one. I can't pronounce it, to be honest with you. I have to fight with that. But this was this is all called Maravi. It wasn't called Lemuria. Lemuria was the name of the root race that was seated there. It wasn't the name of the continent. It was the name of the race that was the predominant root race that was seated there. There were other races that were there too, called the Mua races, that came out of the original Palladia cloister races that were the Indigo Grail lines. They were also there. So you ended up with Mua and Lemurian races living here, and it was the there's another one, Mojave, that's an E sound on the end, Mojave continent. So it was smaller, a bit smaller in land mass, because right in here, there was huge amounts of interior lakes to begin with. Like, it wasn't a solid continent here. It had like ins and outs where a lot of this was water to begin with. These areas are what became eventually the Hawaiian Islands. This one was Dulrumen Mojave, this area down in here. Now, when we look at Atlantis, the Atlantean continent, we had the Brenoa Empire, which was in Brua, Atlantis, right down in this area in the tail, and that's where Florida was a part of that. Stargate 2, which was right in here, the Gruau Point, that was part of that landmass. Okay, they were considered the southwest territories of Atlantis. The Empire was up in through here, in through the center area. That was called Nahasa, and it was the south central territories. And then over here, you had the Iani and Mua empires in Lohas, Atlantis. It's actually all up and through here. Now, Lohas, Atlantis were the northeast territories, and these are the areas that had the grids literally sucked in the phantom. Literally, there was the cataclysmic explosion that I told you about in 50,000 BC. That reduced these to 3 island areas, and this up in here on the maps today is still there. That is the England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales area, and that is still part of that continent. So they were really there. And all right, over here we had Ionia, where Italy is now. It's still there, but it was called Ionia. It was an empire composed of races and Mua races, and these go back to the descendants of the Palladia cloister races, Urtec cloister races. Okay, and there were exiled Iani races here from the Iani empires over here, because here you had Iani and Mua as well. The Iani and Mua were considered the high council races because they carried the most. They were the blue flame races. They carried the most coding, where they had the coding of the others as well in the DNA templates. So the ancient Lemuria, it came down in history as Lemuria, it was the Iani and Mua mother empire, Mojave Pacific continent, the crescent moon, that was called. That's where a lot of your moon ceremonies and lunar stuff, like combination between Merkaba stuff from the lunar salutations and literally the crescent moon. There were moon celebration things that were done there in commemoration with it. You have to remember, in the ancient days, a lot of this was seen from spaceships. When you were coming in, to visit, it wasn't as if we saw things the way they are now. We had everybody at certain points in history had the ability to go through gates or to see something from harmonic 2 because you went through a gate up there, and to perceive it down here. Everybody could ride on a spaceship if they wanted to. So the races identified the shapes of things as they would be perceived from the air. This becomes very important, like in naming things and in designing things as well. It becomes very important when we get into understanding the Atlantean, the APIN systems, which are Atlantean Pylon Implant Network systems, because they were all designed from the air. And we'll get into that when we get into the new stuff in a little bit. But first, I want to take you through that. Now, somewhere is the other map that shows what they became, what these areas became after. All right, this was 71. Wait, let me finish this. I just forgot. Homo Lemurians from 71,000 BC to 50,000 BC. It was reduced to islands in 50,000 BC in the Lemurian Holocaust. Over here, you had ancient Atlantis, the Brenoa, and Mua Iani empires. Kemalo Amicus Atlantic continent. Kemalo Amicus was actually the name of the whole continent. It was not Atlantis, but Atlantis is easier to say. Now, Kem was also a name that was later used to call Egypt. Camelot came out of there, and this name came out of the inner earth civilizations that were inhabited by the original Palladia cloister empires that had to leave planet because they were breatharians and they couldn't stay here. So it's all connected. All right. This is the sea turtle from the air, home of the Atlanteans and the Anu Melchizedeks from 68,000 BC to 28,000 BC, and they had history here before that, but this is like the immediate Atlantean history and stuff. Reduced to 3 island nations in 28,000 BC in the Atlantean Holocaust. This is where those 3 island nations end up being, and over here are the areas where we still have of the Pacific continent. Yes, the other one, please. Thank you. The one that was the lower, the Dulman Marahavi, which was Lemuria. It's now Easter Island. Okay, and this is not a scale map. Okay, but Easter Island is really like closer here. It's off the coast of Chile, isn't it? Or Chile and Peru, Chile, I think. Yeah. So these are just like kind of strung out so I could get stuff into point arrows and you can see it clear. All right. This one that I still can't pronounce. Did you remember how to pronounce that one? I don't know. That's worse than the tribe names. Yeah, the I one. It's now the French Polynesian Islands, and the Idiani Mojave is now Kauai, Hawaii, and some of the peripheral islands that are around it. But Kauai was the center area of that. That is the home of the Q site that goes with SG-12. Q Site 12, Stargate 12, Q Site. And Sirius B, Halls of Amareya Passage. Now the Halls of Amareya Passage, we talked about briefly somewhere, I forget where we were having we were looking at the Cathara grid, and we have the 3 pillars, how those Cathara centers connect. The path of Amareya is the one that leads from 12 to 9 to 6 to 3, and then into like 1 and 2. So it's I get dyslexic with that. Depends on whether it's on you or whether you're looking at it, whether it's the right or left-hand side. But it's the
Left side looking at it.
left side, yeah, left side looking at it, but it's actually the right side with, in yourself. Yeah. All right. Well, this is where this is like a safety valve in the planetary Templar complex that was left from seeding 2. Seeding 2 races incarnated through the path of Amareya, the Halls of Amareya Passage. And there had been damage done to it through the wars in seeding 2, through the 1,000 Years' War. And that's when the Ark of the Covenant portal passage was created to bypass some of the damage so souls could come in to incarnate in for seeding 3 to begin. So seeding 3 souls came in, most of them came in through the Ark of the Covenant. Now, when the distortions started happening really bad in the grids, they were picking up all the distortions from the stargates. So the Halls of Amareya were repaired on the higher levels. The gates were repaired. So all of the Iani Grail lines, the Indigo Grail lines, and the humans, particularly the Iani. Some humans would come that way depending on how far up, depending on how much avatar integration that they'd had in the last lifetime. But all of the Indigos, Indigo types 1 and 2, incarnated directly through the Amareya Passage because it would allow them to come in through Sirius B, Gate 6, without picking up the distortions from Stargate 5 and Stargate 4 that had been compromised by the Anunnaki and Draconian races, primarily Anunnaki. So that's where it came down. And interestingly, as we progressed in our adventure of learning in this last year or so, we were asked to go to Kauai, and we did a round table there to anchor the frequencies of opening the Halls of Amareya Passage. Because through the Halls of Amareya Passage, Universal Stargate 6 can run larger amounts of frequency of D12, of Kundera and Kirche, because we were going into such a crisis issue after the United Resistance was formed and made their edict of war. The crisis intervention program began with early activation of Stargate 6 Sirius B, in order to get, which opened the Amareya Passage, in order to get enough frequency in to the Templar so we could prevent the pole shift. Now it's a matter of using the frequency that's becoming available through the Amareya Passage to run our rounds. This is why we're able to get enough frequency in to even run the rounds right now. So that was done in May of 2001, right? Yeah. May of 2001, Halls of Amareya Passage were opened. Okay, next one. Let's see. What? I want to see how far. Let me get to that. I want to get to, see how far we got till. Okay. Yeah, I would like to do like 5 o'clock prompt break so we can be back no later than 6:30 from a dinner break. Because I want, there's stuff I want to cover before we have to do the round, and we have to do that by 8:30. We have to start it. Okay? Yeah. Well, 8:30 is pushing it. All right, because it's between the activation cycle on the thing we're clearing is between 7:30 and 9, I think 9. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll fit that in. I just want to see. We still have a bit of time, and I can get through this part. This gets fun. Okay, on page 167 left and 168, I'm going to need up, and then I'm going to go right into the graph that'll explain a lot. And this will get me up to where I wanted to be before dinner, so that's good. Good. Okay, then what we can do is just put this thing about Nibiru and the Merkaba reversals and all that jazz.
Okay. AKA planetary Merkaba reversal. The 33 clockwise, 11 counterclockwise versus 34 counterclockwise, 21 clockwise dilemma. The natural 33 electrical clockwise, 11 magnetic counterclockwise ratio of planetary and biological harmonic Merkaba field rotation maintains the organic 3 parts base electrical antiparticle to 1 part base magnetic particle relationship. That is the organic D12 Christos divine blueprint. All right. Upon which the density 1 system, that's dimensions 1, 2, and 3, is structured. In 25,500 BC, the Earth's planetary electrical, that's the top harmonic Merkaba field, began functioning on a reverse rotation, top 34 counterclockwise magnetic pole reversal. In 34,770 BC, Earth's magnetic, that's the bottom, planetary harmonic Merkaba field, began functioning on a reverse rotation, bottom 21 clockwise electrical pole reversal. Earth's 34 counterclockwise to 21 clockwise Merkaba field pole reversal occurred as a result of 2 historical events, during which the Anunnaki fallen angelic races of Nibiru gained control of D4 Solar Gate 4. Solar Stargate 4 has been used since 3470 BC to override Earth's natural 33 clockwise, 11 counterclockwise planetary shields harmonic Merkaba field alignments, placing Earth and the planetary Templar complex under remote Nibiruan control. Since the 25,500 or 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion and the 3470 BC Babylon Massacre, the unnatural spin ratios of Earth's density 1 and part of density 2 harmonic Merkaba fields has been following a mutated top 34 counterclockwise to bottom 21 clockwise anti-Christos reverse rotation, rather than the natural top 33 clockwise bottom 11 counterclockwise spin ratio of Earth's organic D12 Christos divine blueprint. The unnatural 34 counterclockwise, 21 clockwise planetary Merkaba spin ratio reversed the natural 33 clockwise, 11 counterclockwise spin ratio on dimensional subharmonics 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 of the human Merkaba fields. The unnatural polar reversed 34 counterclockwise, 21 clockwise Merkaba mutation caused the natural fire letter sequences of the magnetic base codes in DNA strand templates 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 of the angelic human 12-strand DNA template to run in reverse. Reversal of base code fire letter sequences in DNA strand templates 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 has prevented the natural angelic human evolutionary processes of higher strand activation, strand braiding, embodying the universal life force currents, and higher dimensional spiritual identity integration since 3470 BC. And I should add, by the way, that we're rounding the numbers when we're referring to 33 and 11. We're aware that it's 33 and a third, 11 and 2/3. We're just not saying it's a big mouthful. Okay, the antichristic external Merkaba and Nibiru. The full natural Christos-Merkaba spin ratio of density 1 is 33 1/3, as I've just mentioned, clockwise, and 11 2/3 counterclockwise. This natural Merkaba spin ratio creates an electromagnetic antiparticle-particle balance of 33 1/3 parts base electrical antiparticles, which is expanding energy, to 11 2/3 parts base magnetic particles, contracting energy, or 33 1/3 electrical oscillations to 11 2/3 magnetic vibrations per 1 Merkaba ratio within the rotation within the natural density 1 matter base. More electrical thrust than magnetic draw, a higher frequency, less dense, self-perpetuating, eternal Christos matter base that functions in perpetual motion upon a natural structure of internal Merkaba fields that perpetually circulate universal life force currents between the non-manifest consciousness of Source and the expressions of Source manifestation. The unnatural 34 counterclockwise, 21 clockwise anti-Christos Merkaba spin ratio creates an electromagnetic antiparticle-particle balance of 34 parts base magnetic particles, that's contracting energy, to 21 parts base electrical antiparticles, which is expanding energy, or 34 magnetic vibrations to 21 electrical oscillations per 1 Merkaba rotation, with the density 1 matter base of Earth and its inhabitants. More magnetic draw than electrical thrust, a lower frequency, more dense, self-consuming, finite, anti-Christos matter base that functions for a limited time upon inorganic structures of externalized Merkaba fields that vampire and consume life force energy from other organic systems in order to self-sustain. The planet Nibiru functions on a 34 counterclockwise, 21 clockwise reverse orbit and reverse Merkaba field alignment. The Nibiruan and Anunnaki biology also follows the 34 counterclockwise, 21 clockwise reverse Merkaba rotation. Both the planet and its people are finite and unable to perpetuate life through self-generated ascension and embodiment of the eternal Maharata, Kirashe, and Kundare universal life force currents. The Nibiruans keep their planetary Templar and stargates functional by draining energy from other living planetary bodies via unnatural external Merkaba field linking. Merkaba structures that are external to or not naturally a part of the intrinsic D12 Christos divine blueprint for our time matrix.
Is the dynamics of how the Nibiru Dadic crystal grid was attached to our planet and how it's sustained. All right, now I talked about the Nibiru Dadic crystal grid as a bunch of crystal pylons, all right, big selenite crystal rods. They were originally brought from Nibiru and put on Earth, and a twin set put on parallel Earth. So what we're having here, in order to understand the dynamics by which the Merkaba reversal of the planet has taken place through this, we need to keep an eye on a bit both our Earth and the parallel system, because there's a direct interface that takes place where you might think, what in the world would have enough energy to be able to pull a planet's Merkaba, out of its normal alignment? That's like taking a planet and taking it out of its normal orbit around its sun. You can't just go up and grab it. I mean, you don't run an airplane into it, it's not going to move, It takes a lot, and it takes very sophisticated mechanics, an understanding of how Merkabas are supposed to work, so you can figure out how they're not supposed to work but could do you a favor. It was all done through advanced Merkaba mechanics taken into the Anti-Christos application. Now, there's a lot of information on this graph. I will try to explain the most important parts. I would suggest, just when you have a bit of time, just read all the little parts, because they each tell you a bit about what's going on here. by the time you read them, I think you'll be able to, from what I explain here and from what's on there, you'll probably be able to say, oh, all right, I basically get how, how that technology was used and has been being used until very recently. All right, here we have the solar gate, all right, the sun, right? Here we have the planets that would normally evolve around the sun, all right, revolve around the sun. We had, running from, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Chiron, which actually, Chiron was connected to Nibiru originally. It was like a moon of Nibiru before this went someplace else, and I'll show you where else it went. This is the solar Merkaba field here, okay? You have the electrical one here, and you have the magnetic one here, I believe, yeah. And the solar one is supposed to run on 33 1/3 by 11 2/3. All right, that's when it's working right. You have your moon here. This becomes important. You have Earth, you have Moon, okay? You have Earth's Merkaba, it's magnetic Merkaba doing what it's supposed to here. All right, this is the normal alignment. Now right here, there's actually another planet. It was called Maldak, and it was destroyed in Seeding 2. There were a bunch of wars, and during the 1,000 Years' War period, it was destroyed. It was literally blown up. And now what we have here is the asteroid belt that's between Mars and Jupiter. That's the remnants of Maldak. Okay, so this is how things are supposed to work over here. Now, originally Nibiru had the same type of rotation and the same, Merkaba field spin rates as any density 1 planet was supposed to have when it was on its Christos blueprint. Originally, it was a planet that was part of our solar system. Now, over here was the parallel version of that. And it's the same. See how they're actually like the reverse spiral? But the parallel operates on that principle. And there was a parallel Nibiru before its orbit got reversed. There's parallel Earth before it ended up with grid distortions. This is what's going into roll in the next few years. The parallel moon. And so you just notice the difference here. Here, it's an electrical coming. You have the primary electrical. That's the dominant one in parallel Earth. Magnetic is the primary dominant Merkaba field on Earth. So just notice when you're looking at the diagram how things are spiraling, right? It's all telling you, basically, this is the basic structure of how galactic Merkaba plugs in to a solar system through the suns that literally creates. This is what creates the orbit planes that planets evolve around their suns on. It's the spinning of the Merkaba fields that create the spinning of the planets, that fuel the energy dynamics, that create the electrical magnetic fields that allow planets to evolve around suns and to stay in position. All right, now down here at the bottom, I'll show you this a bit. All right, this is the galactic Merkaba, okay? That would be the sun at the center, and this would be the orbital plane of the particle universe, or the particum universe, ours, and then literally running in its opposite in the same place is the antiparticle universe, the parallel, right? Now normally the planets were evolving on this rotation, all of them. There are certain things done to Nibiru that involve even more weird things up in the higher harmonic, the higher density of the phantom matrix that have to do with the planet I talked to you a little bit about, I think yesterday. It was called Tiamat. There was a part of Terra. They've used that, and they've used an artificial link between Tiamat, the solar gate, and Sirius A up through Arcturus. They've literally created a set of false Merkaba fields that link reverse matrix planetary grids together, so they create a very strong, it's almost like creating an anti-Christos infrastructure for their universe. This has been done over billions of years, but I believe Nibiru is literally, there's a saying that comes to mind that I first heard when my beloved husband said it in reference to something. He said, it goes up and down like a bride's nightie. I remember thinking, what? Oh, it was kind of funny. Well, Well, it's been up in its right rotation, then it's been sucked down into phantom, then it's been turned back around again and put back up and moved back down again. This place has gone through pole shift more than I think anything in our local system, because it's a primary spot because it connects directly to Solar Stargate 4, Universal Solar Stargate 4. So it's always just like Earth connects to Solar Stargate 3 Universal. That's why these two places were very important in the history of this time matrix. So this strange-looking orbit here is what happened in Nibiru. It used to be in this plane with the rest of ours in our galaxy, and it's parallel. It used to, be in that plane also in parallel. There were dynamics made using external Merkaba that harnessed a piece of, I believe it was, what was a piece of Maldak? It was either a piece of Maldak or a piece of Tiamat. I forget which it was. I'd have to look for the specific detail. But let's see if it's on here. No, it isn't on here. But anyway, this is where Nibiru and Wormwood came to be. So you had planet Nibiru, and you'd have Battlestar Nibiru, which was called Wormwood in the Bible. That was the artificially created. It was literally a planet that was using artificial Merkaba and using stargates in ways they're not supposed to be used. They literally harnessed a large chunk of space debris, and I believe that, yep, that is, it was part of Maldak. That's why it comes through this orbit. That's right. Okay, I'm just reminding myself of stuff. I haven't done this one in a while. So you have Nibiru and Battlestar Wormwood. Wormwood was large enough to create a counterbalance. So literally, by dragging a piece of what used to be Maldak into an orbital plane with Nibiru and sending it on a different rotation, they keep each other in balance, and they create the foundations for an artificial Merkaba field that can be run in reverse. So they literally circulate now. Now this axis change, instead of it running this way, their Merkaba is now running this way at a different angle because it's being held by the higher gate systems that are reversed in Phantom Matrix. What they're trying to do is get this to happen to Earth, where we would end up as like a satellite planet to Nibiru. But we go through a heck of a cataclysm. In the meantime, everything would get vaporized and reassembled when it got back to to the Phantom Matrix, and it would be reassembled without any of its 12 imprints. It wouldn't have any of the D12 imprints, so it would be fragmented. So the forms that come out over on this side, once you get through that black hole of the Phantom Matrix, they are distortions. They are distortions of what the original was. So a person that got sucked through would not have the ability to hold as much consciousness or to keep themselves together or to think as clearly over there as they would be able to hear if they were running their D12 frequency. So anyway, what they're trying to do, this literally dips in and out of the Phantom Matrix. It circles up. When it comes into our system, it comes in, it has, well, it's not on this one, but it is in the book, I think. Let me look in the book. I have the exact orbital. All right, Nibiru and Wormwood pass into density 1, coming in behind the Sun and passing up between Mars and Jupiter, which was every 3,657.8 years, remaining visible for 28 years. Last visible 46 BC through 18 BC. Nibiru do visible 3,611.8 AD through 3,639.8 AD. So it's not Nibiru that's coming in. Everybody's talking about, oh, Nibiru's going to come. The Zetas love this story. Oh, Nibiru's going to come. Nobody can stop it. Your place is going into cataclysm. You're going to have, fire, brimstone, and all that stuff. And we're here to try to help you through it. But it's because Nibiru comes in. And every time Nibiru comes in, it just so happens to disrupt the magnetics in your system, and it just so happens to throw you in a pole shift. Yeah, right? There's a lot of help doing this. What is taking place is, all right, first of all, this orbit, I want you to understand this orbit, it connects up into Sirius A. All right, so it literally, the whole, let's say, the matrix where this planet can circulate into our matrix and then back out into Phantom is up through Sirius A. It uses the Sirius A gate to circulate through. It goes through the solar gate, part of the Terran gate, and through the Sirius A gate. And that connects it directly through the 3 gates into Phantom. Now, what's coming in is Wormwood, the battle star. The way this orbit is held in motion to keep Nibiru in that orbit, that battle star has to be directly on the other end of it. So they have a completely, when one goes out, the other comes in. When one goes out, the other comes in. That's what allows that whole shift, unnatural shift in orbital plane to take place. Now we'll come back up to this stuff. Okay. This was how it's supposed to look normally, right? The solar Merkaba fields and how they plug into the planetary ones, how a planet plugs in through its sun into the galactic Merkaba field. That's how it's supposed to be. Now, here we go. This is a little challenging to try to explain verbally. Writing was a little easier. Okay, go back to Stonehenge and the Nibiru Dadic crystal grid, crystal implants. Okay, let's say this is on Earth, right? See that little hairy looking thing there? That's the Nibiru Dadic crystal grid crystals on Earth. There was another set of them also over here in parallel Earth that were on the exact same coordinate point, the point in the shields that were where this place was the same place as that place. Okay, it turned out where this was placed was between Q-Site 11 and Stargate 11. So when Q-Site 11 would activate in the stellar activation cycle, it would send normal frequency through. It'd get hit by this thing or run through that thing, get reversed, come back out and open Stargate 11 on a reverse matrix. The higher stargates will control the spin of the lower ones. So by getting Stargate 11, they would literally be able to reverse the entire Merkaba of the planet, which would take it directly into that same orbital. It would go through into the black hole system. Now, it's interesting is where'd that wormwood go? Is it like, what do you mean coming in? We may have some interesting things taking place in the next several years. There's a thing that's happening now. If this was allowed to do what it was doing, all right, if there wasn't something that was done during a stellar activation cycle, especially, that changed this whole lineup. Because see, there's a lineup here. This frequency, there's like a pillar of frequency that ran between Earth and parallel, right through those grids, right through the Nibiru Dadic crystal grid. Now, there's a complex thing that's taking place here. Here you have the solar gate, okay? Here you have Earth. Here you have Wormwood. And here you have Nibiru. So when this rotates, now this has an energy beam, an electromagnetic beam, a sonic beam, that is anchoring in to Earth through the crystal grid. And even though the stones are there now, the tops aren't on them. So they're still transmitting the program that's still running reverse from parallel. Wormwood broadcasts to the Earth grid and anchors there, and that's where it sends it through Earth's shield, so it can literally change the angle of Earth's Merkaba. See how it's supposed to look? This is the angle now. See, this is the open spot, right? Look at it, it shifted it over this way. It's holding that angle through Wormwood, and what's holding Wormwood is Nibiru, and what's holding both of them all together is the Sun. The Sun was key to this. The Sun is Solar Gate 4, or Universal Stargate 4. And a while back, before all the chaos began, certain Nibiruan races were trying to get their planet back into its normal order. They were going to, they had joined the Emerald Covenant, and they were finally, after quite a few thousand years of evolution of doing well on Nibiru, were entrusted as the Nibiruan Council. There was rules of it, Nibiruan Council of 9, 12, and 24. They were accepted into the Guardian Alliance teams as far as Stargate Guardians. And they were part guardians of Stargate 4. Well, they were, for a while, when we had our guys on the planet as well, they were full guardians of Stargate 4, and partial guardians of Stargate 5, the Terran Gate, which is the Alcyone Terran Gate. When they decided, the Nibiruans decided to do the United Anunnaki resistance stuff, and they defected. They literally used their Templar to get control of Gate 4. That allowed them the ability to create this artificial, demonic link. Think of these as broadcasting stations. They form pillars of light, just like we form standing wave pillars when we do our rounds and things. These have been holding in our grids and holding the Earth's Merkaba on its unnatural rotation since 25,500 BC. Things got worse as these programs, the mathematics that were being sent here, once they had this link, and see, there's a parallel link. They had to do the same thing in the parallel system to be able to balance the grids, or they would have collapsed both of them. This is how it's all held in motion. If this planetary stargates open, if the planet hits a stellar activation cycle with this configuration, it will immediately cause it to go into, within like a 3 or 4 year period after, I think, Gate 6 opens. Yeah, 3 or 4 years after that, it would just send it into a roll. it would clear the real estate. They were planning on that. That was part of their agenda, the Anunnaki agenda. Parallel Earth is at the point where this can't be reversed. Even if you took out this grid now, there's still too much damage done to the grids. They will never pick up enough grid speed, even if you immediately put them right back to their spin, where you could stop it from pole shifting. They're going. They're rolling. Over here, first of all, we're directly linked through this transmission beam. But even if we weren't linked through the Nibiruan grid, we are linked through the natural exchange of the Merkaba fields between parallel and here. There are very special things that are being done with the Trion Miage fields, the primal light and sound currents, the radial body mechanics that correspond to the Kiriche and the Kundere, real high frequency primal stuff. Where they're going to, this is what we're trying to help build. It's going to create a frequency that comes down and creates a barrier here so we don't roll as they start to go. That's after some of the other stuff gets done. The other stuff that needs to get done, and we've already started this, and this is part of what they're trying to counteract right now, because it was successful when it was done, to get this alignment back to its natural alignment so Earth can pass through the stellar activation cycle without going into roll, implies that these lines need to be broken. See, look at it. It's even anchored through the moon. The moon-sun connection, the Earth-Wormwood connection, the Wormwood-sun connection, all the way through to Nibiru. All of those artificial frequency structures need to be turned off, because if they're not turned off, it's going to roll. Now, turning them off means, first of all, here is the place where they anchor in Earth's grids. So there is the place that you can turn them off from, down here. To turn them off, you would simply, and this is what has already been done, you would run the divine blueprint into the planetary shields in that area, which would simply return all the reverse matrix codes to what they were supposed to be. So no matter how much this beamed in, as soon as it hit those grids, it'd reverse it to a Christos current. It'd reverse it from an anti-Christos back to a Christos current. However, what it would progressively do is send a backflow up, and it will sever that. Now, if that just severed without very important mechanics being done to catch that end of Earth's Merkaba, it would roll anyway. So what's being done, this has been dismantled so far. That was done in July of 2002, wasn't it? No, that's not here yet. 2001. July of 2001. And they're trying to get it hooked back up again. But this was done. Now, something called Trion Miage fields, using the Vecca codes. We've been progressively assisting the Guardians and learning how to build these. The Guardians know how to build them, and they've been building one to plug in, literally, using the primal currents of the primal light and sound currents to grab this end of the Merkaba, gently ease it back into alignment. And there's going to be a little bit of actually moving this too, so they gently come back into alignment. Without that, we'd be on evacs by now. All right. Now, once this is restored to where it's supposed to be, this is supposed to go back fully to this position, which means this point needs to come back to down here. Right. Then there's a little problem of this one, and this one, and this one. But what do you think might happen if you break any one of those? It's like something assembled with elastic bands. Yeah. So, this is being worked on at the moment. See, the Nibiruans were offered a choice repeatedly. They knew that if we were successful in anchoring Divine Blueprint here, it was going to snap their line, which means they were going to roll. They didn't care. They don't care. They're not telling their own people that live on Nibiru. But the ones, Galactic Federation, all those guys, they know, they're expendable. They'll come back again. They've rolled so many times there, it's like they don't even care anymore. They don't look at life the same way that we do here. But this is why there's been so many efforts being made by the Guardian races to try to get them to work agreements, to try to say, come on, we don't have to keep fighting. This is really dumb. Because for us to do what we're here to do, which is reset Divine Blueprint, and at this point, that's absolutely necessary to protect the life field on this planet because of what they're doing. It's going to cause them a backlash. We're not doing it to them. They're doing it to themselves because all they had to do is stop these transmissions. They're frequency transmissions that run on perpetual motion external Merkaba generators that they have, you know, in their own Templar complexes. All they have to do is shut them off. That would break this link. They would have had help in getting their Merkaba back, getting their orbital back the way it was supposed to be. They were offered the same assistance that is being given now to assist Earth in getting her Merkaba back in space. But they rejected it. And at this point, Parallel's going to roll because of what they've done, and Nibiru is going to roll because of what they've done. Now, if this rolls, Solar Stargate 4 is in the process of being fully recoded. It's literally, we're breaking this connection which will enable us to run Divine Blueprint through it and recode it back to its original structure, which means it goes back under protection of the Azerite Council, which are, you know, the Gate Council, the Templar security team. Then there's this little guy here, Wormwood. If you break that, and you break that, yeah, it's going to have a bit of a problem on its own. Now, right now, they haven't come up yet. They're not fully into our system yet. There is a chance that this will, or a piece of this will, come back up and we'll have some asteroid issues to deal with. Now, if it came back up whole, the thing has more mass than Earth does, because Nibiru is bigger and it had to balance Nibiru. It'd literally take out part of our solar system, not just our planet. So this is being watched closely by the founders' races. And when it begins, there's certain points where it can be blown up before it does any damage. And you can't do it at just any point. So they're watching at which point they can before it enters here. It comes up between Mars and Jupiter before it does that. Somewhere in through this cycle, as it's moving still through Phantom, they will try to reduce it to pieces. Some of those pieces may still be caught because you still have a Merkaba spinning, and it's going to start spinning and wobbling and those kind of things. They're going to try to stabilize this orbit until they can flatten it back down here, because it's going to throw the all sorts of wacky things through the asteroid belt. You're going to get really weird electromagnetics happening. We're also having solar gate realignment. That started in 1972. But at this point, all of these things are being realigned. This is the little nasty setup that has kept us imprisoned for all these years. And there are various points. It anchors into Stonehenge, but there are a whole bunch of other grids that distribute it through the planetary shields and hold it there. There are 24 main points that are called Nibiruan Crystal Temple bases. They are the underground bases you hear about in the UFO movements. The underground bases in the UFO movements were put there because these are the control stations, the main broadcasting stations. Yeah, we can put this. Past workshop during this workshop, because it'll take up the time on this workshop. We could talk about it personally at some point if you want. I mean, he was talking about a meditation we did a while back in one of the workshops a while back, where we were connecting with our Rishi through the Orion gate, through the Mintaka gate. And that's just one of the things. It's like there's a million of those type of things that we've been led through for different reasons depending on the group. So it's very individual whether I'll be guided to do those. And those meditations aren't ones that are on tape. They're ones that come through where they're just there. It's like some part of me is just there and knows that this group needs to do this. And it's like an agreement we all had that I didn't know about, but I become aware of it and we go on journeys. Sometimes that happens. We'll probably do one of those by the end of tomorrow night, and they're just live. They're not written anyplace. And half the time, by the time I get done with it, I'm glad it's on tape, because sometimes you go so far that it's like, where did we start with this, Dirty? So that was about that. Now, I'm looking for one particular thing. Did you find the one with where it lists the... Yeah, that's the one. Here we go, where it gets to be more fun, because we start to find out where stuff is on the planet. Now, where those gates were. This is, again, showing you where the gates are. You know, the solar gate. This is the one that's still all marked up. Yeah, we have to get these redone eventually. Yeah, okay. So that's showing you the ones we just saw on the other transparency. Now, here's Earth's 24 primary signet locations, which means Stargate locations. Signet refers to its Stargate and its Q site, technically, the site that can be used to activate the gate. All right, the Stargate signet site is the gate itself, and the Templar Q site is the site that's used to activate it. So if you were going to go to activate a gate, you'd go to its Q site, not to the gate itself. Or you'd first go to the Q site, run frequency into the Q site, then go to the gate and pull energy up through the gate to create an activation on a gate. Gate number 1, the one that connects to parallel Earth and Theta Orion, South Pole, okay? Cyprus Island in the Mediterranean is its Q site. Okay, there's also a vortex that connects these together into the Painted Desert in Arizona. These are where the Sedona vortices are popping out. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, what page is that one on? Yeah, 170? 190. 190? Shouldn't be on 170. It's 170. Yeah. Now, fortunately, you have an index in the front, like a table of contents in the front, so you can find a lot of these things, you know, because I'm going out of sequence in some of this. I'm not just following it, you know, sequence in the book. I'm trying to get, like, the most important things, you know, to you first. But you can find, you know, if you look in the table of contents, you'll get an idea of, like, this is the maps and keys charts. This is from the maps and keys charts. It's telling you where. These are the maps. It's telling you where these gates connect to the corresponding gates on Earth and the Q sites that are used to activate the gates. If we're going to do energy work, you'd want to direct it usually toward the Q site, to throw it into the Q site to begin the activation of the corresponding gate. Now, mostly what we're doing with the round tables and things that we're doing, we're not activating gates right now. That's not our job, it's not our business, and it's not our judgment call, because we don't have the knowledge here, anybody on the planet, to make that kind of decision, because there's all sorts of things that can happen if you open gates and they're not supposed to be opened yet, if the frequencies aren't right on the in the planetary grids. What we are doing is when the gates start their natural activation cycles, which they are doing now, they are beginning their opening cycles on their own because of that stellar bridge grounding event that I told you about. The cycle is going, and once it goes, it's on autopilot. There are a little bit of things you can do to balance it or to slow it down or speed it up, but it's going to fulfill itself, the stellar activation cycle, which means all of the planetary gates are going to open, whether or not the planetary body is ready to do that. If there are distortions in the planetary grids near any one of the gates or in the gate itself, it's going to be an area where energy cannot flow. So you're going to have the primal life force frequencies coming in at an accelerated rate. It's going to hit those blockages and start to fragment all over the place, creating more damage to the template, which makes it so more blockages occur. What that translates to, when that happens in the planetary shields, they're called the planetary shields, the scalar templates of the planet, when a gate can't fully hold and run the frequency it was meant to run, it will start to fragment the scalar template, and that will start to erode the stability of the matter base, which means you get tectonic cracking, you get wild weather patterns, you get volcanoes. Those kind of things can happen in areas, gate areas that are opening, that the grids are blocked or distorted. What we're doing with the round tables is meant specifically to balance the frequencies that are coming in. When we do a round table, we're setting grids that have the full 12 subharmonics in them. So even if the gate is damaged and it can't fully run the subharmonics, or the area near it can't run the subharmonics, we are putting an area in that grid. It's not fixing the whole thing yet. It would take lots and lots of round tables to do that. But we're putting an area that holds the D12 pattern where the divine blueprint's restored, so it can literally let the energy come through the gate and then bring it through the D12 pattern to harmonize it and balance it before it's released out through the grids. And as it's released out through the grids, it will carry the D12 pattern with it. So it means the areas that we set in frequency, if energy's coming down through these gates, comes down through one of these, hits a blockage, we happen to have in that area where the blockage is, we have one of our round table grids that are left. That will serve literally as a conduit through which, instead of these energies coming through and starting to crash stuff, it'll come through, begin to vibrate and crash stuff, but then it'll stabilize through the field that we've set. And from there, it will pick up the D12 subharmonic coding, and it'll progress out through the planetary ley lines and grid lines and axiotonals, but with the D12 subharmonics in it, which means it'll heal as it goes, and it'll spread the divine blueprint coding as it goes. So that's what we're doing when we do round tables. If we did not do them, In fact, for a long time now, since 208,216 BC, if humans did not do round tables, that's what we came to do, round tables. If we didn't do them during a stellar activation cycle, when a natural Stargate cycle was coming because of the damage in the Earth's grids, the place would go into pole shift. It was our job and our commission to simply hold down the fort, and whenever stellar activation cycle was due to come, we would run the rounds, and we would progressively, each time we did it, put a part of the divine blueprint back into the planet, to eventually there would be a day when the whole thing was restored. When the whole thing was restored, then everybody could go home. That's been incarnating in here for millions and millions of years. But the planet would reach what was called Christed status, which means it would be capable of running the full spectrum of the D12 currents, and it would be an ascension planet, which is what it was intended to be. So that was the commission, and that's what we're doing now. And so are the other selves that are in the other rounds, in the other time vectors. If any one of us doesn't do our job, we don't get the outcome that we'd like to see. And the outcomes, unfortunately, get very serious. Stargate cycles seem like fiction because we lost the memory of having that knowledge. But in truth, they're very real. I mean, I think people, especially people that have been around, like, healing or the New Age movement at all, in the last even 5 years, you have been able to feel the change in frequency on the planet. It's raising, it's moving faster. Time is moving faster. It's like, gosh, no matter how hard you jog to keep up with it, it seems to run ahead of you. There's stuff happening, you can feel it. Scientists are noticing this at this point. There's things that are not being released through the mass media, scientific establishments. Everything from picking up a second sun behind the sun to having strange things happen with crystal rock bases that are like totally changing frequency and they're starting to crack, to very just strange effects and frequency modulation effects, magnetic field fluctuation effects. All those kinds of things are actually happening on the planet, and they're affecting us biologically. This is why they're happening. We are in an active Stargate opening cycle. And unfortunately, most of the mainstream scientists don't want to hear that because they think they know it all. And they don't want to hear about the fact that there's something out of their control. Because what if it was admitted on a mass level and we all had a big meeting at the UN and said, well, here we go. We've waited since 22,326 BC for this one. Yeah. Well, it's here, guys. Last time, pole shift happened. It wasn't the worst one. It was only partial pole shift. But it still created an ice age and that kind of thing. Yeah. What would they do? They don't know what to do. The only people that know what to do are the people that are fortunate enough to be able to connect with the Iani or any of the founders' races. This is why the New Age movement is so frustrating, because the people, the most talented people who have the ability to activate strands faster, which means they have the ability to channel, or other things that are of a higher nature, have been suckered into channeling, using their abilities that way, where they could have been bringing this knowledge in, and that's what they came to do. But instead they're getting hijacked and given false information that's dragging them off into a path that if they only knew what it was, they wouldn't want to go there. So it's left to people who are still willing to learn and to listen, like us. So we will do our part. The Iani are doing their part. If it wasn't for the Iani races and the other founders races and guardian races, we wouldn't stand a chance here. We wouldn't be able to hold enough knowledge or enough frequency alone to fix this, because this is a big problem. Stargates are large frequency things. They can blow up like atom bombs, and it's very messy when they do. That's what happened a long time ago with Gate 12. So right now, what we're doing, the simple little act, this is why I said the problems are complex, but the solutions are simple. Round tables are not hard to do. Neither are salutations. Even if we were not able to get any more sophisticated knowledge in than that, those things alone would allow each one of us, if we use just salutations, running the D12 current, and add the Vecca code technologies to that, even the little bit of them that we have, one of us would be equivalent to, I think, probably 1,000 or a couple thousand of people running reverse Merkaba. I don't know what the ratios are, but they are huge as far as one person running this kind of current has the power of huge amounts of people not able to run that current. So even though the groups may be small that are working with these frequencies on this level of technical data about the Templar, we have the ability to make huge results. We can do our part in restoring the divine blueprint, and if we do, we will progressively affect not only the planetary grids, the planetary shield, we will begin affecting the tribal shield as well, which means every one of us that gets our DNA template clear on a regular basis by running our D12 current progressively helps the tribal shield that is the race morphogenetic field to pick up more and more of its divine blueprint, to purge more and more of its distortions, which means even the people who don't want to hear about any of this will progressively get assistance from the people who are working this. We will carry them through. We will simply add so much frequency of the divine blueprint into the race template that it will eventually flip it over. There will be a critical mass of the divine blueprint in the race template, and then everybody's DNA will start to clear. And that's one of the things that could work really, really well here, where for a while it's going to be very polarized. It's polarizing worse and worse every day right now, because you're having people that are catching the higher frequencies coming in and being able to hold them because their DNA isn't distorted in those areas, and you have other people who are not being able to catch up with the acceleration rhythm, and they're starting to pull away from each other. This is what we're seeing everywhere. It's not just in the New Age movements. You know, people that got along once upon a time, all of a sudden they just don't get along anymore. They don't agree. This one has this set of ideas, this one has this set. If you look at the whole war on terrorism and what happened there, they literally, in an instant, no, within 24 hours of the instant, Mr. Bush had managed to literally polarize the entire planet. There was no option of in the middle. You were either supporting the war against terrorism or you were a terrorist-supporting country. Total polarization. There was no middle space. And like people like the Iranian government, wait a minute, we don't fit into either of those categories. You know what I mean? Hey, wait a minute. But there was no third option. There was not a third option given. So we're going to see this more and more, this polarization. We're watching polarization between the Muslim people and the Christian people right now. We're going to watch that. We're going to see it in our daily lives. This is part of what is taking place, because what's happening, part of it's natural. This happens in every stellar activation cycle, even if they work naturally, like even if it's not where there's grid damage. What happens in a stellar activation cycle is the energy and consciousness that can handle the transition up to the next level goes up in frequency, and the parts that can't hold it they start to fall in frequency. As the stellar activation cycle fulfills itself, there's a thing called a 3-day particle conversion period, where literally the higher stuff goes up to the next octave, and the lower stuff, it could be like, dirt, it could be like buildings, whatever can hold the higher frequency will make the transition, transmute to the next level, and retain its form constant, and whatever can't will go back into the time cycle it was just in. It'll still retain its form constant, but it will be stuck in the same time cycle to evolve again through that same cycle. This happens in every stellar activation cycle. The polarization is a natural part of it, and that it allows for the circulation of energy where they would be static if we were all stuck in one pool of energy, and the parts that were not able to hold the higher frequencies could not separate from the parts that were capable. The ones that were capable of holding the higher frequencies would never get the chance to go up into the next level. Now it's when they go up into the next level, they actually create a back pull that helps to pull the other ones up through their next cycle, so they get up the next time. So what we're seeing with the polarization, even though it's frustrating and it can be very sad from the outside, it's part of a natural process. It's just being amplified to an unnatural level by the twisted things that are happening here with the Illuminati races. But what we are doing when we work with roundtables, when we work even personally with salutations, we are literally putting more of the divine blueprint back. Every salutation you do personally puts more of the planetary divine blueprint back, as well as your own. Every time we put more of that back, we are assisting in harmonizing those polarities. We are assisting in bringing whatever of the lower vibrating stuff back into the higher vibrating stuff, so it might be able to make the transition. If you look at it as particles, that's one thing, but you can look at it as people or countries as well. When we do the work we're doing, our private little spiritual work that, the governments aren't interested in, thank goodness. If they only knew what power this stuff had, they would not let us do it. Fortunately, they just kind of look at us as New Age fluffheads, which is a very, very safe place to be. Good place to be in relation to governments and Illuminati and that kind of stuff. We're getting to the point where we have a little bit too much of the technology to be categorized as fluffheads, so I know we're watched, because they want to know. So that's another safety, where nobody's bothering us Illuminati-wise, because they see that we have a lot of knowledge. They see what we're doing with it, which they don't particularly agree with, but they want the grid knowledge. They want to understand how the gates work, where they're located, when what's activating, whose grids are doing what, and we're the ones that are getting that information. So it creates a nice little safety buffer zone for anybody involved with this work. You become of interest. They're not going to, you might be on the other side, but boy, could I learn from you, that kind of thing. Okay, what's the next one? I guess we could do this one.
This is the sequence, all right?
What time is it getting to be?
It's 10 to 10.
That's dinner time, right? That's all right for dinner time, right? We're gonna. We were going to, yeah. Yeah, at least a short one. I'll put this one. Yeah, I'll finish this section before we do that. I mean, we went to midnight last night.
On these maps, I don't see Israel or Jerusalem or anything at all on there. Does it figure in at all, or is that just part of the agenda of the Illuminati?
It figures in, especially in the Illuminati, because if you look at, okay, on this map that's up here, nope, it's not up there anymore. The one that's on page 170, where it says Earth Stargate 2, Sarasota, Florida, right? Grual Point. Grual Point means main control gate of this planetary shield. That's the main control gate. Now, this connects to something called Vortex 2, which is in Jerusalem. Jerusalem has been a hotbed because they've been trying to use the Jerusalem vortex to control the Grual Point at Sarasota, Florida, because they're directly connected. Vortex 2 connects into Stargate 2. So Jerusalem has been a hotbed, just like the Middle East areas have been a hotbed when it comes to Iraq and Iran, because you have Stargate 10 and QSite 10 in both of those, one each in those countries. So Jerusalem is important, but it wasn't the most important, but it was an area, and it still is an area, that the forces it's like a place that they want to get control of, because whoever controls that has direct access to try to get to the Grual Point, which is also called the Holy Grail Point. All right, that's where the quest for the Holy Grail, it was the Holy Grual. The Grual is a Terran word, a word from Tara, that referred to the center control signet, or the center control gate, that controlled the entire shield. There are 3 shields, on, like the Earth shield, the Terran shield, and the Gaian shield, and then of course the Aramatena Christo shield. The center gate in each one would control the entire shield. So gate 2 would be the thing that they'd go after down here in dimensions 1, 2, and 3, density 1. Gate 2 would be the part that they would do everything they could to try to get control of the grids in order to get control of the Gruel. Because if they could get control of the Gruel, they could use that to run vertically and try to get control of the Templar of the planetary body above and the density above through the Gruel Point. So Jerusalem has figured significantly in all of that, literally, throughout history because of Vortex 2. There are 7 primary vortices on the planet that connect in with the stargates. There are only 7 because the other ones that would go with 8 through 12 are actually up on Tara. There would be vortices that are actually up in the next density level. But the 7 primary vortices connect into, or they feed energy into and out of, like circulate energy through from the stargates through into the Templar, into the planetary grids, and all of those things. So Jerusalem was significant. She had asked if Jerusalem was significant in all this, or if this was just invented by the Anunnaki groups. Yes, it was significant because it is the access, a main access point to the Grual Point. Okay. Here is the opening of the 7 seals was about the opening of the vortices. Now, these dates have all changed since the Crisis Intervention Mission began in May of 2001, where Gate 6 was actually opened early, and it set in motion a whole bunch of other things to block what the Illuminati were doing in the grids, so they didn't create pole shift between 2003 and 2008. Because of that, all these dates are now literally much sooner. All these vortices are beginning their opening cycles. So it's not, this is still in the books to show you, at least you can see where the vortices are. Now, Vortex 1 that connects with Stargate 1. Stargate 1 is, where is Stargate? With South Pole. All right, Vortex 1 is coming up through the Painted Desert in Arizona. And the little vortices that feed off that are like the Sedona vortices and those kind of things. They're all connected to this Vortex 1. Unfortunately, right now it's controlled by the Necromaton Andromes and the little Men in Black guys and those guys. And the South Pole base is controlled by them. So therefore they also control the vortex system that's connected over here, all those miles away. The Jerusalem vortex is connected to Stargate 2. The Himalaya, in the Himalayan mountains, there's Vortex 3. That's still compromised. In Giza, Egypt, is where Vortex 4 is. Now here, when you get up into these, the Stargate and the Vortex are in the same region. All right, these are the density 1 vortices, which would be in a bit of a different location, but connected to the density 1 gates. But it changes a bit when you get up to here, where you actually have the vortices and the gates are the same place. The vortice actually leads you into the gate that's actually in the next density. All right, so in Tara, you actually have Stargate 4, 5, and 6, but you have Stargate 4, 5, and 6 here because you have these vortices connecting you directly into those gates. So that's the difference that doesn't much matter. We have 12 Stargates. There are 7 primary vortices that connect to the first 7 of those. There are other vortices, there are others that connect up to the 12th. But the 7 seals, they told us about the 7 first because the seals on these vortices have been being controlled by the Jehovian races, the Jehovian Anunnaki races, for quite some time now. They got involved in the deal back in Atlantis, 25,500 BC time. There's a whole part of the work that I'm trying to integrate into that's not in this book yet, that was given since September of last year, that has to do with the Jehovian seals and the planetary grids. And they've been controlling these vortices. That's why there's 7 of them listed. And they were literally trying to reverse these vortices, because if these could all get reversed, they could literally take the planetary grids down, reverse the spin on the planetary shield, and take the whole planetary body down through the transition into the black hole matrix. And that would be major cataclysm for the planet. But anyway, this isn't too important now. Just to know there are 7 vortices. There are also the 5 more that are dormant at this point, and they haven't revealed any locations on them. Okay, time portal and dimensional lock systems. Stargates and portals are pairs of interconnected, counter-rotating electromagnetic field spirals. What page is that? 97. Page 97. So stargates and portals are pairs of interconnected, counter-rotating electromagnetic field spirals that naturally exist within suns and planetary bodies, and which also form at fixed points of space within the 5 densities of the universe, where time cycles and time continua repeatedly pass through each other at fixed intervals. That was a mouthful, but it was basically saying is stargates and portals form where time cycles and time continuous cycles continually cross through each other. If you look at them as flash line sequences, where these flash line sequences run into the next flash line sequence, there's an area where a gate would form. They form in the planetary bodies and the locations in the planetary shields where those crossovers take place. Now, stargates run, the difference between stargates and portals is this. Stargates run on a vertical axis. They're the larger ones, so they're larger energy feed systems. And if you look at these, what happens if you pull this one down and the other one up? What does it form? Right, a Merkaba. All right, so when they fully activate, they form a Merkaba. That's how you can go through the form constant at the center and pop up someplace else. All right, when they're dormant or not, even they can be activated but not in use. They hang out in this position where they have the 2 spirals of energy. They're on a vertical axis, and these would be the ones that would run up through the density. So if you wanted to get out of density 1 and up to here, you'd take a vertical. Okay, you take one of the vertical stargates as opposed to one of the other ones I'll talk about in a minute. So they're basically just like Merkaba fields. They're sets of counter-rotating electromagnetic spirals that form a black and white hole set. There's the seal at the center. Okay, the seal is what opens, or when the frequencies come in, triggers the release of the crystal seal at the center, and they open, they become a Merkaba, and that becomes the form constant space, and that's where people can pass through them. Now down here, you have time portals. They're on a horizontal and diagonal axis. So these would take you, if you wanted to go to another time band, but in this density, you would take these, the horizontals. Okay, if you want to go up to other densities, or up into the other star systems, you take the verticals. If you wanted to go simply to other times, back and forth through the timelines here, you would take the horizontals. The diagonals are taken a long way home. They basically would take you could take a zigzag path with them, where you could go through, let's say main gates were blocked, but these guys were open. You could take the diagonals up through to get around blockages, or to get around somebody you didn't want to deal with on the other side of a gate, that kind of thing. So these are the primary structures. They're all in form like this. At the center of planets and stars, you have the set of them. They're on. We call it a 6-axis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, it's actually 3 lines that form 6 directional points, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you have a vertical, you'll have a horizontal, and you'll have a diagonal. All right, this should be tilted a little bit more that way and more the right size, but it gives you the idea of the 3 sets of them there. This is how they're structured. They are, again, they open up to be Merkaba fields where you can pass through the centers of them if you can activate your Merkaba field with the same coding, with the same frequencies. Okay, I think we're on to the next one. I'd like to get to inner Earth before we go for dinner. We're almost to inner Earth. Don't need that one. That's for later. Thank you. I think this is the inner Earth one, isn't it? Inner Earth Halls of Mente? Yeah. All right. This will be a good place to break for dinner once we get done with this. This is on page, what page? 99. Okay. Now, there's a cleaned up version of this in the Voyager's book. Some of these diagrams are reproduced in the Voyager's reprinting. Not all of this stuff is in there. Not all of that stuff is going to be in this program. But this is the original, the older version of this. Now, this is the Halls of Mente Stargate system, showing you basically they're structured just like the natural Stargate system on the Cathara grid. The angle is a little tilted here, but you can see the Cathara grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? So you have each of the gates. This is in the Particum universe, our universe. Here you have Earth and the Earth gates, 1, 2, and 3. Center gate, control gate, right? That's called the Gruel point. You get up to density 2, dimensions 4, 5, 6, that's where you have Terra, which here we call the star Alcyone. That has gates 4, 5, and 6. Gate 5 is its Gruel point, its Holy Grail point. And then you have, in density 3, you have gates 7, 8, and 9, and they're in the Gaian body. So Earth has these 3, but these all connect and open into Earth. So technically Earth has all of these stargates. Now there wasn't room to move it on the diagram, but this is where the Aramitena gates are. So, gate 10, 11, and 12, these would be the Aramitena gates at Earth's density 4 level. These gates all connect here, and Earth, each one of these bodies technically has 12 primary gates because they're all connected to this structure. From any of these, you can get to the ones above and below. They're really the 12 gates of the entire body of Earth, from its divine blueprint all the way through to its densest level. Over here, this is the system that represents inner Earth. Here we have Particum universe, right? Particum would go with Mayan units, which that's just new stuff they're introducing, but I'll use that with that Mayan units. Here we have inner Earth. This is Particae, not Particae. Particae are the antimatter units. So it's literally an antimatter particle universe, which means it's made of trions, first of all, as opposed to myons and what will be dions over here. It is not polarized in the same way as these particular systems are polarized. It still has some primal levels of polarity so it can stay within manifestation. But it has this system has literally 2. It has all the stargates that are on parallel and all the stargates that are here come in through inner Earth. Inner Earth is a reality field that's at a different angular rotation of particle spin than the particle field here. The angular rotation of particle spin of inner Earth is 45 degree shift. If you have Earth here, you'd have inner Earth at this angular rotation. So its particles are rotating at that angle, ours are rotating at this angle. They're all taking place in the same space. They're like different virtual reality screens or electromagnetic domains that all exist within the same computer. Okay? This is the structure of reality, and it's mind-blowing when you realize that this is a hologram. It really is like virtual reality taken to its highest level, or its original level, actually. Over here, and notice here, in inner Earth, there are 2 suns. Okay? They have 2 sets of gates, and they have 2 suns. And here's parallel over here. Parallel is in the Particae universe. That's the base electrical universe. That's the universe that's composed primarily of dion units. And this would be the electrical polarity. This would be the magnetic polarity. Or this would be the positive charge. This would be the negative charge in terms of electrical current running through it. They're all connected through the horizontal gates. And the halls of Amenti that are anchored in here, those crystal pylon temples that are literally put in the gates here, they're put in the gates here to keep them all open. They keep them all open all of the time. If these gates weren't open all of the time, there's so little energy coming through these grids here because of the blockages in these grids that these planets would have imploded a long time ago, just because there was not enough primal frequency to keep their particle rotation speed where it needed to be so it didn't begin imploding on itself. Because of the halls of Amenti stargates and the crystal pylon temples that are placed in each one of the halls of Amenti stargates, the primal life force currents come through here, and they circulate from here and are amplified and modulated from here into Earth and into parallel Earth to keep at least some of the primal life force frequencies functioning here. These are going to be used to clear the distortions, finally, once and for all out of here. The divine blueprint is anchoring through the inner Earth systems first, and we are bringing it, drawing it through with the round tables. So they are anchoring the primal light field currents, primal sound field currents, and the D12 divine blueprint. They are bringing those frequencies in, and they are transmitting them to us, where we pick them up and put them back into the planetary grids, restoring the distortions that are here. So as these gates open, they don't implode, and they don't send them place in a pole shift. So the halls of Amenti are here, but they come out here. They connect to the stargates in our systems here. And the Eoni live here. The Eoni races, the Eoni Indigo Grail Line races. When we get into the history, either tonight or tomorrow, we'll talk about this long history in several seedings where did things go when Cataclysm hit here? Were they all destroyed? No, they weren't. There have been numerous different groups of human races have evolved in inner Earth ever since seeding 1 down here. There's bunches of them in inner Tara and in inner Gaia as well, but the ones that are in dense bodies, like we have, density 1 bodies, have literally moved. They were taken through the gates, in usually evacs. If the planet was going to roll, they would take them through, as many could get through with their DNA. They would help them through, and they would help them acclimate there. Some of them decided to come back and and be part of the resettlement teams after the dust settled on the planet. The humans would come back and reset up the Templar again. But bunches of them stayed. They stayed in inner Earth and evolved there. And it's a more peaceful space in a lot of ways because the polarities are not the same. Polarity doesn't work the same way as it does here with the extremes that it can go into here. So these races, there are also, now inner Earth isn't heaven. It isn't perfect, just like higher isn't always better. In inner Earth, you have Anu Melchizedek races. You have whole bunches of different races that used to live on the planets at different times that were taken through in evacs. And some of them are Anunnaki, and some of them are Draconian. You have some very strange creatures in inner Earth. Our vampire legends came from some of the creatures of inner Earth. There are strange reptilian-type creatures of inner Earth. They can't stand sunlight at all, and they're not even the vampires, they're just the reptoids. There are huge amounts of Anunnaki races, the Anu Melchizedek races, who were the foundation race for the Illuminati races here. They live there too. So there is conflict in inner Earth as well. Right now, what is going on is in inner Earth, there's wars happening right now because the guardian races and founders and the protectors of the crystal pylon temples are being attacked, or they're trying to get to them to attack them, because right now is the big hurrah. This has been, if you wait since 22,326 BC to try to do something, you're not going to pass up the opportunity when it comes, This battle is not just a battle. This battle that's being waged by the fallen angelic races is not just happening here on Earth. It's happening in the inner Earth systems as well, and it's happening in the parallel systems. Unfortunately, the parallel systems, it went very badly, and they are, at this point, under full martial law control. They are going into, worse than martial law. They are under full ET martial law control. There was landings and Zetas, and the Draconians got a hold of parallel Earth. And there was a period of time when there was the underground freedom fighters movement trying to stand up against them, and it got really nasty over there. And at this point, they are going into pole shift, and it can't be stopped. So over here could translate through into here, and if this one rolls too, that one's going to go. Okay?
How much of the Earth's consciousness has been hijacked now?
I haven't asked for a percentage, but I'm afraid to ask. I don't think I want to know. I will ask for an answer to that question, like, later, and see what I come up with, if it's anything that they really want me to address. But I don't think it's a good question. It's almost setting yourself up to get depressed. It's not looking good, but it doesn't matter how many. It matters what kind, okay? It doesn't matter if 90% of the population was under frequency fence mind control. If there's enough that know the high mechanics, that know how to run divine blueprint, they will change it. They will make a difference. Because the people under frequency fence, or the people who are hijacked, would, if we reset more and more the D12 frequency, more and more the divine blueprint, that will begin to undermine the technologies that are being used to keep them hijacked. So eventually their own soul connections, their own avatar connections will be able to reach them. So it doesn't matter if 90% of them were under a frequency fence and, almost brain dead. It doesn't matter. As long as there's 10% or even less, 2%, that know enough of the mechanics that they can run the powerful frequencies through the round tables to begin to clear the whole thing. So that's why I've never asked about percentages on that.
How about the Earth itself?
The Earth itself.
Yeah, I'm not taking the people, the Earth consciousness.
Okay, the Earth consciousness, the people are part of the Earth consciousness.
Yeah, but, if you take
What percentage has been hijacked into Phantom? Is that what you're saying? That's a good question. It's getting to be, it started out as a much smaller percentage, and that started like 5.5 million years ago. We get into something we'll talk about in the history that has to do with a wall in time that was set up, where the Phantom Matrix had pulled, there was a big battle again between the fallen angelics, and portions of the Earth's grids got dragged into Phantom. And they've progressively accreted, which means pulled in to themselves energy from these grids. So at this point, it was known in 22,326 BC that the Earth body that was assembling itself in Phantom Matrix by pulling energy from here had grown to a critical mass to where if it was allowed to go much longer, it was going to become bigger than this Earth body, and it would pull this whole Earth body in with it. That's why it was decided that the Christos realignment mission had to be finalized, where that connection would be broken so it didn't pull the whole system in. So I would say it was a percentage that started off small, but over the millennia it has grown to a point where now we're about even. And, well, actually in 22,326 BC, we were about even. I don't know how fast the accretion process is as far as percentages, but if it wasn't a crisis situation at this point, these mechanics and things would not be being brought here right now. It's at the point where, yes, Earth could actually get drawn in, and part of it probably will, which means there will probably be some degree of Earth changes in the areas of the grids that are not cleared. Those are the areas of the planetary grids that will undergo some type of natural appearing Earth changes, while part of the grids are literally getting reversed and taken into Phantom, where the matter body, part of the matter body, is actually being siphoned and spit back out into the Phantom Matrix. If we get enough of what's called the Trion Miage Field set, which is the planetary Trion Miage Field light sound field, all right, this will create a situation where most of the planetary grids will be protected from that. It'll create a buffer blanket, and that's what we're aiming to do. Okay, I think people look weary. And I just noticed a few people just look like I feel like I'm asleep on my feet. Okay, well, we got through the basic, mechanics of stargates, what things are, where inner Earth is in relation to us. And notice here, 45-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin between our Earth and inner Earth. 45-degree shift, angular rotation of particle spin between inner Earth and parallel Earth implies 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin between our Earth and parallel Earth. There's also a 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin between each of these dimensional levels in each harmonic, and there's another 45-degree shift in between each density level. So it's just giving you an idea of the angle that particles are spinning at. These angles become important when you start working with advanced Merkaba, because eventually you'll learn to point your Merkaba to control its vertical angle. If you want to go over there, there's 45, you know? And literally, when we begin to plug the Merkabah in and heal the chemical DNA where we can take our bodies with us, that will become important. We'll probably learn how to do that through projection first, where we'll learn how to put our mental body into the Merkabah and take it through things and learn how to direct it. We have to do it with our mind before we try to take our body, because if we don't get used to it with our mind, we might really mess things up when we try to take our body somewhere. Okay. So,
on that parallel Earth, if it bleeds both ways, and we can create the buffer on Earth, it should be able to go back both ways and pull them back from the direction they're going parallel.
at this, there's a critical mass factor that happens, okay? At a certain point, if a critical mass is reached in any one pattern in the grids, there's nothing you can do to prevent it cycling until its natural conclusion, whatever that is. Right now, they have hit critical mass. And yeah, they're heading for, in fact, they're going into it. They're a little bit ahead of us in time, and they're going into it now. When did they start? I forget. Do you remember the dates on that? Because they gave us the dates. What would be, their 2008 is beginning to happen now. I think it's is their 2008, our 2003? It turned out to be something like that. Yeah, there's about 6 years difference. So in their 2008, they're going into pole shift, where their 2008 equals like our 2003-ish. And because of that, if something wasn't being done right here, we would have been dragged along. In our 2008, we would have followed that same pattern. But we're bringing in the primal light and sound fields, not just the divine blueprint, but literally the anchoring rods of the Kirashe and the Kundalini to serve as like a splint to hold these grids stable while these go. They can't stop this at this point. They're, you know, doing evacs and that kind of thing to help people, but they can't prevent the cleansing that's taking place. It's going to be a cleansing because it's going to throw Zetas around as well as humans. It's not just something that's going to harm humans. So in a way, it's almost being allowed because it got that bad there. There's nothing they can do to stop it, or they would. But it's actually better than what would happen if the Illuminati presence and the fallen angelic presence were allowed to continue with that planet. It would end up in not only destruction of that planet, but all of these too. And if these go, it starts going vertical. Particularly if they get control of the Mente gates. They can take it all the way up the spectrum. So, the tragedy sometimes has a silver lining, you know, to it. And there's a lot of help being given to the people and the beings over there. Many of them are crossing over, literally leaving their bodies because they can't do the DNA activation because of the frequency fences that are running there at this point, and the grids are too messed up to go through the gates, you know, directly with your body. So they're coming through as consciousness. There's already been like a lot of tidal waves and earthquakes and those kind of things that large amounts of people have left their bodies. It helps to know when you see those things that, oh, there's a group that decided to go. They decided to leave. All right? These are not accidents. When you see bunches of people getting killed in natural disasters and things, they're not being taken before their time. That's the way they chose to go out. And usually people that go out like that like company. So they decided they didn't want to make the transition alone. They'd rather, you know, go through with a troop of them. But the consciousness is moving on.
Galactic contract agreements, and they don't show up in the mail tomorrow, unfortunately. But you will find that there will be all kinds of life supportive, since this is Christos. I mean, it will always be, even though sometimes it doesn't look like it. You may have physical reactions, you may not. You may physically clearing flu, you may feel achy, all various things in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Just recognize that what you're doing is a high activation, and that there will be some kind of reaction to that. But the galactic issue is perhaps the most significant, and the fact that the Rishi actually trade a couple of years of your karma for you now as a result. Now, to save time, I will repeat, as I've done before, the vow to the Christos self. This is entitled For the Level 3 Regents. And if there are any words that you find difficulty with, you don't have to repeat them. But I won't read it through, just to save a little time. So, if you repeat after me in bite-sized chunks, please. I have come to recognize, in my growth and search for spiritual enlightenment, that the light I seek lives always within me. The spark of eternal life that is God. In my maturity of knowing, that I am this spark made flesh. I call now to this spark within. Rise, rise, and let your eternal fires burn.
Rise, rise, and let your eternal fires burn.
In this step across the threshold of creation,
In this step across the threshold of creation,
the spark within ignites,
the spark within unites,
becoming now the eternal flame of liquid light,
becoming now the eternal flame of liquid light,
soothing, constant,
soothing and constant,
and forever now embodied.
and forever now embodied.
I release to the Christ fire within me
I release to the Christ fire within me
all lesser fires of ancient passions spent.
all lesser fires of ancient passions spent.
I release to the Christ fire within
I release to the Christ fire within
all entanglements of duality
all entanglements of duality
as they may exist within my humble vessel.
as they may exist within my humble vessel.
I embrace now the eternal love,
I embrace now the eternal love,
wisdom and oneness
wisdom and oneness
that my inner Christ provides.
that my inner Christ provides.
I return now to unity,
I return now to unity,
to express as the Christed one that I am.
to express as the Christed one that I am.
I shall carry this flame
I shall carry this flame
from this moment forth,
from this moment forth,
transforming with love
transforming with love
and the power of eternal fire
and the power of eternal fire,
all things to which I am assigned.
all things to which I am assigned.
I carry forth this flame of liquid light,
I carry forth this flame of liquid light,
bringing forth the truth, joy, love, and compassion
bringing forth the truth of love, and compassion
of the Maharata Ray
of the Mahabharata Ray,
for the healing of the worlds
for the healing of the world,
in the house of many mansions.
in the house of many mansions.
I carry forth this freedom
I carry forth this freedom
in eternal victory,
in eternal victory,
in reverence and respect
in reverence and respect
for the common source that feeds us all.
for the common source that feeds us all.
I accept now
I accept now
the commission of Regent
the commission of Regent
to serve as the embodiment
to serve as the embodiment
of the Christos light and sound
of the Christos light and sound
wherever I may go.
wherever I may go.
And so it is.
And so it is.
In the name of the Melchizedek Cloister,
In the name of Melchizedek Cloister,
Sacred House of One,
Sacred House of One,
Holy Order of the Unisthae,
Holy Order of the Unisthae,
Azurite Council of the Ra Confederacy presiding,
Azurite Council of the Ra Confederacy presiding,
excellent, and as it is decreed,
and as it is decreed,
so as it is done.
so as it is done.
You. Now, wait. Sit still and be calm.
know, beloved regents of the Azrock Temple, Melchizedek Cloister, signets of the Rainbow Round Table.
Welcome home.
It is, by the way, a cranial sacral seal transmission, which means, I should probably use this for 2 seconds. It is a cranial sacral seal transmission. It'll be more mild since it was indirect induction. But what you may find in the next week or so, many people don't feel anything at first. It's just a progressive thing that they notice I'm awakening. Like 6 months later, I awakened pretty good. But sometimes you may get a bit of pressure in your tailbone, or you may get a little bit of headaches in the next 3 to 5 days. And it depends on what's in your field. If you've had implants and you don't know about them, begin to purge, but your avatar level and Rishi are regulating it, so it's not going to devastate you if you do have any effects like that. So I just wanted you to know it was a cranial sacral seal activation. They are the seals that hold the Kundalini spirals. So when they release, they begin to allow the main vertical current to bring in more the frequencies of the crystals and eventually the primal light and sound fields. So welcome, signets, to the Rainbow Round Table.
Did you all remember to bring this with you? Excellent. Now, because of the...
I want to do the Rebecca song.
Well, they want us just to do the Akasha right now.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
it's easier. But they want us to run the Akasha and to do
The normal routine.
the normal
Okay.
routine and the
Okay.
Akasha.
All right,
Okay?
please, just a second, bear with me. What?
The Akasha. They should all have an Akasha to look at.
Right. It's on the floor left down there. No, the buyback is not in there. The new manual is laying in my bag. Right. Okay. This is a way of familiarizing you with the full round table routine. There isn't anything for you to do looked at or considered from a crude point of view. It could be as simple as listening to the instructions that I provide you with from the center of the stand. The captains and you as tribes I know have worked together very well. It's very obvious that you spend a lot of time rehearsing and you're really ready to go. And that's beautiful as well as important tonight. There are things though, in terms of the sequence, that we haven't had time to take you through. Nothing to worry about, really. And I'm just going to spend a few minutes just talking you through what's going to happen once we've got the hoops laid up on the snow right across the car park from here. All right, when we're all ready and settled down and the captains are satisfied that their tribes, teams, groups, whatever, are actually ready and paying attention, this is not a chore and it's not boring. Without sounding like a headmaster, I prefer people to be aware of the significance of what they're doing. I want you to be happy, but I don't want people to mess about. This is serious, without being boring, okay? But it is serious.
Have a good time.
Yes.
Too.
No, I just come to that point. The whole issue, really, in terms of how you comport yourself, is to be, in as much a concentrated way as you can, aware of yourself as a bundle of fun called energy. And you're going to take it out there, and you're going to shake your doodah, right? You know, because that's how I want you to feel. Okay, but you see, there isn't this churchy kind of you got to suffer for it all. But at the same time, it is a thing that's of such sacred significance. It's quite extraordinary. So it's an altogether different. I was going to say alien, different emotion for us to bring together in one place, because we haven't been encouraged to or taught to. But just do your best to have a good time out there, right? But at the same time, stay focused. We begin with something I read and you repeat after me, which is called the Declaration of the Christic Intention. It's quite a long prayer.
And it's done before every round table. Like,
Always.
we're going to run them. This is like the opening. And,
Yep.
you know, really kind of like my will be thy will kind of thing. So you don't, you know, you're not trying to command stuff all by yourself, you know.
We immediately follow that by singing the song of Lyra Aramatena together. And all of this will be happening standing in our stand positions. Everyone will be positioned before we begin. The round table itself hasn't been opened. We're just doing our preparatory work for the round as we do this. So we'll sing the Song of Lyra Aramatana together. Pardon me? Yeah, we'll do it inside. Then we'll move into the Q zone, which we did inside here last night, which we perform standing in our positions. We don't move from them until we're finished. We'll go immediately into the salutations, which we did here last night, but we'll finish the salutation with the element I pointed out. We will do the little spin, just briefly at the end of that. Okay, and then we call the round table open. Okay? Now, at that point, there are a series of about 4 instructions that are given. The tribes, when the table is open, the tribes will be told to begin to spin clockwise and to begin to build up the tone of their tribe name, the one you've been rehearsing. Okay? The people that are not in the center part of the stand, that's to say the 2 outer circles, will perform tribe 1 and 12 tribe names. And they will do whatever, everyone does the same thing, except the guys that are forming the sentinel circles, the Merkaba circles, will tone tribe 1 and tribe 12, while the other tribes will just concentrate on their 1 tribe name. We'll build it up like we have done with the practice work, and then is where I told you about you keep the toning up when I tell you to slow down your spin. Right? It's really important that you hold that level of toning while you get your physical body to slow down, come to a gentle stop, and then you'll be told to reverse the direction of spin whilst holding the tone up. You know, you might hear me yelling, you know, just keep it there. Don't worry, just keep working it. That's fine. Now, when we're satisfied we've built enough frequency and we've built the pillars in the stand, you'll be asked to slow down and bring your tone down very gently. Then you're asked to face the consummate pair in the center, which is Ashana and myself. And at that point, the master of the round just simply calls breathe. And what you do then is you pull the frequency up from under your feet, all the way up into your heart center, build the sphere strongly like you've been doing in some of the other techniques, and when you feel ready, release that frequency into the ground immediately around our feet. We take that, we harvest that energy that you've created in the pillars and in the whole stand. We take that into our own heart center and direct it down to the earth core. Okay, and through the witness that we're going to use to connect with the receiver at Lake Louise. Okay, there'll be a point at which we will call council close. We do the Shaddai Yakamtan together several times until we feel done. I believe we're going to do the Song of Lyra. Oh, excuse me, I missed one step out. After close and before the Shaddai, the people in the stand will sing the Song of Lyra over and over, while the 2 outer rings will do their rotation to pull in, maximize and magnify the energy. Okay, and really build it. So the people do the rotations, begin as we were saying, move quite slowly. They'll be singing the Omedah, regardless of the direction they're moving in. Okay, and they will build up their frequency. The people in the center of the stand will stand still and will sing the Song of Lyra. Okay.
And transmit it right into the witness.
And transfer it into the witness in the middle, yes.
And the heart chakra project right.
Because we've now been instructed, because of our awareness through late last night and overnight, of what the significance is, we're actually being told to do this Veka, this Akasha code.
Page 37 in your new pages.
Which is something that we're doing. We're taking an identical pyramid of the kind that we secreted at Lake Louise. That's already there. That's the receiver. And we're going to plant the opposite side, a pyramid to make the opposite side of a Merkaba in the center of the round table as the witness here. And it's through those that we're going to achieve the energy transfers. Okay, through ourselves and through that in the center. And that will lock on to the receiver at the other end in Lake Louise. Okay? Now, I really don't have anything else to say, but have a thoroughly, as they say in England, damn good time.
We can run this before.
What?
They say we can run this before we go out, so we don't have to worry about taking these outside.
All right.
Okay. On page 36 and 37 in the new handouts that we got, there is the Akasha activation exercise.
We don't need the quicksilver, do we?
No, we already got the frequencies running. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to start with step 2 because we already have the Maharic seals up with the transmissions that have been running through the room with the Regent ordination. So that, right now, you've got the field.
Come on. Time's going on.
Just we're going to really quick run through this. And basically, this is the Akasha code, the one that links the Akkadic level of the primal sound matrix that our time matrix is a part of directly into source. It's the most powerful mathematical program that can be run in this time matrix. So we're going to be using that in the ways follows. So just get this out so you have an idea of what it looks like. Because I don't even know if we have. Do we have it on Mylar?
No, not yet. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we do actually.
Did you put it in the part?
Yeah. You can start reading if you want, and I will see if I can find it. It should be in here. It should be in the pack. So if you want to stare up at it from up here when you look at it, you can do that too. If I can find it, page 37.
Okay, we'll get right into the technique then.
There we go.
Good girl, well done. Yeah. Okay, stare at the Akasha code for a few seconds.
Optical pineal induction.
Just straight on. Yes, optical pineal induction. You push it further up, people. All right. And when you're ready, cross your eyes and move the Akasha code backwards and forwards just a little bit until you bring the distance from your face and the focus of your crossed eyes into a relationship where you see a double image. That's of the Akasha, okay? Hold the eyes crossed while taking 3 rapid breaths. On each exhale, project a stream of D6 indigo current from your third eye chakra at the forehead.
Where do you project it to? Where do you project it to?
Into the Akasha symbol.
Yes. Say that.
Into the Akasha symbol.
Into the Akasha.
Okay, now inhale several breaths of the pale silver, the mercury-looking D12 Maharata current up from the earth core, up through your Maharic cord, and on each exhale, deposit the Maharata current in the pineal gland at the center of the brain to develop a ball of pale silver energy right there in the center of your head. Now return your focus gently to the image of the Akasha and focus on the centermost pair of rings. That's the little group of tiny circles in the cross form with the 2 rings around them on the outside. That's right in the middle of the Akasha. That's called the Ruche.
This area.
Now draw breath up from the earth core, and on the exhale project a stream of indigo current from your 6th chakra into the Ruche symbol. And then inhale while drawing the indigo current stream with the Ruche image at its end back through the 6th chakra and into the ball at the pineal. So breathe the Ruche in on indigo color frequency, in through the 3rd eye and into the pineal gland. Inhale 1 more breath of Maharata current up from the earth core to the Maharata ball at the pineal. And then use a forceful exhale to push the Akasha Ruche encoded Maharata ball out to the right, to the Metta position over your right shoulder. Visualize the Maharata ball growing to the size of a basketball over the right shoulder, and visualize the image of the Ruche as expanding to fill the inside of the ball. Now inhale forcefully while drawing the Maharata ball back to a position in the center of your skull, in the center of your head. Then use 3 breaths to inhale Maharata current up from the earth core to the pineal, and exhale the Maharata current outward to fill and expand the Maharata ball in your head. Visualize the Maharata ball expanding outward from around your head until the Maharata ball fully encompasses your body and entire chakra system, from the 14th chakra 36 inches above your head to chakra 13 in the earth core. Now draw some extra breaths just to do the expansion. Now imagine that your body is surrounded entirely by a 3-dimensional Akasha teardrop-shaped clear crystal capsule. So the shape you're looking at in front of you is now surrounding you from above your 14th chakra, 3 feet above your head, and extends all the way down to the Earth's core. The Akasha Code photosonic capsule is now temporarily activated in your inner Templar system, and you're ready to go out to play.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing about the shape of this symbol. If you think of the cosmic egg shape, our hoover bodies and all of that, this is taking one of those and pinching the top and taking it right back into a direct line into source, where it literally, you have an open tap line of frequency directly from your hepatic level into source. So that's what that shape is about. It's like a three-dimensional teardrop. Your hoover body actually expands to connect directly through, and that's why that shape emerges into the three-dimensional. Those books aren't back down yet, and they were taken out of Revelation. They were originally in Revelation, and a lot of the Anunnaki interpretation were put in to the book instead. The Anunnaki interpretation of Revelations has to do with technologies, the APIN technologies, and something called the Jehovian seals. They're created by the Jehovian Anunnaki matrix, and they are very nasty implants in the planetary grids that were structured in a way that they would activate with the natural activation of Earth's natural planetary seals that release as stargates open. And they were intended to literally rip Earth's grids apart, the shields apart, and pull what they could into Phantom. The Jehovian seals also manifest in the DNA template of everything on the planet, and particularly within the human form. They were designed to, as the DNA fires, to begin, just like in the planetary grids, as your own seals begin to release, the Jehovian unnatural seals would begin to release. And that would create, within the body, a progressive reversal of the axiotonal line systems, where it would literally, eventually, through the period of a stellar activation cycle, kill the body. It would kill the body, and it would literally transfer the consciousness into the astral body on a reverse current. So the astral body would be sucked into the phantom grids, and the physical body would literally end up, being dead on Earth. And usually, because this was planned, this was all planned since the Atlantean conspiracy period began. It was planned that everything left on planet would end up just vaporized, because part of a stellar activation cycle is called a 3-day particle conversion period. 3-day particle conversion period is the period when certain electromagnetic changes take place on the planet as all of the stargates hit their opening cycles. And the particles on the planet that have the ability to pull in all the frequency subharmonics of the dimensional scale have the ability to then shift their angular rotation of particle spin, enter Merkaba, and keep a form constant on the planet. And these particles would go up to the next level, or the next time cycle that the planet's moving into. Other particles of the planetary body and the people's bodies on them that couldn't make it into the transition would shift and go lower in frequency, and they would go back down to repeat the same cycle again. 3-day particle conversion period is very complicated to try to explain in a short period. The best explanation of it is found in the Voyagers books that was originally given before the crisis intervention issues even came up. It was a natural part of a stellar activation cycle that they were trying to prepare us for. With the Jehovian seals that were planted in the grids, along with, I believe, they're plugged into what's called the Dove APIN system, which is really interesting because certain books out there that I won't mention by name talk about the landing of the dove and all of this. And if you read Voyagers, you'll get an idea of what that is. I'm very careful in this because I'm in a very strange position. Az and I are in a very it's a very uncomfortable position, knowing that you have knowledge that you wouldn't think of not sharing with people. I wouldn't want the responsibility of not sharing this with others. Yet at the same time, it pits a whole bunch of other people in the New Age movement very, very much against what I stand for and represent, because we're simply exposing agendas. What I don't like is name calling and finger pointing. That's why I will try to identify what needs to be identified, but not blame it on any particular group or person or channel or any of that. Most of the people bringing through distorted ascension mechanics don't know that they are. They're being manipulated too. So I don't have any hostility toward them. Unfortunately, it's not usually mutual, but there's enough information contained in the Voyagers book that you can get an idea of the bigger picture and the level of detail that was given on what's taking place is quite amazing. The Jehovian seals have to do with planetary seals. Planetary seals are natural. The natural planetary seals progressively open as the frequencies build in the planetary grids and the stargates progressively open. The Jehovian seals and the planetary seals have begun an accelerated activation and opening cycle because of the need for the crisis intervention, where the halls of Amaria were opened and Stargate 6 was activated more rapidly than it should have, quite a few years ahead of when it should have naturally opened, in order to get enough frequency in here to prevent pole shift before that time came. So at this point, the Jehovian seals are beginning to activate in the planetary grids, which means they're going to start activating in our bodies as well. This is another reason why working with Cathara healing, working with running your Maharata current, your D12 current, is very important. That has the ability to clear those seals and to restore the body, your body pattern progressively. The seals aren't something you can just pull like an implant. They progressively come up layer by layer, subharmonic by subharmonic. You get rid of one layer, another level of DNA activates, another layer of it comes up. In the biblical Revelation story, we have the story of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The 4 horses were the first 4 seal frequencies that would release in the planetary grids. And the horsemen, the ones that brought death and destruction, they were the first 4 Jehovian seals. There are 7 Jehovian seals that go with 7 seals on the planet. So it's there's not time to tell the whole story. And in fact, I would rather the people who really want to know about it read it instead, because the detail that's given from the written transmissions from the plates is much better than I can do verbally. So I wouldn't do it justice. There is some information in your packets about the seals release, such as on, we don't have to put this up yet, but I want to see what page it's on so I can just let you know. Somewhere in here. I might have taken it out of mine. No, I didn't. It's here somewhere. There it is. So on page 12 in the supplement that you got, it says Planetary Seals Release Schedules, 2001 to 2003. All right. I don't need, because it's right there in front of you on one page, I don't need to go through this. If you have eyes and you can read it and, get all the detail. I put it on a chart like this, so it's a single page, so it's easier to keep track of what's going off when. And on the bottom it says, organic planetary star crystal seals control angular rotation of particle spin, the particle spin axis, and planetary Merkaba field axis. When organic star crystal seals release, the dimensional levels of the planetary matter base to which the seal corresponds become released from usual particle spin phase lock. Now, phase lock is when they're locked in to their particular flash line sequence or the particular vibrational sequence where they can't get out of that time cycle. All right, so these release the phase lock on the particles, the particle spin phase lock. This allows the corresponding matter to shift time vectors, which allows it to climb the dimensional scale. In the process of the stellar activation cycle, the planet literally starts to jump octaves and expands frequency-wise to merge with its double, Tara. The grids merge. You won't see like 2 planets colliding with each other. But if there's blockages in the grids, this whole process is interrupted. So the seals control when that begins, and the seals have begun to release. Now, when seals release, corresponding DNA strand templates and DNA fire codes activate. Planetary grids and personal DNA strands and chakras begin to progressively purge electromagnetic distortions, miasms. This can cause temporary planetary climatic changes and seismic activity in regions within a maximum 1,000-mile radius, strongest within 100-mile radius of the seal location. So on this chart, you actually have the coordinates, not just dots on a map, but you have the coordinates, so you could like plug it into a regular map that has the coordinate lines on it. It's just so you have an idea. So if you start watching the Weather Channel, and as we progress to the next few years, just pay attention to see, because the Earth will start speaking to us by what's happening. If we see more activity, kicking up around seal locations, that's verifying for us that there's some distortions there that need healing. If you're going to do roundtables, you can direct frequencies there. Even if you're doing salutations just for yourself, you can help in planetary healing by sending D12 frequencies there and using the Vecca code exercise that we used this evening, because that will code everything much higher directly into the Akkadic matrix to whatever amount of frequency from that matrix you might be able to pull in, depending on your DNA templates. So this can be very useful, this chart can be very useful, just so you can keep an eye on things and have an idea, too, where might not be the greatest areas to live right now on the planet. Like, we're sitting right in the middle of a mess. We're down in Sarasota, Florida. It could be worse. We could be in Miami, because that's the wormholes are there, and they're trying to merge them. And if that happens, there's going to be a mess on the eastern seaboard of the United States. That's why we're trying to assist now with the round tables to stabilize the grids. Yes?
If you hold it up, so you just get a shot of the baby rocking grid.
Okay, I'm going to put that up, okay, in a little bit. I'll come back to it. I just wanted to let you know that it was there. I'll finish reading that when I come back to it, because I wasn't really planning to start with seals. But I just want you to know that the seals are there, and that there's a lot more to the grid mechanics than we've been able to cover. That's going to be kind of like the theme of the next 10 years, I have a feeling, because the information, we're progressively given more levels of sophisticated information pertaining to particular grids, you know, what's happening in certain areas, what we can do to balance it. The round tables are very important because they will not only help to clear out the miasmic distortions in the planetary grids that are caused by the anti-Christos agenda races doing stuff to the grids, but they will also help in balancing the natural seals release, because the grids are not in good shape right now. When those seals release and start transmitting the frequencies through the grids, it can, even if there weren't Jehovian seals, even if there weren't all these other APIN systems messing with the grids, it would still be a not quite precarious, but a fragile situation where the guardian races would still be very carefully trying to get the planet through without any major issues happening. You combine that with the rest of the mess that's taking place, and you know, without the round tables, we wouldn't have to worry about it after 2012. We'd all be space dust by then. Some of us would be floating around in phantom in our astral bodies trying to figure out if that was really ascension or not. And when you get there, it'll probably be like, oh, gee, that's a letdown. You know? It's like being trapped in a dream where you can't get out and you're in your dream body. And you get sick of being in your dream body after a while, but you can't get back to your real body because it's not there anymore. It's literally like being in a virtual reality distortion cycle, as if somebody took your consciousness and put it in a computer game. And you have your computer persona, you know, the image that you have there, but you're in the game and you can't get out, and some part of you has a vague memory that you used to have a self that wasn't a hologram quite that way. And unfortunately there, in the Phantom Matrix, there are whole bunches of control hierarchies and all those kind of things where people who really want to have an objectified, wrathful God will have their wish fulfilled. It will, you know, it may be a draconian one, it may be an Anunnaki one, but people that really need to have that, and they get angry because they hear us teach that you don't need to do that to be spiritual and to know God. We will all, in our way, get the fulfillment of our ideas. The people that choose ideas in this world that lead to experiences of being persecuted, of being treated like sheep, which is an insult to the God within you. As far as, you know, you're a sheep, I'm your shepherd. Don't think, just follow me, which is what most of the teachings, the distorted teachings here have taught us. Those people that are going to end up in Phantom, the ones that do that, they're doing it by choice. They are choosing what systems of ideas they want to honor. So there's a sadness you can get into realizing some people will take the Phantom course. But there's also beyond that a recognition of this is a choice that they're making. They might not be making it on a conscious level, but if their conscious level here is approached with the opportunity to make a different choice, but they still choose not to, that's still a choice, and their higher parts are making that choice too. Eventually, everybody and everything comes home. So nothing is ever really lost. It can experience itself as lost for a very long time, but in truth, nothing is lost. So it helps to know that as we move into a transition cycle like we're in right now. We're in a transition period on this planet. Some people are going to go one path, some are going to go another path. There's several paths that people are going to go on. If we work with our D12 frequency, we can at least guarantee that our personal selves are going to be on the path of integrating our Christos and of a free society. We may end up in the Terran probabilities, we may end up in the inner Earth probabilities for a while, or we may end up in complete ascension, depending on what's in our DNA templates. If you only came in with a 12-strand DNA template, you can ascend all the way up to density 4, but at that point you would adopt another template, more template, and you would experience yourself in a race line of the pre-matter liquid light races, and then you would get the rest of your indigo template. People that came in with the indigo template would have the ability, to, if they activated everything, to literally go out of time. But I know a lot of the indigos aren't planning to do that. This was just one stop in the matrix that needed some help, one time frame. A lot of us are going to go to the Terran time cycles in the next octave up to fix some stuff there and work with some groups there, and then we're going to go up excuse me, into the Gaian time cycles at density 3. So it's like taking the slow way of ascension, where you get to see the tour. I remember the one time I ascended as Miriam, it happened so fast. It's like I blew myself out of matter so fast, I didn't even get to see the scenery going by. It was just, there's certain ways you work the codes and you work your Merkaba, and you can feel this ripple run through you. And there's like this static, and then there's no sound, and then there's a pop. And then you end up somewhere else. But if you go all the way out, there's a pop and this like a exhale. And you find yourself as like a field of consciousness that feels like it could go on forever. But it has no images, no sounds, just direct cognition. It's like knowing the universe personally, touching every inch of it, but seeing nothing and hearing nothing. And I remember getting back and thinking, oh, I made it, oh great. Boy, that happened fast. It went so fast I couldn't even record in my matrix as I was going up. The scenery going by, it's like taking a train ride. That it went so fast you didn't get to see the pretty scenery that was outside the windows. So there are some paths that are being offered to the indigos that have to do, and to the humans who want to go up to the, the density 2 or density 3, to take the slow way, but the slow comfortable way, the slow Christos pathway, which means we would begin to not only set the foundations like we're doing here, but begin to experience and kind of like getting a reward for all the work we did down here, get to experience being a member of a Christed civilization. That things like money don't exist in those civilizations. They don't need objectifications of power like that. That's just something people can play games with, taking power from each other with. They're based on cooperation and love. A Christos society is an amazing experience when you've been out of one for a while. It's almost alien. Like, wow, are they always that nice? Yeah. They wouldn't think of being any other way.
Like Calgary.
Yes, it's like coming to Calgary. You're right. Very good. Yes, minus the turnstile grids. So there's going to be a lot of options. Some of us will take our bodies that we have this time with us on those options. Other of us, depending on a lot of circumstances, it'll be a personal experience that you and your own avatar level will decide whether you're going to take your body into ascension or whether it's just easier to drop that one if there's too much stuff that needs to be fixed. Sometimes it's easier to drop it, but transmute it as you drop it, not just bury it in the ground. Transmute it, take the energy signature with you, and then go into another cycle where you would enter a fetal integration point in one of your simultaneous lives and experience that one. So there's going to be a lot of options available to us. But in the meantime, we're on a planet that's going through a drama like it hasn't seen in thousands of years. The mainstream people have no idea that these things could even exist. Even the science fiction writers, this stuff is a stretch for. In fact, there's a couple of them that seem to be interested in the Voyager's work, like they see movie potential. Right? Oh, here we go. Like, oh boy, Voyager's, version 20. You can see it. How would you even translate this stuff into movies? But it is a movie in a way. It's a walking hologram, and we're all a part of it. It's a hologram. It's kind of funny here because technically we're the masters of our hologram, but we're just trying to figure out what that means and remember how to do it. And meanwhile, our hologram can run over us, particularly when the planet is processing planetary and race karmic patterns, which is what's happening. Karmic miasmic patterns, reversals and distortions in the scalar templates that take the experience of the hologram out of the original divine blueprint and what was intended for it. if we work with the round tables, we are helping in a huge, huge way. We've left a massive energy form out there that is absolutely beautiful. It looks like a carousel made of light, and it's still spinning, and it will be spinning for a long time. There's going to be one that matches it very soon, popping up in the middle of not Lorraine, Lake. I don't know why Lorraine is on the brain. I really don't. Lorraine on the brain. But there's going to be a matching one that I think it takes, what do they say, about 72 hours it'll take for that form. It actually didn't leave here. It replicated. It went through the witness and transmitted the replicate pattern out to the other receiver of the witness, which was another small one of those glass pyramids that we put in as an electrical Merkaba shape. They each had the Vecca codes in them, and it was the Vecca code link that empowered this round table. The round tables are getting easier because before, when we didn't have availability of the Vecca codes are dependent upon the four faces of man grid activating in parallel and in inner earth. If they don't activate, we can't run those codes here. So finally, there are activation levels that are allowing progressively the Vecca codes to be able to be used in the grids here. So our round tables will get easier and easier. As far as activating currents in our body, it'll get easier and easier. In a little bit, I'll talk about how the vector codes work with the body. Some of you have already heard this if you were in the Cathara workshop. Others of you haven't, so I'll do a recap on it. There's also a reprint of some of the information that was put in the Cathara supplement that has to do with the Vecca codes and with radial body healing, because if you've been in the Cathara workshop, so you have 2 copies of that stuff. But if you haven't, the people who haven't, at least you have a copy, so you know what you can read it and find out more about radial bodies and find out more about Vecca codes. The real course that's going to take us into Vecca code technologies, which are advanced Merkaba technologies, is going to be the Dance of Life course. I haven't seen it yet either, but it's supposed to be down by the end of this month. Scary thought. So this is just the beginning of using a technology that will progressively help us to heal, help our planet to heal, but also progressively become more fun to use. Some of the techniques that we've had to use to begin the manual activation of the currents in our bodies are very long and time-consuming. This is because we've been fighting the distortions in the planetary grid, so we had to manually keep putting the right pattern back. The more the planetary grids heal, the more they'll support us, the more they'll hold the right patterns in our body when we put them there, so we won't have to work so hard all the time. It will get easier eventually. The Vecca codes are a huge jump as far as the ease with which we can begin to work with the primal life force currents in the divine blueprint. Now, I wanted to go back to this page here, because this is the sequence of events that takes us into understanding what happened on September 11th in the United States. Okay, where's my little pointer thing? I lost my pointer again. There it is. I keep losing that. I lose it and then it finds me. All right. So I just want to cover this series of events because it leads to this event down here, September 11th, 2000. Most people have no idea that this was it was a step of advancement of the United Resistance Illuminati agenda. It marked the beginning of activations of some of their APIN systems. The reason the trade centers aren't there anymore is because they happen to be in the way of something called a Phoenix Spike Site. A Phoenix Spike Site is a crystal implant site that's connected to the Phoenix wormhole. They're trying to activate all the grids that are connected to the wormholes, and then they want to expand the wormholes into one big wormhole. That, combined with the effects of the Jehovian seals releasing, will literally rip our planetary grids apart, and we will watch over the next number of years the Earth changes begin and pick up speed. Now, every time we do a round table, we make a counterbalance. We make it more possible for that outcome that the fallen angelics are trying to create here not to happen. The more we reset the divine blueprint, the more protection the planet has. The more it heals, the more we heal, the more protection we have, etc. This is interesting. On August of 2000, this is when they went to Peru. Supposedly, the Treaty of Altair was holding, and the Anunnaki that had defected from the Pleiadian-Syrian agreements decided they'd be nice again and came back, right? And it was like, well, we hope. They made the agreement. It was called the Treaty of Altair. That was on July 5th of 2000. In August, in fulfillment of the role, in the roles and the agreements of the Treaty of Altair, we were asked to go to Peru And this is where we were going to run the frequencies, and the Anunnaki's races had agreed to turn over the Nibiru Datic crystal grid to their to the Founders races and to the Guardian races, so they could get the grids recoded more quickly into the Divine Blueprint, so the place didn't roll when the stargates, progressively opened. All right, this was a wonderful Peru trip. It went so wonderfully. There was just like love and peace and harmony all through the whole thing. It was very unlike our second Peru trip. Oh boy. All right, the Emerald Covenant and Indigo races, advanced 12 code plus pulse clearings. We were actually asked to activate 3 sites at Machu Picchu, which were anchoring spots for the 3 primal Kiriche currents, the pale turquoise blue flame, the pale yellow gold flame, and the pale magenta pink violet flame. There are 3 anchoring posts there. Machu Picchu is the location of Stargate 5. And it was the beginning of its activation cycle. And there was a lot of councils of people there that you didn't see, and there were, groups of us, and there are other groups there too, interestingly, that were attempting to counteract what we were doing. Remember? But they didn't try too hard. They just were annoying. But it all went very, very well, and there was just a real peace feeling about it. The Treaty of Altair was still holding, and the Anunnaki weren't trying to do anything nasty. They had actually turned over part of the coding for the Nibiru and Datic crystal grid over to the Guardian races, and we had begun to recalibrate Stargate 4 to clear, the solar Merkaba, so that gate could start spinning the right way, and that would, help the planet to get its Merkaba back. And it seemed to be going well. It would have taken 3 months, 3 months for what we did here as far as anchoring the primal Kiriche currents and getting the Nibiru and Datic crystal grid and the solar gate fully under Guardian protection, for that to phase lock in the grids, which means for what we put in before it can be altered again, where it just phase locks and you can't do anything about it, it's going to run. There's a period of time that it has to build up and kind of amplify its own frequency before it will phase lock in the grids. We thought everything was fine, had a nice Peru trip, came back. We had an England trip scheduled. After that, we were supposed to start going literally directly over to work with. That was when we were supposed to have the Nibiru and Datic crystal grid completely turned over to Guardian protection, and we were there. Our group was called to go there to run the D12 frequency to literally recode the Stonehenge grids, and it was supposed to be all peaceful. The Anunnaki races had agreed to protect our groups from interference from the Draconian races and the other Anunnaki that weren't in the Treaty of Altair, and they had promised, secured grids, which means we could go over there and we could teach Kathara and do Kundalini activations without subjecting anybody to any harm coming to them. Because you don't want to do Kundalini activations when people are just starting to know how to do that on insecure grids. If psychotronics can be thrown through that, which are distorted frequencies, scalar pulse frequencies to mess with your field, it would be irresponsible as a teacher to knowingly take someone into grids that were dangerous and just teach a beginning class of how to open their fields. Not a good place to do it. So we were going to introduce Kathara in England, and we began to do that. And I think we'd finished one workshop in London, and the next one was in Manchester. And we got nailed with psychotronics like I've never felt. And it was directed at me. They actually used a couple people in the audience that had implants from the Mycomatrix, which I didn't know at the time. They were part of like a larger soul collective that I was a part of. So they had a similar template to my template. They actually ran it through their fields to get to mine. And it ripped holes in my Merkaba. I was amazed when I said, what in the world? And literally my equilibrium I completely got dizzy. I thought I was going to pass out. I was nauseous, made me very sick, like instantly. Got that taken care of and said, what in the world is going on? So I thought we were in safe space here, And we got kind of like, emergency just in. You've got to cancel the tour. You've got to go back. We'll tell you when you get back. Didn't know until we got back from England that the Treaty of Altair had been broken. The Anunnaki had defected. They joined the United Resistance. And if that all wasn't bad enough, the whole bunch of them together issued an edict of war against the founders. They had given the founders an ultimatum that they could take 50,000 of their Indigo children, High Council people, off planet safely, but they were to leave everybody else alone into their hands, where the rest was going into Phantom. And basically the founders told them, I don't think so. Don't try to blackmail the founders. It's not very intelligent. So basically they picked a war with us. It's not what our outside wants. It's not, we never wanted to be sides because we always looked at them as part of our collectives anyway and always will. But this is where the drama got intense. All this good stuff that was done here was undone because it hadn't set in the grids yet. In October it would have set in the grids and they wouldn't have been able to change the fact that they'd handed the things over. But because they pulled it out in September of 2000, in this period, there was nothing we could do about it except go to Plan B, which was Solar Stargate 4 had to be healed. It had to be corrected and put back under Guardian protection, or that would cause the place to go in a pole shift. Even if the Anunnaki races did nothing else, just left it the way it was, it would have created pole shift. So, because they were not cooperating, the Anunnaki groups were not cooperating, we had to basically be sent on missions to begin running the D12 frequency to recode the grids as rapidly as possible to the divine blueprint. There had been an agreement made with the Anunnaki races that they knew with recoding the divine blueprint, the Anunnaki and the Draconian races have known for a long, long time. That meant if the full D12 divine blueprint was anchored in this planet, Christos' mission fulfilled, it meant the Phantom Matrix would be closed. They would not be able to draw frequency from here anymore, and they would be locked on the other side, and they would not be able to survive on this side if they didn't get bioregenesis to get the 12th subharmonics back in their DNA template. This was known for a long time. Okay, well, I'll speed through this. Come on, because we want to get to that. Anyway, yeah. It's like, okay, all right, that should be interesting. I don't know what it is yet, the meditation is yet, but I know I went there last night, and it was really funny when Az and I were working on the map to get these grids through, to get the Canadian grids through. I closed my eyes and just tried to like stretch my energy out and relax. I didn't try to project anywhere, and all of a sudden I flipped, like a part of myself went, and it was someplace else, while this part was still awake on the bed going, oh, this is neat. That was fast. I mean, I didn't try anything. So I was like aware of myself on the bed and aware of Az sitting next to me. He was working on the map, and I found myself in this kind of comfortably dim-lit room, and it was the particular room that the Mahabharata text, the big books, are kept in. And there was a book on this table, and I knew I was supposed to go over to it, and I went over to it and started leafing through it, and I knew there was a page I was looking for that had the ancient turnstile maps that were there. This is how we got them. But what was really funny is as I'm trying to focus that part of my consciousness to see the pages of the books, at the same time that Az is getting it and translating it right onto the map. It was amazing because I kind of like put that on hold for a minute, like, wait a minute, I got to find out where something is, because I was trying to make a reference that I knew was on the map here. So I wanted to like hold that a minute, come back and see, and then compare it to the book is what I wanted to do. Well, when I opened my eyes and I asked Az if I could see the map, he'd already started drawing them just like I was seeing them in the book. So it was really neat. It was like kind of one of those, oh, that was cool. Yeah, we're getting good. Didn't even know we could do that. Yeah. So there's an invitation that's going to be extended with the meditation that we're going to do tonight. It's not going to be a long meditation because it's not in written form, which means if we do it once, you might get there once, but if there's a lot of steps to it, it's going to be hard to remember without having to like try to get the video and then try to, catch it off the video, where you write it down. It's not going to be a long one. They're going to teach us how to use an access code to the halls of Amente where we can take our consciousness first. And your mind's got to be able to go before your body ever will. So this is the beginning. Where we're going to be, and I've never met a group that was invited to the library before. So this is pretty neat. This is like a new level. This may be a new thing. Maybe they'll invite other people too. I'm sure they will. But this is the first time they've ever made invitations to the libraries. When I was very small, I was taken there and shown them, and I was taken there in physical form as well. Through Merkaba, and it was like almost like one of those Baba silence things, that it was just one of the parts I was not ever allowed to really speak about. I could have, but it would have been breaking an agreement. They wouldn't get mad at me. They wouldn't punish me. But they'd be careful the next time they trusted me with, secret information. So I had kept the books and my experience of them. I mean, I can remember the texture of them and feeling the leather on them that is still as supple as the day it was put on them. They're amazing books. So we're going to end this tonight with a quick journey meditation using the Ruche part of the Akasha Code, which is that center part. That's the programming center. And I don't know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be whispered in my ear as we go. But it's a technique that you can use with that Vecca code, the Akasha Vecca code in the center part of it, to get there yourselves and to start working with the books and finding things out. And if you get there and you don't, say, okay, I'm here, what do I do? You see these 590 volumes of these massive books. What now? You can ask for assistance. There are like resident librarians. The Iani guard these things, and you can ask for somebody. You can even ask if you have an Iani self there. If you have, a self that looks like you that lives there, which would imply you're an indigo. If they happen to say, yeah, you do have one. If somebody, and it's funny because if you ask a question there in your own head, right, some part of you will answer yourself and you will hear yourself better. So it'll be like, yes, you have a self here, or no, you don't have a self here, you have one over there though. So it's a place where you can start to get clear communication, but it also is a place where you can start to access information from the true history records. These were the translations, the original translations of the CDD plates. Now, there's a translation process that would happen if you looked at them exactly as they were, which you will. They're in the Mua language, they're in the Anahazi language, and it wouldn't make sense to you in a normal state of consciousness. However, if you are in that space, when you use the Akasha, to use the Akasha, you have to use the D12 frequency. You're taking yourself into a space of multilingual translation. So you can look at the page, you may see letters and stuff that you don't understand first, and then you can almost watch it kind of go, and translate into your own home language, so you can actually read it in your own language. So it's really neat. So anyway, we'll get through this so we can get to the end, which we'll have that as our thank you. I think it's a thank you gift for the work that we've done here. All right, but I just would like you to understand the ickiness a bit of the Illuminati agenda and what they're up to. All right, so up through here, we had the nice Peru trip. Then here's where the Treaty of Altair started to get broken. September 12th is when it was officially broken and the Edict of War was issued against the founders. May 1st, 2000 is when we were called on the Crisis Intervention Mission, and progressively we were given roundtable material. Like this was supposed to be given later, 2006-ish, but they were giving it to us early so we could begin to counteract what was being done to the grids to bring the Divine Blueprint in. So we opened the halls of Amaray Passage and helped them open Stargate 6, or anchor the opening of Stargate 6. Universal Stargate 6, the Sirius B gate. So Sirius B gate literally started transmitting frequency down the halls of Amaray Passage into the Earth's grid, anchoring it into the Q-Site 12 at Kauai, Hawaii, where the halls of Amaray Passage comes down, and that would progressively send it over to Stargate 12, and that would send it back to Q-Site 11, and that would go back to Stargate 11, then to Q10, Stargate 10. This is how the frequencies work in a stellar activation cycle. But it was activated early. This created a situation that is at the end of your, somewhere in there, I have to see what pages it's on, but there's the expedited Amente opening schedule, where the halls of Amente Stargates were supposed to open in 2012. They're, I believe, going to open now between 2003 and 2006. So everything is accelerating, including the drama. Now, August 12th, 2001, we started a mass awakening on a mass level. The humans on the planet began DNA 12 code awakening because we had managed to get enough D12 frequency subharmonics in the grid through opening the halls of Amaraya. This is where the fallen angelics started to get nervous with their plan, because if everybody awakened before they could get a frequency fence in to stop the DNA, they'd be able to first of all begin to see D4 and realize we're not alone here. They would be able to start remembering who they were, and the game would be up a lot more quickly, because they have been living under the cloak of invisibility for thousands of years. They've manipulated us from behind the scenes. So because they were getting nervous, because we were so close to hitting a critical mass D12 activation in the planetary grids where it would have cleared their programming that we're running through, they began countermeasures. Now, August 12th, they began the United Intruder Resistance expedites the One World Order First Contact Invasion Agenda. They have a First Contact Invasion Agenda where, is that a spaceship? I think it is. That kind of drama, okay? They accelerate the Montauk Phi X Falcon APIN activation, okay? That's the Montauk Phi X wormhole system that's plugged into the larger Falcon APIN system and Falcon wormhole. They began activation of this more quickly than they'd originally intended to initiate Phoenix, Serpent, Dove APIN and Falcon wormhole link. So that's when they decided, okay, to counteract the fact that the divine blueprint is getting set here right out from under us. We didn't even think the humans would be able to give us a run for our money. They figured we'd be literally either such zombies that we would just help them fulfill the negative agenda, or we wouldn't even be alive on the planet by this time. And this was a surprise. How'd they do that? There's not that many of them. Hardly any of them are awake. How'd they do that? And there's one thing they tend to do is they underestimate people who they choose to call their adversaries. If you're going to call someone an adversary, don't get yourself in trouble by underestimating their abilities. If you're going to make a counter stand against somebody like that, and you decide that you want to pick a fight with them, don't underestimate what they're capable of, particularly if all they're doing is not fighting back at all. They're just standing in their divine blueprint and beaming frequency. That's the hardest fight to win. If you're on the other side of that, good luck, because it's not a fight. You're getting love beamed at you. Right? The greatest weapon in the world is love, because it heals. Okay, so they began the activation of the Montauk Phi-X Falcon APIN system because they want to initiate the Phoenix Serpent Dove APIN connection to the Falcon wormhole. So they're trying to put all the APIN systems together and get them activated and plugged into each other and expand the Phoenix and Falcon wormholes to become one big wormhole, because that will allow so much frequency on the reverse current to come through that will be very hard to build critical mass D12 in the grids. Okay, let's see. Okay. The United Intruder Resistance launched 2 ultra-low frequency sonic amplification slow pulses from Chihuahua, Mexico and Lake Titicaca, Peru. All right, I'll show you the map on this, the projection line on this in a minute after we're done with this page. Okay, these were the Niberian Crystal Temple bases, the one that they have at Lake Titicaca, Stargate 7, and Chihuahua, Mexico, which is around, runs off Q Site 4. Okay, so these are 2 areas that they are manipulated. They have active in the